Chapter 25-21. You're the patriarch of the Garnier clan? Duan Lingtian glanced at Dar, who was holding the patriarch of the Garnier clan in his hand as though he was holding a piece of trash, and said calmly, "You can continue to give out orders now. I'd like to see the power of these disaster-level battleships as well." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he raised his head slightly and looked at the remaining 17 disaster-level battleships. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only did Dar's expression turn unsightly, but the high-ranking officials of the Garnier clan who heard Duan Lingtian's words had an equally unsightly expression on their faces. "Who can tell me, who is this cultivator?" "This cultivator is definitely a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. It's impossible for a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial to be unharmed from the explosion. How did our Garnier clan offend such a terrifying person? After all, there are only a handful of 4-tribulation bodiless celestials in the dozens of galaxies around the Castel galaxy. The Garnier clan has records of all the 4-tribulation bodiless celestials in the dozens of galaxies around the Castel galaxy. However, there's no record of this person. If this person is a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, it's impossible for the Garnier clan to make an enemy out of him, let alone send out a disaster-level battleship to kill him." At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Garnier clan realized they had met their match. The purple-clad young man who looked like a god of war in the projection was at least a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if he's only a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, he should be able to escape unscathed from the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan. It's impossible for us to kill him. If he's a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial, the 17 disaster-level battleships would only be able to injure him lightly. He could even destroy the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan even if he's injured. The Garnier clan can't afford to offend this person. Apart from Dar, who was captured by Duan Lingtian, the high-ranking officials of the Garnier clan quickly called for an emergency meeting. In the end, they reached a consensus. This purple-clothed young man was not someone to be trifled with. "If our Garnier family survives this calamity, I'll retire and no longer interfere with the family's affairs." After the emergency meeting, the first elder of the Garnier family said solemnly. After all, he was the one who suggested to kill the 2 cultivators with great fanfare back then. He had to take a lot of responsibility. "Clan leader, the result of the emergency meeting is that this purple-clad young man is at least a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. He might even be stronger than that. Get his forgiveness at all costs." Soon after, the chip receiver planted in Dal, the patriarch of the Garnier family, received the message from the Garnier family. "He's at least a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial." After receiving the message, Dar's heart trembled. Naturally, he knew what this meant. 4-tribulation bodiless celestials might not be a match for the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan, but they would definitely be able to escape unscathed. If such a person managed to escape unscathed, it would be a disaster for the Garnier clan. As for 4-tribulation bodiless celestials and even a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial, they could easily destroy the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan even if they were only slightly injured. For this reason, regardless of whether the purple-clad young man was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger, the Garnier clan could not afford to offend him. "Sir, I admit defeat." "The Garnier clan will admit defeat." Dar took a deep breath and lowered his proud head as the patriarch of Garnier family. "Admit defeat?" Upon hearing Dar's words, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. "Based on your words, you don't intend to order the 17 disaster-level battleships to attack me?" I wouldn't dare. Dar lowered his head even more. His expression was one of uneasiness. Now, when he thought about what he had just done, there was only regret in his heart. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Therefore, he could only minimize the loss of the Garnier clan. For this reason, he was willing to be humiliated in front of everyone in the Coast Galaxy. What's going on? The patriarch of the Garnier clan has admitted defeat? Meanwhile, the people in the Coast Galaxy who were watching the live broadcast were shocked. What a joke. That was the Garnier clan. As one of the 3 strongest forces in the Coast Galaxy, the Garnier clan could do whatever they wanted in the Coast Galaxy. Moreover, in the dozens of galaxies around the Cost Galaxy, there was not a single force that dared to offend the Garnier clan. However, the patriarch of the Garnier clan had actually admitted defeat to a cultivator. The patriarch of the Garnier clan has admitted defeat to the Garnier clan as well. It seems like the Garnier clan is unwilling to offend this purple-clad young man. It's normal. Didn't you see the strength the purple-clad young man displayed earlier? It's impossible for a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial to possess such strength. Only a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or above would possess such strength. Does this mean the purple-clad young man's cultivation base is at least a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or above? If that's the case, then everything makes sense. The Garnier clan doesn't dare to act recklessly in front of a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or above. The people in the Cost Galaxy knew what it meant to be a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or above. A 4-tribulation bodiless celestial was not someone a disaster-level battleship could kill. Moreover, they were even stronger than a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. When the people in the Cost Galaxy thought the Garnier clan's actions were embarrassing, they did not laugh at them. After all, they knew even if they were the patriarch of the Garnier clan, they would still do the same. The Garnier clan has bitten off more than they can chew this time. I hope this powerhouse will annihilate the Garnier clan in a fit of rage. In that case, we'll have one less opponent. The other 2 families in the Cost Galaxy that were as famous as the Garnier family hoped that the purple-clothed male cultivator in the projection would destroy the Garnier family in a fit of rage. I'll give you a chance. Order the 17 disaster-level battleships to open fire on me. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Dar, who had his head lowered, and said, I'll give you 5 breaths. If you don't order them to open fire after 5 breaths, not only will I kill you, but I'll annihilate the Garnier family as well. You only have 4 breaths left. As soon as Dar heard Duan Ling Tian's voice, his expression changed drastically. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's voice was projected into the ears of everyone in the Coastal Galaxy. Madman. Madman. Even if he's a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, he should be severely injured if not killed by 17 disaster-level battleships, right? I don't think he's a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. He might be even stronger than a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, how could he be so confident that the Garnier clan would order the 17 disaster-level battleships to open fire on him? You have a point. Does this mean he's a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial? The people in the Cost Galaxy were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. Soon after, they broke out in discussion again. Similar discussions could be heard in every corner of the Cost Galaxy. What's he trying to do? What's he trying to do? Is he trying to torture himself? The members of the Garnier clan were flustered. They could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would do such a thing. This cultivator is very confident. It seems like he's not just a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. I hope this cultivator will be able to destroy the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan in one go. At that time, the Garnier clan will no longer be one of the 3 strongest clans in the Cost Galaxy. There will only be 2 strongest clans in the Cost Galaxy. The other 2 clans in the Cost Galaxy who were as famous as the Garnier clan were gloating over Duan Lingtian's misfortune. Sir, Dar looked at Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to say something. You only have 1 breath left. Duan Lingtian's tone suddenly turned cold, making Dar feel as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. In the next instant, he no longer dared to hesitate. He quickly ordered the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan to open fire on Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he no longer cared that he was being carried by Duan Lingtian. It was as though he did not realize that the Garnier clan was in a dire situation. Once the 17 disaster-level battleships opened fire, he would be completely exposed to the attacks of the disaster-level battleships. Open fire. Open fire. Almost at the same time as Dar gave the order, the 17 disaster-level battleships also received the order. Moreover, the order was immediately transmitted to the people operating the disaster-level battleships, causing them to take action immediately. After a few moments, boom. 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 Bang! 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 Chapter 25-22. In just a blink of an eye, the people in the Cost Galaxy could see Duan Lingtian and Dar, the patriarch of the Cost clan, being bombarded by laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, supernuclear bombs, and other large-scale weapons. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions reverberated in the air. Even though the energy from outer space collided with each other, the shockwave from the collision tore through the sky and swept toward planet Satel, the mother planet of the Cost Galaxy. Boom! Boom! Rumble. At this moment, the entire planet Satel shook violently from the impact of the 17 disaster-level battleships. As planet Satel shook, all the buildings on planet Satel collapsed as well. They could not withstand the impact of the shockwave from outer space. Fortunately, the tremors were gradually increasing. Otherwise, who knew how many people on planet Satel would have died from this violent earthquake? Because the tremors were gradually increasing, the people on planet Satel had enough time to use all kinds of aircraft to lift themselves into the air, successfully avoiding the violent earthquake that occurred on planet Satel. How terrifying! Is this the power of 17 disaster-level battleships? Under the bombardment of this level of cannon fire, can that cultivator, who seems to be very confident, survive? Is a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial really able to survive after being hit by such a powerful cannon? While everyone on planet Satel was busy leaving the surface of planet Satel and running for their lives, everyone in the Cost Galaxy looked at the continuously rising giant mushroom cloud in the projection. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 The bombardment from the 17 disaster-level battleships continued for about 15 minutes before it gradually stopped. At this moment, the space that was initially engulfed by thunderous explosions gradually regained its calm. At this moment, the mushroom cloud that had been rising up continuously also began to shrink. That cultivator. Is he still alive? Now, everyone in the Cost star system, including the people on the surface of planet Saturn, was staring at the shrinking mushroom cloud in the projection. They were curious if the purple-clothed male cultivator was still alive. Even if he's still alive, he must be severely injured, right? With such a powerful attack, he must be injured. I think so too. Throughout the Cost star system, before the projection, most people thought so. Just as everyone in the Cost Galaxy saw the mushroom cloud in the projection getting smaller and smaller, and it was about to disappear, a voice suddenly rang out. Disaster-level battleship. At this moment, a voice that was extremely familiar to them rang out in a leisurely manner. This voice sounded very languid. It did not sound like the voice of an injured person at all. That's all. At the same time, the voice sounded again, continuing the previous sentence. Disaster-level battleship. That's all. The sound came from within the mushroom cloud that was about to disappear. How's this possible? He's not injured at all. Even the robes on his body are intact. Not only is his robe intact, there's not a single wrinkle on it. Even the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dar, who's in his hand, is unharmed. Did they really get hit by the 17 disaster-level battleships' cannons? Heavens! I'm not dreaming, right? Through the projection, everyone in the Cost star system saw an unforgettable scene. The purple-robed young cultivator walked out of the place where the 17 disaster-level battleships had been bombarded for 15 minutes, completely unscathed. Moreover, that was not all. Even the patriarch of the Garnier family who was in his hand was unscathed. 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's at least a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. When Duan Ling Tian lifted Dal, the patriarch of the Garnier family, out of the mushroom cloud with a relaxed expression on his face, Dal, who was in a daze, suddenly regained his senses. He could not help but exclaim in shock, "Brother Ling Tian, you're really strong. A sixth tribulation bodiless celestial? The moment Dar's words left his mouth, everyone in the Cost Galaxy was speechless. It was as though someone had grabbed their throats. Sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. Why would a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial appear in the Cost Galaxy? Why would a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial come to the Cost Galaxy? The strongest cultivator in the dozens of galaxies around the Cost Galaxy is only a fourth tribulation bodiless celestial. This purple-clad young cultivator is a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. Did Dar, the patriarch of the Cost clan, make a mistake? There's no mistake. Even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial would be injured by the cannons of the 17 disaster-level battleships. However, this purple-clad young cultivator is completely unharmed. Even his robe isn't damaged at all. He's at least a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the Cost Galaxy, the first to react were the interstellar merchants who frequented the galaxies around the Cost Galaxy. They were knowledgeable, so it was easy for them to determine Duan Lingtian's strength was at least a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, this was also due to the 17 disaster-level battleships. Otherwise, no matter how knowledgeable they would not be able to determine if a person was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial based on his appearance, figure, and temperament. Since you've cooperated, I'll only kill you from the Garnier family. Before the people from the Cost Galaxy could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the clan leader of the Cost clan, Dal, who was in his hand. At the instant Dar's expression changed drastically, Duan Lingtian's hand shook as he tossed Dar into the air. Bang! With just a casual slap, he killed Dar, who was not even a cultivator. Patriarch. The members of the Cost clan cried out in grief when they saw Dar being killed through the projection. Let's go. After killing Dar, Duan Lingtian flew toward Tang Xiao, who had been watching from afar. After greeting her, he brought her along with him as he stepped on the sword formation and left. Since Duan Lingtian was traveling at full speed with Tang Xiao, it was as though they had disappeared into thin air. Although the projection had been specially processed, it still could not capture Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao's figures when they left. Only the 17 disaster-level battleships hovered motionlessly in space. It was as though there were 17 gigantic mountains hovering in space. How's this possible? Even the projection can't capture his figure? Even a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to capture his figure through the projection. However, the purple-clad young man and the female cultivator didn't even leave a trace in the projection. The interstellar merchants in the Cost Galaxy were dumbfounded. After regaining their senses after a long while, the same thought popped up in their minds at the same time. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. That purple-clad young man must be a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Only a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to escape from the projection. The cursed clan should be thankful that this 7 tribulation bodiless celestial isn't someone who kills indiscriminately. Otherwise, if he was enraged, let alone the cursed clan, the entire cursed galaxy would be annihilated. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to kill all of us before we could escape. The group of interstellar merchants could not help but feel relieved when they realized Duan Lingtian was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. They were relieved that Duan Lingtian was not a bloodthirsty person. 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? That purple-clad young man must be a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial at least? Soon after, the speculations of the interstellar merchants spread throughout the Cost Galaxy, causing everyone in the Cost Galaxy to shudder in fear. As for the members of the Garnier clan, most of them were so frightened that they fell to the ground, unable to get up. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I almost caused the clan to be doomed. The Grand Elder of the Garnier clan kneeled on the ground and took out a laser gun. He pulled the safety pin and fired the gun to atone for his mistake. Over the next few days, the Cost Galaxy gradually regained its peace. However, the scene that day was unforgettable for the people in the Cost Galaxy. The godlike purple-clad young man's figure was deeply engraved in their minds. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. It would take Duan Lingtian 3 months to travel from the Coast Galaxy to the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located, even if he brought Tang Xiaoxiao with him at full speed. During these 3 months, Duan Lingtian learned a lot about the galaxies ruled by technology from Tang Xiaoxiao. The disaster-level battleship isn't the most powerful weapon in a galaxy ruled by technology. That Cost star system is just a star system ruled by ordinary technology. There's an apocalypse-level battleship above the disaster-level battleship. That's the most powerful weapon in Yanhuang realm. After learning about this from Tang Xiaoxiao, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. Chapter 25-23. Of course not. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Although apocalypse-level battleships are powerful, one of them can only kill a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. If a dozen of them are deployed, they'll be able to injure a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if they want to injure a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, they'll need at least hundreds of apocalypse-level battleships. As for killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, it'll be difficult no matter how many apocalypse-level battleships there are. Unless the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial has a death wish. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial is able to escape unscathed from an apocalypse-level battleship fleet. As for an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, they'll only need to pay a small price to destroy an apocalypse-level battleship fleet. As for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, it'll be a piece of cake for him to destroy an apocalypse-level battleship fleet. Tang Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, no matter how powerful an apocalypse-level battleship is, it's impossible for it to cast a soul attack. For this reason, no matter how many apocalypse-level battleships there are, they won't be able to withstand a single blow from you. Naturally, an apocalypse-level battleship is much more powerful than the disaster-level battleship we saw in the Coast Galaxy. You should have a better understanding of the disaster-level battleship after the previous encounter. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Previously, when he was in the Coast Galaxy, he had asked the patriarch of the Garnier family to order the 17 disaster-level battleships to attack him, not because he was a masochist, but because he wanted to see how powerful the disaster-level battleships were. In the end, the disaster-level battleships had disappointed him. Although the 18 disaster-level battleships in the Coast Galaxy seemed powerful, it only took one apocalypse-level battleship to destroy all of them. Even if 18 disaster-level battleships fired at the same time, it would still be difficult for them to penetrate the hull of an apocalypse-level battleship. Tang Xiaoxiao continued to say. Naturally, no matter how many apocalypse-level battleships there are, they're nothing in front of you. In the end, Tang Xiaoxiao gave Duan Lingtian a lift. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was quite pleased to be praised by Tang Xiaoxiao. Apocalypse-level battleship represents the highest level of technology in the Yanhuang Plain. Duan Lingtian didn't forget what Tang Xiaoxiao had told him before. Based on what Tang Xiaoxiao had said earlier, the apocalypse-level battleship was the most powerful high-tech weapon in the Yanhuang dimension. Yes. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Indeed, the apocalypse-level battleship represents the most advanced technology in Yanhuang realm. As far as I know, even the 3 large mundane realms who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone have apocalypse-level battleships as well. It seems that those technologies still can't compare to the peak existences of us cultivators in the mortal planes. Duan Lingtian sighed. Of course. Tang Xiaoxiao said matter-of-factly, think about it. Among us cultivators, 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are considered celestials. Eminent celestials who have just ascended to the Devata realms are only as strong as 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was aware of this as well. In the mundane realms, 3 tribulation bodiless celestials and above were considered celestials in the Devata realms. If that's the case, technology really shouldn't be underestimated. Duan Lingtian said. We can't underestimate them. In the mundane realms, those who control technology can't be compared to us cultivators. Because of this, whether it's our Yanhuang realm or the other large mundane realms, the most resource-rich galaxies are basically occupied by us cultivators. Let alone the top forces like the Celestial Masters sect and the Heavenly Wave Mansion, even the second-tier forces like the Tang sect can't compete with those who control technology. Tang Xiaoxiao said. Duan Lingtian understood Tang Xiaoxiao's words. After all, no matter how many apocalypse-level battleships one had, it was difficult to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the Tang sect, there were 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials other than the one he had killed. As for 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, according to Tang Xiaoxiao, there were at least 10 of them. A force that had 2 8th tribulation loose immortals and more than 10 7th tribulation loose immortals, no matter how many apocalypse-level battleships they controlled, could only lower their proud heads in front of the former, which was the overlord of a galaxy ruled by science and technology. 3 months had passed in just a blink of an eye. We've arrived at planet Yan Huang's galaxy. When Tang Xiaoxiao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, his heart that was originally calm began to stir. The flaming yellow planet that Tang Xiaoxiao mentioned was his hometown in his previous life, Earth. Was he finally arriving at Earth? We're here. About 15 minutes later, Tang Xiaoxiao pointed ahead and said to Duan Lingtian. Is that the Milky Way where Earth is located? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had slowed down, saw the galaxy in front of him that looked like a silver waterfall. His heart trembled when he saw the galaxy. Earth meant a lot to him. It was his hometown in his past life. Now that the Milky Way where Earth was located was right in front of him, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little homesick. However, the Milky Way is much larger than the other galaxies we've passed by earlier. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian, who had regained his senses, had also noticed this. I've long heard that the galaxy where planet Yan Huang is located is not small. Now that I've seen it, it seems like the rumors are true. However, I can feel the heaven and earth spirit energy has become thin even before we get close to the galaxy where planet Yan Huang is located. It seems like the cultivators on planet Yan Huang have completely absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in this galaxy. That's why the galaxy hasn't recovered yet. Just as Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were getting closer and closer to the Milky Way, Tang Xiaoxiao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian accelerated and entered the Milky Way with Tang Xiaoxiao. After entering the Milky Way, the heaven and earth spirit energy became even thinner. Planet Yan Huang is over there. At the same time, Tang Xiaoxiao took out a star map and pointed in a direction to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and immediately rushed in that direction with Tang Xiaoxiao as fast as he could. Along the way, although they were rushing at full speed, Duan Lingtian was still looking at the stars and planets in the Milky Way with great interest. Some of these planets were barren because they were not suitable for any life forms to live on, some were not suitable for human habitation, so there were all kinds of monsters on them. As for the planets with humans, almost all of them were technological planets. Of course, the technology of these planets was far inferior to the technology of the Coast Galaxy. However, compared to the Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his previous life, the Coast Galaxy was thousands of years more advanced. That's the star system where the Earth is located. Not long after, Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the star map and pointed in front of them and said to Duan Lingtian. The solar system. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the planet that looked like a huge fireball in the distance. His breathing quickened as well. His chest rose and fell like a bellows that was constantly being pulled by someone. In the distance, around the planet that looked like a fireball, 8 planets surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon, making it look like a high and mighty emperor. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past the 7 planets around the sun before it finally landed on the only remaining planet. That planet was the only one among the 9 planets in front of Duan Lingtian, including the sun, that had signs of life. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's body swayed as he brought Tang Xiaoxiao to a place near the only planet with signs of life. Duan Lingtian stopped when he arrived near the planet. At the same time, he abandoned Tang Xiaoxiao and stared at the planet in front of him in a daze. Apart from the excitement in his eyes, there was also a hint of infatuation in them. What a beautiful planet. Tang Xiaoxiao did not notice Duan Lingtian's strange behavior. Her eyes were completely attracted by the blue planet in front of her. On this planet, most of the areas were seas. This is the planet where the Tang sect originated from, planet Yanhuang. I've only heard that planet Yanhuang is a beautiful planet. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it really lives up to its name. Tang Xiaoxiao muttered to herself as she stared at the beautiful blue planet in front of her. Earth, I, Ling Tian, am back. While Tang Xiaoxiao was muttering to herself, a loud voice suddenly rang in her ears. Moreover, this shout was filled with excitement, causing her to be stunned for a moment. Duan Lingtian? She could tell it was Duan Lingtian's voice. Tang Xiaoxiao instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian, only to see the afterimage left behind by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had already taken the lead and entered the beautiful blue planet ahead of her. Earth? Just now. Did Duan Lingtian call this planet Earth? Isn't this planet Yanhuang? Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback when she recalled Duan Lingtian's words. She did not know how to react. Chapter 25-24. Since Duan Lingtian did not tell Tang Xiaoxiao about his past life, Tang Xiaoxiao was unaware of the relationship between him and planet Yanhuang. For this reason, Tang Xiaoxiao was puzzled when she heard Duan Lingtian calling planet Yanhuang Earth. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't figure out what was going on. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already entered Earth in a flash. Earth was only a small planet in the Milky Way, let alone in the boundless starry sky. Just 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had visited planet Satel in the Coast Galaxy. In terms of size, it was at least 100 times larger than Earth. Since Earth was so small, Duan Lingtian only needed a thought to cover the entire Earth with his divine consciousness. Nothing on Earth could hide from his divine consciousness. Earth has changed so much in just a few decades. When Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness covered the entire Earth, he discovered the changes on Earth. It was completely different from the Earth he remembered from his past life. Earth's technology was not as advanced as some of the planets in the Milky Way. However, compared to the Earth in Duan Lingtian's memory of his past life, Earth's technology had advanced by a few hundred years. It's only been a few decades. How could Earth have changed so much? Duan Lingtian was shocked by the fact that Earth's technology had advanced by a few hundred years in just a few decades. Moreover, the souls of the humans on Earth are as strong as the souls of the people in the Coast Galaxy. They're not any weaker than mine. Duan Lingtian scanned the entire Earth with his divine consciousness and deliberately probed the humans with extraordinary auras. He discovered that many of these humans had souls that were as strong as his soul. After all, his soul was at the level of an eminent celestial. It was the limit of the soul of an ordinary human in the mundane realms. As for bodiless celestials, they had surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? At some point, Tang Xiaoxiao had also entered Earth from space and found Duan Lingtian easily. She and Duan Lingtian were both half-step immortals. Their souls and divine senses were similar. They could easily cover the entire Earth. Therefore, it was not difficult for them to find Duan Lingtian. I remember you once told me that the reason the souls of the people from the Coast Galaxy could reach the limits of ordinary people in the mundane realms was because they had taken the gene medicine. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and said, "Moreover, you said the potion can only improve their souls to the limit of an ordinary human's soul in the mundane realms. However, they can't extend their divine consciousness through their souls, let alone launch soul attacks." When Duan Lingtian had first met the people of the Coast Galaxy in the Coast Galaxy, he had discovered that their souls were no weaker than his when he extended his consciousness. Later on, he learned from Tang Xiaoxiao that the souls of the people from the Coast Galaxy were so strong because they had taken the gene medicine. Moreover, they could not extend their divine consciousness or launch soul attacks. Even so, it was impossible for him to use his soul attack against the people from the Coast Galaxy. This was because the souls of the people from the Coast Galaxy were no weaker than his soul. Moreover, their defenses were so strong that his soul attack could not hurt them at all. But Why are some of the people here so strong as well? Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Xiao with a puzzled expression on his face. Half of the reason why their souls are so strong is because of the gene elixir. However, because the gene elixir they took was too low grade, they needed to break through their body's limits multiple times. They used the method of increasing their willpower to raise their souls to the limit and reach a level comparable to our souls. After Tang Xiao extended her divine consciousness, she quickly discovered the reason why the people on Earth had souls that were as strong as hers and Duan Lingtian's. For this reason, some of them can use their souls to sense things in heaven and earth. For example, they can sense natural elements. When Tang Xiao reached the end of her sentence, her divine consciousness locked onto a certain place on Earth. Over there were two people fighting. Following that, Tang Xiao took out a jade token that was inscribed with dense inscriptions. She inserted her divine consciousness into it before she crushed it. Whoosh! In the next moment, a constantly changing mirror image appeared in front of her. The constantly changing mirror image was the scene that Tang Xiao had discovered with her divine consciousness. A man and a woman were fighting in a unique way. One of them controlled fire while the other controlled lightning. They seemed like Dao cultivators. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. There was something else that he did not say out loud. These two people looked more like the superhumans in the sci-fi movies he had watched in his previous life. They're not Dao cultivators. They're superhumans. Tang Xiao shook her head when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Generally speaking, superhumans are the products of places with mediocre technology. Due to the mediocre technology, the genetic medicine developed is of a very low level. It can't directly enhance a person's soul to its peak. Just as I said earlier, under such circumstances, anyone who can break through the limits of their body, raise their willpower, and raise their soul to the extreme will be able to use their soul to sense the natural elements in the world, and after perceiving the natural elements between heaven and earth, the person who can control them is a superpower warrior. Just like them. Tang Xiao looked at the two people in the mirror image as she said, "They're superhumans. Why didn't you mention this to me before?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "I didn't mention this to you because there's no need to." Tang Xiao shook her head and said, "Unless they're lucky enough to become half-baked cultivators, their achievements will be limited. Let's not talk about cultivators like us. Even an ordinary person in the Cost Galaxy can easily kill the best of the best among the mutants when operating the lowest grade mecha." Upon hearing Tang Xiao's words, Duan Lingtian understood why she did not mention superhumans. In her eyes, superhumans were as insignificant as ants. She did not think it was necessary to mention them. What happened on Earth in the past few decades? Earth's technology has advanced by hundreds of years in just a few decades. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had too many questions in his mind. Fortunately, my motherland is still around. Almost half of the people on Earth who have reached the peak of their soul are in my motherland, Hua. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered this through his divine consciousness. In his previous life, he was an orphan. He did not know who his parents were, and he did not know if he had any relatives in this world. However, his motherland had nurtured him, and he had devoted all his efforts to his motherland. After becoming the best soldier, he had fought for all kinds of glory for his motherland. Even after he retired from the military, he still secretly protected his motherland. Those who offend my motherland will be punished no matter how far away they are. This was Duan Lingtian's unshakable belief in his previous life. It was still the same even now. It was also because of this belief that he was framed by his manager in his previous life, which led to his death. I wonder if that guy is still alive. If he's still alive, he must be doing well now. Duan Lingtian knew his agent in his previous life very well. He was not someone who was willing to be ordinary and had the ability to make himself extraordinary. In his previous life, his agent had approached him personally. The only reason she was able to gain his trust and become his manager was because she had once saved his life. Even if he did not have his agent's help at that time, he would not have died. He could have escaped successfully at the cost of serious injuries. However, he had always been grateful. Therefore, he had agreed to his agent's request and allowed him to stay by his side. After that, the agent was cautious and conscientious. After a long period of contact, he, who did not have any relatives or friends, regarded him as a brother. However, he did not expect that, in the end, it was this person who he regarded as a brother who betrayed him. "I hope you're still alive." With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness again and began to carefully investigate the people on Earth whose souls had reached the pinnacle. These people were the best among the mutant warriors. The reason why he began to investigate these people was because Duan Lingtian subconsciously thought, since the Earth had changed so much over the past few decades, not to mention why the Earth had undergone such a huge change, based on his understanding of his agent, the other party would definitely not miss this opportunity. He would definitely use his keen sense of smell to seek the greatest benefits for himself. Sure enough, he's there. Originally, Duan Lingtian was still guessing whether his agent in his previous life would be among the hundreds of elite mutant warriors on Earth whose souls had reached the pinnacle. He did not expect that his agent really was there. Under the careful investigation of his divine consciousness, he found his agent in his previous life among the hundreds of elite mutant warriors. Decades had passed, but the agent's appearance had not changed at all. He still looked so young. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. With the current technology on Earth, some genetic agents were enough to keep people young. Of course, this was only limited to the appearance of youth. With the current technology on Earth, the aging of internal organs could only be moderately delayed. "It's good that you're not dead. I was really worried that you were dead." Chapter 25-25. Ever since Duan Lingtian was betrayed by his agent in his previous life, his soul had traveled to the Saint Province realm. Although Duan Lingtian hated his agent from the bottom of his heart and wished he could tear him to pieces, he did not do so. At that time, he did not think he would have a chance to return to Earth. Later on, he met the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, the three-legged golden crow, Hua Lao. However, the conditions for returning to Earth were too harsh, and it would take a long time. It would take him hundreds or even thousands of years to return to Earth. At that time, would his agent still be alive? The answer was no. Because of this, even at that time, he could only think about taking revenge on his manager from his previous life, knowing full well that it was unrealistic. Under such circumstances, the manager in his previous life would naturally not become his obsession. However, ever since he entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, he had learned that it was not difficult for him to return to Earth. Moreover, it had only been a few decades since his death in his previous life. Therefore, it was highly likely that his manager was still alive. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's dead heart was revived. Killing his manager to avenge his previous life had unknowingly become an obsession in the depths of his heart. That obsession was like a seed that was planted deep within Duan Lingtian's heart, and it gradually took root and sprouted. Even Duan Lingtian did not notice this at first. It was not until Yunqing Yan appeared and threatened Ke with his family and friends that Yunqing Yan forced her to leave him. At that time, Duan Lingtian wanted to improve his strength as much as possible. However, in the end, he discovered that his agent in his previous life had killed his agent. The hatred for his manager in his previous life had taken root in the depths of his heart, and it had become the biggest obstacle for him to improve his strength. He discovered it was getting harder and harder for him to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. In the end, he could no longer improve his strength. It was not that he had reached a bottleneck, but it was because of his obsession. So, under these circumstances, even though Ke and his friends were forced to leave, he was filled with unwillingness and pain. He could only temporarily bury the unwillingness and pain in the depths of his heart, and he didn't dare rashly touch it. Because with his current strength, even if he wanted to save Ke, his family, and his friends, he was powerless. The only thing he could do now was to wait for the celestial ascension force to lead him to the Devata realm. Only after he arrived at the Devata realm would he be able to find out where the divine offering land was that Ke had mentioned to him before she left. Before he ascended, what he had to do was to improve his strength as much as possible. However, if he wanted to further increase his strength, the obsession that stemmed from the vengeance of his manager in his previous life had also become a huge obstacle in his path of increasing his strength. If he wanted to increase his strength, he would first have to get rid of that obsession. For this reason, he left the Saint Province realm and returned to Earth in the Yanhuang realm. If his manager in his previous life had not died, his obsession would not have disappeared even after he ascended to the Devata realm. He would instinctively think that he had not gotten rid of his manager before he ascended to the Devata realm. That would be a devastating blow to his cultivation in the future. For this reason, he had to get rid of his manager before he ascended to the Devata realm and completely get rid of the obsession in his heart. You seem to be living a good life now. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness locked onto his manager in his previous life. Duan Ling Tian's manager was lying on a luxurious beach chair in the sky garden of a luxurious cruise ship, enjoying the sea breeze. There were 3 sexy beauties in bikinis on either side of him. 2 of the beauties were massaging his legs, one on his left and one on his right. There was also a beauty who was constantly feeding him grapes that had been peeled. The 3 beauties were of different nationalities. One had blonde hair, one had brown hair, and one had black hair. However, since I'm back, your good days are over. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he disappeared into thin air. Tang Xiao, who was standing at the side, did not know how to react. This guy. Where did he go this time? Tang Xiao was stunned. Ever since she came to Yanhuang, she had a feeling Duan Lingtian was strange. However, she could not pinpoint what was strange about him. On Earth, there were still a few big countries, including Hua, that ruled the world. However, in addition to Hua, the other big countries were more or less infiltrated by a powerful superpower warrior organization called the Devil's Hand. Hua was the only country that was completely independent. It seemed like it was about to become the strongest country in the world. All of this was because China had a deep foundation and followed the trend of history during the Nirvana change a few decades ago. A large number of outstanding Esper warriors had risen, and those Esper warriors were all taken in by the Chinese government, causing China's strength to soar. Currently, there were 2 major organizations of super warriors on Earth. One of the organizations was the Soul of Yanhuang, whose mission was to protect Hua. The other organization was the Devil's Hand, which was independent of the big countries on Earth. Most of the members of the Soul of Yanhuang were from Hua. However, there were very few Hua members in the Devil's Hand. Most of them came from other countries. Only a few people knew that the leader of the Devil's Hand was a purebred Hua man. Currently, Dui, the leader of the Devil's Hand, was enjoying a vacation on a luxurious private cruise ship. Beside him, there were 3 hot beauties from different countries circling around him. These 3 beauties were all carefully selected by his subordinates before they were presented to him. Master, I heard that you almost defeated Long Zhenghua, the leader of the Soul of Yanhuang, a month ago? A blonde beauty with a hot body in a bikini put the peeled grapes in her hand into the mouth of Dui, the leader of the Devil's Hand, who was lying on a luxurious beach chair. She smiled and asked Dui in fluent Chinese. Smack. Dui raised his hand and slapped the blonde beauty's butt. Under the blonde beauty's rebuking gaze, he said, "You're pretty well informed." That's right. A month ago, when I fought Long Zhenghua, I almost defeated him. However, Dui paused for a moment. Before his eyes shone brightly. Give me 1 more year and I'll definitely be able to defeat Long Zhenghua. 1 year. At most, I'll need 1 more year for my form and will fist to produce inner energy. I'll become a form and will fist grandmaster. As he spoke, Dui's tone became a little hurried. It was obvious that he was very excited. Master, I heard that you're able to stand out among the super warriors because of the form and will fist. May I know where you learned the form and will fist? As far as I know, the Xingyi fist that is being passed down in the world is incomplete. The black-haired beauty who was massaging Dui's left leg looked at Dui and asked, Master, according to what you said, your form and will fist can even give birth to inner energy. According to rumors, only the complete form and will fist can give birth to inner energy and step into the Grandmaster stage. Girl, you're quite knowledgeable. Dui looked at the black-haired beauty deeply before he said slowly, that's right. I've cultivated the complete form and will fist. I'm afraid I'm the only one on Earth who has mastered the complete form and will fist Grandmaster. A proud expression appeared on Duwei's face when he reached the end of his sentence. When the Nirvana change happened on Earth, he seized the opportunity and became one of the first people to consume the gene reagent. Then, with the help of the Form and Will Fist manual, he broke through the limits of his body and transformed his soul many times. That was how he became one of the top super warriors. He was one of the first people to become one of the top super warriors. In addition, he practiced the Form and Will Fist. Therefore, his strength was considered to be one of the most outstanding among the group of ability users who rose to prominence later on. Initially, he had planned to make a name for himself in Hua. However, at that time, there was someone in Hua Nation who could stand up to him as an equal. That person was none other than Long Zhenghua. Long Zhenghua was from the Long family, an ancient martial arts family in Hua. He was also the leader of a secret department in Hua. After Long Zhenghua became one of the top superpowered warriors, he began to recruit superpowered warriors on a large scale and formed the Soul of Yan Huang, a superpowered warrior organization, to serve the country. As the saying went, there can't be two tigers on one mountain. Under such circumstances, Duwei, who was not willing to submit to others and was full of ambition, left China and made a name for himself outside the country. He even established the superpower organization, the Devil's Hand. Later on, he established the Devil's Hand, which became the only superpower warrior organization on Earth that could compete with the Soul of Yan Huang. Master, where did you learn the Form and Will Fist Grandmaster? The black-haired beauty asked again. She was clearly filled with curiosity towards this matter. I learned it from a manual. As for the manual, it was left behind by an unlucky person. Duwei replied nonchalantly. Unlucky person? However, Duwei did not notice that there was a person hovering in the air above the cruise ship with an angry expression on his face. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was here because he was a famous celebrity. His manager from his previous life was on the cruise ship he was standing on. Chapter 25-26. In Duan Lingtian's previous life, his manager, Duwei, was like a brother to him. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian heard Duwei wanted to cultivate the Form and Will Fist, he personally taught Duwei. When he saw that Duwei did not have the patience to cultivate the Form and Will Fist, he drew a manual of the Form and Will Fist and gave it to Duwei. When Duan Lingtian died in his previous life, Duwei's mastery of the Form and Will Fist was only at the entry level. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. After a few decades, Duwei had not only become a top superpower warrior, but he also seemed to have a place for himself on Earth with the help of the Xingyi Fist manual he had left behind. Is the leader of the Soul of Yan Huang, Long Zhenghua, who he mentioned? Is he Instructor Long? In Duan Lingtian's previous life, the person he was closest to was his manager, Duwei, whom he treated like a brother. However, the person he respected the most was none other than his instructor from his previous life, Long Zhenghua. It could be said that Long Zhenghua was the one who had trained him to become an elite soldier. Even after he retired, his strength had surpassed Long Zhenghua, and he had never seen Long Zhenghua again. However, in his heart, he still respected Long Zhenghua. The Soul of Yan Huang? Duan Lingtian had never heard of the existence of this organization in his previous life. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to appear in front of Duwei and meet his manager, who he treated like a brother, the people on the cruise ship stopped him. The words from the luxurious cruise ship below made him pause for a moment, and he was not in a hurry to show himself. Master, can you tell us, who is that unlucky bastard? The brown-haired beauty who had remained silent all this while could not help but look at Duwei curiously. The two beauties turned to look at Duwei as well. Master, I also want to know who the unlucky bastard is. Master, please tell us. Just as the blonde and black-haired beauties were about to speak, Dewey picked up a limited edition cigar. After the blonde woman lit it for him, he took a puff and said, I'm sorry, Dewey, but I don't know what to do. He took a puff and said, the unlucky bastard was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the underground world a few decades ago. Dewey replied. Number 1 in the Earth's underground world? Hearing Dewey's words, the three beauties couldn't help but be frightened. even though they hadn't been born at that time. However, the nirvana change didn't seem to have happened on Earth a few decades ago, right? Before that, the level of science and technology on Earth was several hundred years behind what it was now. At that time, there weren't any superpowered warriors. Even the most basic form of transportation, flying cars, didn't exist. To be able to be recognized as the number one person in Earth's underground world during that era, one could only imagine how terrifying that person was. But now, Dewey said, that person was an unlucky bastard. Master. Are you talking about the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian? At this time, the black-haired beauty seemed to have thought of something and asked. You've heard of him? Dewey narrowed his eyes and looked at the black-haired beauty. For a moment, the latter was so shocked that his face turned pale. Then, he said timidly, I heard my uncle mention him before. My uncle used to be a mercenary. He greatly respects the mercenary king, Ling Tian, from a few decades ago. The king of mercenaries, Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, who had been hovering in the air above the luxurious cruise ship, couldn't help but fall into a daze when he heard the black-haired beauty's words. The king of mercenaries. It had been a very long time since he had heard this familiar yet distant form of address. Ling Tian? The person she's talking about has the same name as you. When Duan Ling Tian's eyes were blurred and he could not help but recall the events of his past life, a voice resonated in his ears. It shocked him so much that he instantly regained his senses. Why are you here? At this time, Duan Ling Tian discovered Tang Xiao had come looking for him again. You don't seem to be in a good mood, so I came to have a look, Tang Xiao said. Earlier, when that woman mentioned the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, you seemed to be in a daze. You didn't even notice me when I approached you. Tang Xiao could not help but stare at Duan Ling Tian intently when she reached the end of her sentence. Naturally, Tang Xiao knew this was not the case. Apart from being in a daze, the reason Duan Ling Tian did not notice her presence was because she did not exude any hostility. Otherwise, with Duan Ling Tian's senses, it was impossible for him not to notice her presence. At the same time, Tang Xiao also noticed something was amiss when Duan Ling Tian was in a daze. However, even if she noticed something was amiss, she would never have thought it was Duan Ling Tian. In fact, the Duan Ling Tian standing in front of her was the strongest person in the underground world, the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian. If I told you the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, is me, would you believe me? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Tang Xiao indifferently. It's you? Tang Xiao was dumbfounded when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She instinctively thought Duan Ling Tian was joking. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian's solemn expression, based on her understanding of Duan Ling Tian after spending time with him during this period of time, she could tell that Duan Ling Tian's expression had changed. Duan Ling Tian did not seem to be lying. However, if this was true, it would be ridiculous. An ordinary person from planet Yanhuang a few decades ago had become an eminent celestial after a few decades. Moreover, he was an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he was not an eminent celestial from planet Yanhuang. He was an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm. Tang Xiao was still in a daze when Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention back to the luxurious cruise ship. That's right. The unlucky person I mentioned is the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian said as he took a deep breath. Faced with the curious gazes of the three beauties, Dewey blew out a puff of smoke and said unhurriedly, at that time, I was Ling Tian's manager. As soon as Dewey said this, the three beauties beside him were dumbfounded. Naturally, they knew very well who Duan Ling Tian was. He was the leader of the Devil's Hand, one of the two strongest super soldier organizations on Earth. Even the leaders of major countries would have to lower their heads in front of him. It could be said that he was one of the strongest men on Earth. However, Duan Ling Tian had just said that he was an eminent celestial. Duan Ling Tian was the manager of the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, a few decades ago? I've never mentioned this to anyone in the past few decades. Since all of you are curious, I'll tell you about it, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Speaking of that unlucky person, Ling Tian, in the beginning, I wanted to be his manager because of the benefits he could bring me. However, since he's used to being alone and doesn't trust anyone, it's difficult for me to get close to him. Who do you think I am? How can I not help him? Duan Lingtian's expression turned even more unsightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had been saved by Duan Lingtian all those years ago. To think he was so grateful to Duan Lingtian for allowing Duan Lingtian to be his manager. As it turned out, he had been tricked by Duan Lingtian from the beginning. Is he really that Lingtian? Tang Xiao had also heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, she noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's expression. She could see Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. At the same time, Tang Xiao learned from Duan Lingtian that Ling Tian had been tricked by Duan Lingtian and was killed by him. He's dead? That Ling Tian died a few decades ago? Tang Xiao was stunned. Meanwhile, on the luxurious cruise ship, the faces of the three sexy beauties in bikinis turned pale when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Du Wei had betrayed Ling Tian, the king of mercenaries, who regarded him as a brother, and caused Ling Tian's death. They despised Duan Lingtian's actions from the bottom of their hearts. Although they despised Duan Lingtian's actions, they did not dare to show their disdain. Speaking of which, if that Ling Tian was still alive, with his mastery of the form and wolf fist, he could easily become the #1 person on Earth. Unfortunately, he didn't have the destiny to become the strongest person on Earth. Although he was also recognized as the most powerful person on Earth during that era in the underground world, on the surface, he would have died without a doubt if any large country had mobilized its army to surround and annihilate him at all costs. Unlike me now, even if those superpowers mobilized their army at all costs, they wouldn't be able to kill me. A confident expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he finished speaking. I've always kept what happened a few decades ago to myself, and I've never mentioned it to anyone. Now that I've told all of you about it, it feels good. Duan Lingtian glanced at the three beauties next to him indifferently before he continued to say, however, I don't intend to let more people know about it. After all, it would damage my reputation. So, in order to keep the past a secret, the three of you will have to pay the price for your curiosity. Killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he finished speaking. Master, we won't tell anyone about this. When the three beauties sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent, their expressions changed as they hastily begged for mercy. I only believe in the dead. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he prepared to kill the three beauties. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang in the air. Chapter 25-27. Since you dare to do it, why are you afraid of what others say? This sudden voice that came from the sky caused Du Wei, who was about to attack the three women beside him, to stop. At the same time, he stood up from the recliner. At the same time, Du Wei abruptly raised his head to look at the sky, and his expression changed. His expression changed drastically as he cried out, "Who's that?" At the same time, he could not help but reveal waves of fear in the depths of his eyes. He did not know who the owner of the voice was. However, since the person was able to appear in the sky above the cruise ship without him noticing, it meant the person had some tricks up his sleeve. It's me. As soon as Du Wei raised his head to look at the sky above the cruise ship, the voice rang in his ears again. However, this time, the voice did not come from the sky. Instead, it came from the front of him. Suddenly, Du Wei's body trembled. He shivered and lowered his head slightly. As soon as he lowered his head, he saw a purple figure standing 3 meters in front of him. It was a young man dressed in a long purple robe. His retro-styled outfit seemed out of place with the modern beach pants he was wearing and the bikinis on the 3 women beside him. Even the luxurious cruise ship they were on did not match his outfit at all. He's an actor? When the 3 women beside Du Wei heard the voice, they instinctively raised their heads to look at the sky as well. Now, they followed Du Wei's gaze and looked at the purple-clothed youth standing 3 meters away from him. They couldn't help but be stunned. They even thought the young man who was so handsome that they could not take their eyes off him was acting in a historical drama. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten that they were on the cruise ship. The place where they were now was Dewey's private luxury cruise ship, so it was impossible for anyone to appear here. Who are you? Du Wei was a supernatural warrior who stood at the top of the food chain on Earth. He was also the leader of the Devil's Hand, one of the 2 major supernatural warrior organizations on Earth. For this reason, he quickly regained his senses and looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him warily. The purple-clad young man in the retro-styled outfit gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. Even when facing the leader of the soul of Yan Huang, the other party had never given him such a feeling. How did he appear here? He was still talking in the sky earlier, and in just a blink of an eye, he's already in front of me. Isn't this speed too fast? Looking at the purple-clothed young man, Du Wei couldn't help but panic. The other party's speed was too fast, and he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Dewey. Duan Lingtian stood 3 meters away from Du Wei. After uttering Du Wei's name, he stared at Du Wei coldly. Seeing this, Du Wei felt a burst of fear in his heart, but he didn't dare to act rashly. The purple-clothed youth before him gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Ever since he had obtained his current strength and status, this was the first time someone had given him such a feeling. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to be cautious. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly. Just when Duan Lingtian was staring at him like that, Duan Lingtian thought that he should test Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Suddenly, the faint sound of wind whistling entered Du Wei's ears. Then, he stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him with widened eyes. A figure had appeared out of thin air. This was a woman dressed in black. Her black clothes were also very retro. Her peerless appearance set off a temperament that seemed to be able to overshadow everything, causing her to not look like a person from Earth at all. She looked more like a peerless beauty from ancient times. The black-clad woman was none other than Tang Xiaoxiao. She had followed Duan Lingtian to the luxurious cruise ship as soon as she regained her senses. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao appeared, the 3 beauties in bikinis next to Du Wei paled in comparison. Even the 3 beauties in bikinis felt ashamed of their inferiority when they saw Tang Xiaoxiao's beautiful face. How beautiful! There's such a classic beauty on Earth? Heavens! Who the hell is she? She's so beautiful. Everyone has a love for beauty. Although the 3 beauties in bikinis were also women, they were captivated by Tang Xiaoxiao's peerless appearance. It was as though they had lost their souls when they looked at Tang Xiaoxiao. The 3 beauties in bikinis were already so beautiful, let alone Du Wei. Ever since Du Wei obtained his current strength and status, he had been enjoying the most luxurious life, and he was not unhappy at all. This could be seen from the fact that he always brought 3 beauties with him when he went out to sea or went on vacation. Although he had many women with him over the years, none of them could compare to the black-clad woman who had just appeared in front of him. Not only did the black-clad woman have a peerless appearance, but her figure was also much better than the 3 beauties in bikinis next to him. Although the black-clad woman's clothes were slightly loose, it could not hide her alluring figure. If you dare to look at me again, I'll blind your eyes. Just as Du Wei's attention was completely drawn to Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly furrowed her brows and shouted coldly. Her voice contained some soul-level deterrence. Although Du Wei's soul was not inferior to Tang Xiaoxiao's soul, which was comparable to that of an eminent celestial. However, half of Du Wei's soul had been strengthened by the gene potion. For this reason, he was caught off guard by Tang Xiaoxiao's soul intimidation, causing his soul to tremble. His expression changed drastically. Du Wei's expression changed drastically when he regained his senses. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao again. A top-tier spiritual-type super soldier? At this moment, Du Wei only thought Tang Xiaoxiao was a super soldier who specialized in spiritual interference. Moreover, since she was able to interfere with his spiritual interference, it meant she was at least a top-tier super soldier like him. When he thought about this, he sighed in relief. With his mastery of the form and will fist, apart from Long Zhenghua, the leader of the soul of Yan Huang, no other top-tier super soldier on earth could withstand more than 100 moves from him. However, how did she appear earlier? It was as though she appeared out of thin air. Du Wei, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, couldn't help but feel a sense of dread when he recalled the scene of the woman in black appearing before him. He had never seen a top-tier super soldier capable of such a feat, not even he could do it. It seems like you don't take my words seriously. Just as Du Wei was feeling fearful, he noticed that the woman in black was looking at him with a cold glint in her eyes. This is bad. Du Wei's heart skipped a beat when he heard the hostility in the black-clad woman's voice. An ominous feeling rose in his heart when he saw the black-clad woman's eyes. As soon as the ominous feeling rose in his heart, whoosh! A gust of wind swept toward him. In just a blink of an eye, Du Wei discovered the black-clad woman who was 3 meters away from him had appeared in front of him as though she had teleported. Before he could react, she raised her hand and slapped his left eye. At the moment the woman raised her hand, he could faintly see a sharp needle that shone with a cold light between her index finger and middle finger. Ah! Before Du Wei could react, he felt a sharp pain in his left eye. He could not help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the next moment, he discovered his left eye was completely dark. He was blinded. Ah! Oh my God! The 3 bikini beauties screamed in unison. They were completely dumbfounded by the bloody scene in front of them. Du Wei's left eye was dripping with blood. Half of his face was stained with blood as well. He looked ferocious and terrifying. After all, this was the leader of the Devil's Hand. Today, he was in such a sorry state in front of a woman. It was as though he was powerless to fight back. At the same time, they could not help but look at the black-clad woman who had teleported back to the purple-clad young man. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They could not figure it out at all. How could this woman, who looked as weak as them, have such terrifying strength? If they had such strength, how could they be enslaved by Du Wei? Why you? Who are you? At this moment, Du Wei was no longer the manager of the King of Mercenaries. As the leader of the Devil's Hand, it did not take long for him to treat the injury in his left eye. He suppressed his anger and looked at the ground as he asked fearfully. If he still could not figure out how terrifying the black-clad woman was, he would not be fit to be the leader of the Devil's Hand. For this reason, he no longer dared to look at the black-clad woman. He was afraid the black-clad woman would destroy his right eye in a fit of rage. Are you really the King of Mercenaries, Ling Tian, who was betrayed and killed by him a few decades ago? Tang Xiao ignored Du Wei's question. Instead, she looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" She could not figure it out. How could an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial be related to an ordinary person who was killed decades ago on planet Yanhuang? Although both of them were called Ling Tian, this was simply ridiculous. But this was too ridiculous, wasn't it? Yes. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. He did not look away from Du Wei when he heard Tang Xiao's question. Du Wei was dumbfounded when he heard Tang Xiao's question about Duan Ling Tian. The King of Mercenaries, Ling Tian, from decades ago? Chapter 25-28. Du Wei clearly remembered what had happened that year. He had been standing behind the group of gunmen when Ling Tian, the King of Mercenaries, was shot to death. He had even witnessed how Ling Tian's body was disposed of. At this moment, someone had said, "Du Wei, the King of Mercenaries?" The mercenary Ling Tian from back then was still alive? Naturally, he did not believe it. Although he did not believe it, he could not help but look at the purple-clad young man who had responded to the black-clad woman's question. It was none other than the purple-clad young man who had admitted he was the King of Mercenaries, Ling Tian, from a few decades ago. They're two completely different people. With just a glance, he was certain the purple-clad young man before him was a completely different person from the King of Mercenaries, Ling Tian. What? Based on your gaze, you don't believe I'm the same Ling Tian who was betrayed by you and treated you as a brother? When Du Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian, who had never taken his eyes off Du Wei, naturally, noticed Du Wei's disdainful gaze. For this reason, he could not help but speak up. Although I don't know who you are, this joke isn't funny at all. Du Wei said disapprovingly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Du Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "You're right." Joke? Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard Du Wei's words. His gaze turned colder when he looked at Du Wei. I remember the cannon fist was the first technique I taught you about the formal fist. I remember my signature is on the top left corner of the last page when I drew the formal fist manual for you. I remember. Duan Ling Tian looked at Du Wei coldly as he continued to speak. It was as though he was very familiar with the matter. Only he and Du Wei knew about it. When Duan Ling Tian said the second sentence, Du Wei's face changed. As for the things that Duan Ling Tian said one after another, every single one of them was only known to him and that mercenary King Ling Tian from a few decades ago. Gradually, the way Du Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian changed completely. It was as if he had seen a ghost. No. Impossible. Impossible. Du Wei cried out in disbelief when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, interrupting Duan Ling Tian. After being interrupted, Duan Ling Tian didn't continue. Because he knew, Du Wei had confirmed that he was the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, from several decades ago. You were clearly dead. I saw it with my own eyes. How could you not be dead? How is that possible? At this moment, Du Wei was like a madman. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out. How could someone who died several decades ago come back to life just like that? Moreover, there had been no news of him for several decades. Heavens! Don't tell me he's really the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian? Ling Tian is so handsome. The three bikini-clad beauties had been stealing glances at Duan Ling Tian since the beginning. Now that Du Wei had confirmed that the purple-clad young man was the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, their eyes lit up. At this moment, they thought Du Wei was mistaken about Ling Tian not being dead. However, only Du Wei knew that he was absolutely not mistaken. After all, he had personally witnessed Ling Tian being killed and Ling Tian's corpse being disposed of. It was impossible for Ling Tian to be alive. However, the purple-clad young man in front of him had revealed a series of things that only he and Ling Tian knew. This proved that the purple-clad young man was indeed Ling Tian. Nothing's impossible. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. You. How did you manage to survive? Although Du Wei was unwilling to accept this, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After listening to the purple-clad young man's explanation, he was 100% certain that Ling Tian was the king of mercenaries. The purple-clad young man in front of him was indeed the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian. How I managed to survive has nothing to do with you. However, I'm curious. How did the Earth change so much in just a few decades? Earth's technology is at least a few hundred years more advanced than it was a few decades ago. Duan Ling Tian was not afraid Du Wei would run away. For this reason, he was not in a hurry to kill Du Wei. Moreover, Du Wei had killed him in his previous life. He was absolutely irreconcilable with Du Wei. However, if he killed Du Wei, he would not be able to vent his anger. He wanted Du Wei to feel despair so he could kill Du Wei when Du Wei was on the verge of breaking down. Seeing that Ling Tian, who had changed his appearance for some unknown reason, did not have the intention to kill him for revenge, Ling Tian thought to himself. For this reason, Du Wei could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He did not know how strong Ling Tian was at the moment. However, he knew he was no match for the black-clad woman next to Ling Tian, let alone the black-clad woman next to Ling Tian. Not long after I thought you were dead, due to his fear of the black-clad woman next to Ling Tian, Du Wei did not dare to be negligent when faced with Ling Tian's question. He quickly told Ling Tian everything that had happened on Earth in the past 30 years. Duan Ling Tian learned from Du Wei that Duan Ling Tian had been through a lot. As it turned out, not long after he was betrayed and killed by Du Wei, a major event had happened on Earth. A spaceship from a technological planet in the Milky Way had arrived on Earth. The people who came down from the spaceship brought a technological civilization to Earth that was hundreds of years ahead of Earth's current technology. After leaving Earth with a technological civilization that was several hundred years ahead of its time, the spaceship left Earth again. It came and went without a trace, as if it had never appeared. If it were not for the fact that the technological civilization left behind by the people on the spaceship did not lie, the people on Earth might have thought it was a dream. In the next few years, because the spaceship was a technological civilization that spread widely across the Earth also experienced a drastic change because of that advanced technological civilization. Many people died, but many people also became successful. Since then, Earth had undergone earth-shattering changes. It was known as the Nirvana change. During that time, Dewey seized the opportunity and used the Form and Will Fist manual that Duan Lingtian had left him to further master the Form and Will Fist. He became one of the first top mutant soldiers. He even established the Devil's Hand and dominated the area. The Devil's Hand. Even the superpowers in the world are afraid of this organization. Apart from China, there are members of the Devil's Hand in the leadership of every superpower. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but feel shocked. Naturally, he knew what this meant. This meant that his agent in his previous life now stood at the top of the food chain on Earth. Even the leaders of superpowers had to be respectful when they saw him. "You're doing pretty well," Duan Lingtian looked at Dewey and smiled coldly. "It's all thanks to the Form and Will Fist manual you left me." When Dewey heard Duan Lingtian's cold smile, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, he still forced himself to smile. Humph. It would have been better if Dewey had not mentioned this. However, as soon as he mentioned this, Duan Lingtian could not control his emotions. He did not expect that, after Dewey betrayed him and caused his death, Dewey actually relied on the Form and Will Fist manual that he left behind to obtain such a lofty and honorable position on Earth. He could imagine this: if he did not return, Dewey would have to spend the rest of his life in peace. "I want to know. Why did you betray me back then?" Duan Lingtian changed the topic after he learned the reason behind the changes on Earth. He stared at Dewey coldly as he said, "Brother Dewey, you're right." In the past, he regarded Dewey as a friend because Dewey had saved his life. After many years of interaction, he regarded Dewey as a brother. "Don't tell me. In your heart, I'm just a tool for you to make money?" Duan Lingtian's voice turned colder when he asked this question. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Dewey fell silent again. At this moment, he was clear that even if he said no in order to curry favor with Lingtian, it would be useless. After all, based on the fact that he betrayed Lingtian, it was clear that he did not regard Lingtian as a friend, let alone a brother. "It seems like you've admitted it." Upon seeing Dewey's silence, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly. Killing intent surged out of his body. As soon as the killing intent spread out, it shrouded Dewey's body. Dewey's expression changed. "Initially, I wanted to torture you slowly and let you die in despair." Duan Lingtian said coldly, "However, I've changed my mind. You can't kill me." Before Duan Lingtian could continue, Dewey said with a ferocious smile on his face, "Lingtian, although I don't know why you're still alive and why you have a woman who's not any weaker than me by your side, however, I want to tell you that even if you're not any weaker than this woman, you can forget about killing me. Even if I'm not as strong as all of you, my foundation on Earth is not something all of you can compare to." Dewey said arrogantly, "If you dare to kill me today, my people will detonate the super nuclear bombs that the Devil's Hand has hidden all over the Earth. At that time, the entire Earth will be destroyed. Originally, I was going to leave this trump card for those aliens who might come back at any time from the Milky Way and bring Earth hundreds of years of advanced technology and civilization." Chapter 25-29. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Wei's words. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's expression changed not because he was afraid of the super nuclear bombs that could be detonated at any time. Those super nuclear bombs might be able to destroy the entire Earth. However, even if the Earth was destroyed, he would not be harmed at all. What a lunatic. Duan Lingtian's expression changed because he thought Duan Wei was a lunatic. He had tied his life to the lives of all the people on Earth. If he died, it would not take long before his subordinates detonated the super nuclear bombs all over the Earth. At that time, the Earth would be destroyed, and all the living beings on Earth would not be able to escape death. Duan Lingtian knew Duan Wei was not a simple person. However, he did not expect Duan Wei to have such a trump card after obtaining such a high status on Earth. What a lunatic. Upon seeing the change in Duan Lingtian's expression, Duan Wei naturally thought Duan Lingtian was afraid of the super nuclear bombs that were hidden all over the Earth. He could not help but smile coldly. Perhaps. However, I only did that to protect myself. Back then, the aliens from the Milky Way brought hundreds of years of advanced civilization to Earth. In the eyes of most people on Earth, they were selflessly contributing to Earth, and after they were done, they returned to their planet. However, in my opinion, they must have some ulterior motive. Otherwise, why would they be so kind? A living lay phone? In fact, I feel that they may be treating us Earthlings like pigs, and waiting for us to fatten ourselves up before they come and slaughter us. I can order my subordinates to detonate the super nuclear bombs at a critical moment. The people who control the detonation devices are all brainwashed by me since they were young. They won't even bat an eyelid if I order them to die. Duan Wei said. Super nuclear bombs? Are they all over the Earth? Once they're detonated, the entire Earth will be destroyed? No. I don't want to die. When the three bikini beauties beside Dewey heard Dewey mention the super nuclear bomb, their expressions completely changed. They fell into shock and panic and didn't recover for a long time. Now that they had regained their senses, there was only panic on their faces. However, I never thought that you, Ling Tian, would actually be able to come back from the dead and have such a powerful woman by your side. Dewey looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly said, but so what if the woman beside you is stronger than me? Do you think you can kill me? Unless you're willing to let yourself, the woman beside you, and even the people on Earth die with me. Of course, you can also choose not to believe me and kill me. When he reached the end of his sentence, a playful look appeared on his face. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with confidence, as if victory was already in his grasp. With your character, it's not surprising for you to have such a backup plan. At this time, Duan Lingtian's expression had returned to normal. However, his eyes were still cold as he looked at Duan Wei. However, do you really think I'll die if the Earth is destroyed? Don't tell me you want to tell me that you'll survive if the Earth is destroyed? Dewey sneered and said, although my people will detonate the super nuclear bombs all over the Earth 1 month after I'm killed, you have 1 month to find a way to survive. Unfortunately, the technology left behind by the aliens from other planets in the Milky Way didn't have any space navigation technology. Even the space navigation technology on Earth was mysteriously damaged not long after they arrived. What's even stranger is that, all the aeronautical scientists on Earth who have mastered important knowledge in this area have either disappeared or gone mad overnight. At this point, Dewey paused. Upon hearing Dewey's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. If what Dewey said was true, then the aliens who came to Earth in the past and brought hundreds of years of advanced technology to Earth did not come with good intentions. By doing this, they were imprisoning the Earthlings and preventing them from leaving Earth to travel into space. Didn't anyone suspect this? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Of course some people are suspicious. At that time, some people questioned the aliens. However, the aliens said it was for the good of the Earthlings. After all, the Earthlings would be in great danger if they left the solar system. When the time was right, they would come to Earth again and bring back space navigation technology. At this point, a mocking smile appeared on Dewey's face. What's laughable is that, most Earthlings believe the nonsense of those Earthlings. There were many people who didn't believe it. However, what could they do in the face of a group of mysterious aliens? Speaking of which, a hint of fear flashed in Dewey's eyes. He was afraid of those aliens of unknown origin. So, you planted a large number of super nuclear bombs all over the Earth. When the aliens came to Earth and wanted to fulfill their ambitions, you planned to use the super nuclear bombs to threaten them and negotiate with them? Duan Tian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Du Wei. Naturally, he did not think Du Wei planted super nuclear bombs all over the Earth to save the Earthlings. After all, he only wanted to save himself. That's right. Du Wei replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Since the aliens went to great lengths to imprison the Earthlings, they must have something in mind. As long as I threaten them with the entire Earth, it won't be difficult to obtain benefits from them. Perhaps, when the aliens come again, I'll be able to obtain a gene agent that can prolong my life. I might even be able to leave Earth and travel to other planets in the Milky Way to have a look. Du Wei's eyes lit up when he finished speaking. With Du Wei's current status, he could enjoy all the glory, splendor, and wealth that one could ever dream of on Earth. What he was after now was no longer the things on Earth. What he wanted was to prolong his life and travel to other planets in the Milky Way to broaden his horizons. That's all you've got. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Du Wei's words. His eyes were filled with pity when he looked at Du Wei. In his opinion, Du Wei's ambition was nothing more than the ambition of a frog at the bottom of a well. Leave Earth and travel to other planets? Prolong my life? What's the big deal? What did you say? Du Wei's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You said that's all I've got? What makes you think that's all I've got? In Du Wei's opinion, Du Wei's ambition was unimaginable. His ambition was so great that the average Earthling would not even dare to think about it. However, after listening to him, Duan Lingtian actually said that was all he had after hearing him talk about his ambition. What makes you think that's all I've got? Upon hearing Du Wei's words, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, there's no reason. I just think that you're a frog at the bottom of a well. Frog at the bottom of a well? Du Wei was infuriated by Duan Lingtian's words. His face paled. Wait for me here for a while. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Xiao who was standing next to him and said, I'll take this kid with me. I'll bring this frog at the bottom of the well to see the other planets in the Milky Way that he yearns for. By the way, I'll let him know the gap between him and me. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Du Wei to react before he waved his hand and disappeared from the luxurious cruise ship with Du Wei in tow. In the eyes of the three bikini beauties, Duan Lingtian and Du Wei seemed to have vanished into thin air. They were so shocked that they did not regain their senses for a long time. On the other side. Swoosh. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Du Wei had left Earth and arrived in outer space. At this moment, Du Wei finally regained his senses. You don't even know how to brag. Do you think you have the ability to take me there? When Du Wei regained his senses and was about to mock Duan Lingtian, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was to the extent that even his legs were trembling from fear. Heavens! Was he dreaming? Du Wei's face turned pale as he looked at the blue planet that seemed so far away yet so close at the same time. At the same time, he looked down and saw that he was in outer space. He was hovering in space outside of Earth, and he didn't use any aircraft. Naturally, he knew this was not the case. Under the pressure of the aliens in the past, it was impossible for the aircraft on Earth to reach such a height. It seems like there's an invisible force supporting me, Du Wei thought to himself. After all, Du Wei was one of the top super soldiers on Earth. He was also the leader of the Devil's Hand, a super soldier organization that stood at the top of the food chain on Earth. He quickly forced himself to calm down. After he calmed down, he discovered that there was a formless power supporting him, preventing him from falling. You don't even know how to brag? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in his ears, scaring him out of his wits. However, when he turned around, he saw that Du Wei was standing at the foot of the mountain. Duan Lingtian stood at the side with a composed expression as he looked at him with a mocking expression. It was as though he was looking at a frog at the bottom of a well. How? How is this possible? How could you reach such a high altitude without using any aircraft? Even a wind elemental warrior can only stand in the air for a moment, at most 100 meters in the air. Chapter 25-30. Du Wei had not expected this at all. Along the way, Du Wei had encountered many powerful superhumans. He had even seen a wind-type superhuman warrior who could fly more than 100 meters in the air without the use of any aircraft and could hover for a short period of time. Now, he was completely dumbfounded. The purple-clad young man in front of him was standing in space without the help of any aircraft. Am I dreaming? At this moment, Du Wei even thought he was dreaming. He did not even hesitate to slap himself in front of Duanling Tian. The next moment, he felt a burning sensation on his face, which made him even more confused. Just as Du Wei was stunned by the burning sensation on his face, Zhang Xian turned around. Now, can you confirm that you're not dreaming? Duanling Tian's voice resounded in his ears, and it caused his expression to change drastically. It was as though he had seen a terrifying ghost. Who are you? When Du Wei looked at Duanling Tian again, he was completely flustered. The shock that the person in front of him brought to him was too great, so great that he found it hard to accept from the bottom of his heart. Who am I? Duanling Tian smiled faintly. Didn't you confirm it when we were on the cruise ship earlier? No. Impossible. It's impossible. You can't be Ling Tian, you can't be him. Even if he didn't die decades ago, it's only been a few decades. It's impossible for him to have such an ability like yours. Duanling Tian's strength had shocked Du Wei. He no longer believed that Duanling Tian was the Ling Tian from decades ago. I have such an ability? Duanling Tian smiled. Just the strength I've displayed so far is enough to scare the leader of the Devil's Hand? Now, I'm going to take you to the other galaxies in the Milky Way so you can have a look at my strength. If Du Wei had heard Duanling Tian's words before this, he would have thought that Duanling Tian was talking nonsense. However, he did not dare to doubt Duanling Tian's words now. In his eyes, the purple-clad young man in front of him was not a human at all. How could a human stand in space with just a body of flesh and blood? Most importantly, Du Wei was not a human. It was one thing for him to stand alone in space, but to think that he could even bring an ordinary person with him to stand in space with him. After witnessing Duanling Tian's strength, Du Wei no longer dared to regard himself as a top mutant. In front of such a powerful person, he was no different from an ordinary person. Whoosh! It was as though a gust of wind had blown through space. In the next moment, Duanling Tian and Du Wei began to make their way out of the solar system. Originally, with his speed, it would not take him long to leave the solar system. However, in order to let Du Wei have a good look at the scenery in space, he deliberately slowed down his speed. Du Wei was carried by Duanling Tian's invisible force. He felt as though his body was bound by something, and he could not move at all. In his panic, he could only move his eyes. Under such circumstances, he could clearly see the scene of him approaching the sun in the solar system. Du Wei's expression changed when he brushed past the sun. He was afraid he would be burned by the sun. After all, in his opinion, the temperature of the sun was terrifying. Even the temperature of the sun can't hurt him? When Du Wei saw Duanling Tian and Du Wei were completely unscathed, he could not help but feel even more shocked. Whoosh! At this moment, Duanling Tian suddenly sped up. Du Wei only saw a blur in front of him. The sun that looked like a huge fireball gradually disappeared from his sight. In just a blink of an eye, it had turned into a small red dot. This is another star system in the Milky Way. Du Wei muttered to himself. At the same time, Duanling Tian and Du Wei arrived in outer space on a barren planet and came to a halt. When Du Wei heard Duanling Tian's words, he took a closer look and discovered that they were already far away from the solar system. Do you see the planet in front of us? At the same time, Duanling Tian's voice sounded. Du Wei followed Duanling Tian's finger and looked in the direction Duanling Tian's finger was pointing. He saw a grayish-yellow planet in front of them. It was obvious that the planet did not have an ocean like the one on Earth. How is the size of this planet compared to Earth? Duanling Tian asked as he glanced at Du Wei. Although Du Wei did not know why Duan Ling Tian would ask such a question, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's shocking strength, he quickly answered Duan Ling Tian's question even though he had been trembling in fear throughout the journey. It's at least 5 or 6 times bigger than Earth, Du Wei replied. You have a good eye. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly when he heard Du Wei's words. This planet is about 5 times bigger than Earth. Do you think the super-nuclear bombs you planted on Earth can destroy this planet? Duan Ling Tian asked again. No. No. Although Du Wei did not know why Duan Ling Tian asked this question, he answered honestly. Then, do you think a person can destroy a planet with his own strength? Duan Ling Tian asked again. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Du Wei's expression changed drastically. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He was not stupid. Naturally, he understood what Duan Ling Tian meant. However, he still did not believe Duan Ling Tian. Even if Duan Ling Tian could bring him across space, he did not think that Duan Ling Tian had the strength to destroy a planet 5 times bigger than Earth. It should be noted that 5 times the size of Earth meant that the surface of the planet was extremely deep. Even a super-nuclear bomb with 5 times the number of the super-nuclear bombs he planted on Earth would not be able to destroy this planet. Even a super-nuclear bomb with 10 times the number of the super-nuclear bombs he planted on Earth would not be able to destroy this planet. This was because the explosion range of a super-nuclear bomb was limited. It would be difficult for it to cover the surface of the planet. Judging from your eyes. It seems like you don't believe me. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to see through Du Wei's eyes that he did not believe Duan Ling Tian. In response, Duan Ling Tian only said this one sentence and did not say anything else. Instead, under Du Wei's gaze, Duan Ling Tian turned around and looked at the barren planet 5 times the size of Earth. Then, he slowly raised his hand. This planet was barren. There was no life on it. It was obvious that this planet was not suitable for life. Apart from the fact that this planet is not suitable for life, it doesn't have any rotation with other planets. Even if it's gone, it won't affect this galaxy at all. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he raised his hand. This was the reason he had chosen this planet. He did not want to harm the innocent, nor did he want to destroy the balance of the planets in the galaxy. For this reason, he had chosen this unimportant barren planet. Watch carefully. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he raised his hand. Although he did not look at Duan Ling Tian, Du Wei knew Duan Ling Tian was reminding him. For a time, he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian without blinking as if he was deeply afraid he would miss the next scene. Elementary devouring tactic. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that was considered extraordinary even in the Devata realms. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared in the air and merged with Duan Ling Tian's body before it began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that Du Wei did not even have time to see it clearly. Du Wei only saw a black shadow flash before Duan Ling Tian's body, but he did not see what it was. Swoosh! In the next moment, under Du Wei's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian's hand that had been raised a long time ago suddenly surged with majestic energy. The radiance of his power soared, as if it had turned into a scorching sun. Du Wei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Meanwhile, bang! Under Du Wei's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian's hand that was filled with strength slowly pressed down on Du Wei's hand. His palm pressed down in the direction of the barren planet. As Duan Ling Tian's men pressed down to a certain extent. Boom! In the void, a huge handprint fell, and a terrifying power swept out. It even caused the space to collapse, leaving tiny cracks in the void. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave spread out in the void, and it was clearly visible. Although Du Wei was under the protection of the Duan Ling Tian's power, he was not affected at all. However, he could still see it clearly. The void in front of him was distorted by Duan Ling Tian's power, and ripples spread out like a stone falling into a calm water surface. While Du Wei was stunned by this scene, he was momentarily in a daze. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out from the direction of the barren planet. Dewey snapped out of his daze and instinctively looked in the direction of the barren planet. Boom! 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 As soon as Dewey looked at the barren planet, another series of loud noises rang in his ears. In the next moment, his vision was obscured by a cloud of dust, making it impossible for him to see the situation of the barren planet. However, a moment later, when the dust settled, his pupils suddenly shrank and widened. It was as though his eyes would pop out at any time. Chapter 25:31. As the dust in front of him dissipated, Dewey was shocked to see that the dust in front of him had disappeared. The planet that was 5 times the size of Earth had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed in the first place. All that was left was a boundless starry sky. Gone, gone? That's a planet. And it's a planet that's 5 times larger than Earth. Dewey stared blankly at the boundless starry sky in front of him. His emotions were in turmoil, rising and falling continuously. He was unable to calm down even after a long time. If he could, he would rather believe that everything in front of him was a dream. However, after the probing just now, he was certain that the young man was not a fool. Everything in front of him was not a dream, it was real. Back then, after I was betrayed by you, I did die. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in Dewey's ears, causing him to regain his senses. At the same time, he was shocked. Could it be that this purple-clothed young man was the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, who was betrayed by him several tens of years ago? Impossible. Impossible, impossible. Dewey didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. Even if Ling Tian did not die a few decades ago, how could Ling Tian possess such a godlike power in just a few decades? In Dewey's opinion, Qin Yi was a genius. Destroying a planet that was 5 times the size of Earth with just a flip of the palm, this kind of power was far beyond the scope of his understanding. It was like the power of a god. However, I was lucky. Although I died, for some unknown reason, my soul was transported to another world. In that world, I was reborn. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Wei and continued. From the beginning to the end, his face was calm, as if he was narrating an unimportant matter. That world is a world where martial power reigns supreme and the strong are respected. Relying on the various fortuitous encounters in that world, I've been able to reach where I am today after a few decades. Not long ago, I just returned from that world to this world where Earth is. The power that I possess now can be considered as the top power in the first echelon of the world where Earth is located and the endless starry sky. You can boast that you're at the top of the food chain on Earth, but I, Ling Tian, am at the top of the food chain in this world where Earth is located. Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment when he reached this part of his sentence. At this moment, Dewey's expression also changed drastically. There was only shock in his eyes. He believed this was the truth. There was no need for this purple-clothed young man. In that case, was this purple-clad young man really the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian, who was killed by him a few decades ago? However, he did not expect this Duan Ling Tian would be so. Back then, after Ling Tian died, his soul was actually fortunate enough to be transported to another world. In just a few short decades, he possessed a strength that allowed him to stand at the top of the food chain in this world. For a moment, jealousy and hatred appeared in the depths of his shocked eyes. Why? Why did a dead person do better than him? Perhaps, in your opinion, the Milky Way is already the world that I'm talking about. Duan Ling Tian looked at Du Wei and said indifferently, however, I want to tell you that the world Earth is in is called the Yanhuang realm. In the Yanhuang realm, there are countless galaxies like the Milky Way. Even in the Yanhuang realm, the Milky Way is just a very backward galaxy with a lack of heaven and earth spirit chi. Some powerful cultivators and even forces with top-notch high-tech civilizations don't even bother to take root here. You might be shocked when you saw how I destroyed a planet with just a wave of my hand. You might even think that not many people in this world are capable of this. However, I want to tell you that I didn't use my full strength earlier. And there are many cultivators who can do what I just did in the world where Earth is located, which is the Yanhuang realm. Moreover, the apocalypse-level battleships controlled by the forces with advanced technology are capable of destroying the planet with just one blast. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Wei with disdain when he said this. Now, do you think you're a frog at the bottom of a well? Your ambition is nothing but a joke in front of a true powerhouse. In fact, Duan Wei's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's words earlier. Duan Lingtian did not use his full strength earlier when he destroyed the planet with just one blast. In this world, there were actually so many people who could destroy a planet with their own strength. Furthermore, the apocalypse-level battleship, possessed by a force that possessed a top-notch high-tech civilization, could destroy that planet with just one shot. A frog at the bottom of a well, unknowingly, a bitter smile appeared on Duwei's face. It was just as Duan Lingtian had said. He was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well in the face of Duan Lingtian's words. To me, the so-called backup plan you left behind on Earth is nothing but a joke. As long as I'm willing, I can use my divine consciousness to lock on to anyone who has come into contact with you. This is because anyone who has come into contact with you will more or less have your aura on them. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Wei indifferently and continued to say, for this reason, it's not difficult for me to find the men of sacrifice you've cultivated who have mastered the super nuclear detonation device. In fact, as long as I want to, I can find all the nuclear weapons on Earth in half an hour at most and throw them into space, letting them be destroyed in space. Bang! Bang! Duan Lingtian's last two sentences were like a sledgehammer that slammed heavily on Duan Wei's chest. His face turned pale, and his eyes glazed over as though he had lost his soul. He did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. After all, this was a person who could destroy a planet 5 times the size of Earth with just a flip of his palm. At this moment, Duan Wei felt the scheme he had set up in the past was nothing but a joke. I've said all that I have to say. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's indifferent gaze that had been looking at Du Wei suddenly turned cold and piercing. Now, it's time to settle the old score between you and me from decades ago. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent surged out of his body. As soon as the killing intent swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian, Duan Wei's expression changed drastically. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a panicked expression and said anxiously, Duan Lingtian. Tian. Little brother Tian, don't kill me, don't kill me. Brother Wei was wrong, Brother Wei knows his mistake, Brother Wei really knows his mistake. Fortunately, Du Wei was unable to move his body. Otherwise, he would have collapsed to the ground in fear. Even so, Du Wei's body was still trembling uncontrollably. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he decided to stop restraining Du Wei's body. Immediately, Du Wei collapsed to the ground. The moment he fell to the ground, he lowered his head to look at the boundless starry sky with a panicked expression. His legs trembled, and drops of liquid fell from between his legs. He was so scared that he peed. At this moment, Du Wei collapsed on a transparent glass-like wall of air that traversed the void. Even though Du Wei did not have acrophobia, he still could not help but tremble with fear. After a while, he discovered that the transparent glass-like wall of air was strong enough to support his body, so he stood up. After standing up, he fell to his knees in front of Duan Lingtian with a thud. Brother Tian, please spare me, spare me. Back then, it was Brother Wei who was blinded by greed. Brother Wei let you down. Little brother Tian, please don't kill me, Brother Wei knows his mistake, Brother Wei really knows his mistake. Du Wei continued to kowtow as he begged for mercy. His voice was filled with despair. In the past, Duan Lingtian regarded Du Wei as his brother. Since Duan Lingtian was older than him, he addressed Du Wei as Brother Wei while Du Wei addressed him as Little Brother Tian. After so many years, Duan Lingtian did not feel nostalgic at all when he heard this form of address again. In fact, at this moment, there was only disgust in his heart when he heard this form of address. Hypocrite. Duan Lingtian glanced at Du Wei in disgust before he said indifferently, everyone has to be responsible for their actions. For the sake of our past friendship, I'll give you a quick death. Originally, Duan Lingtian had planned to slowly torture Du Wei before killing him. However, when he saw Du Wei kneeling on the ground and completely abandoning his dignity, he felt that there was no need for him to waste any more time on Duwei. Ling Tian. When Duwei heard the determination in Duan Lingtian's voice, he knew that once Duan Lingtian made up his mind, no one would be able to change his mind. For this reason, he did not continue to beg for mercy. He stood up and glared at Duan Lingtian as he growled, "If I didn't kill you back then, how could you be where you are today? If you didn't die a few decades ago, even if you stood at the peak of Earth and became the strongest person on Earth, it would still be incomparable to your current achievements. In other words, I, Duwei, am the one who made you who you are today." When Duwei reached the end of his sentence, it was as though he was grasping at a life-saving straw. He shouted hysterically, "Weren't you very particular about repaying kindness in the past? I've done you such a great favor. If you kill me, the heavens won't tolerate it." When Duan Lingtian heard Duwei's words, he was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. Chapter 25-32. Did I say something wrong? Duwei shouted, "If I hadn't betrayed you and caused your death, would you, Ling Tian, be where you are today?" What a twisted argument. Duan Ling Tian sneered. "Don't tell me you already knew my soul would travel to another world and achieve my current achievements when you planned to betray me and kill me?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian found Duwei's words laughable. Betrayed him and caused his death? Did he owe him a favor? Ridiculous. Whether I knew it or not, it's the truth. Duwei continued to shout, "That's why you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be repaying kindness with ingratitude. That's not Ling Tian's character, and it's not Ling Tian's style." At this moment, when his life was on the line, Duwei threw caution to the wind and tried to use morality to coerce Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duwei was a fool. A few decades ago, Ling Tian was a person who knew how to repay kindness with ingratitude. However, at this moment, he was full of himself. He knew this. Although he had betrayed Ling Tian and caused his death, he had allowed Ling Tian to achieve his current achievements. The benefits he had brought to Ling Tian were more than enough to make up for his past mistakes. "You seem to know my character and style very well, right?" Duan Lingtian continued to sneer. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian withdrew the energy that was supporting Duwei's kneeling position in outer space, exposing Duwei's body to outer space. No. In the blink of an eye, the cold air in space froze Duwei to death as he screamed in agony. Although Duwei was a super soldier and his soul was comparable to the soul of an eminent celestial, his body was still that of an ordinary person. As an ordinary person, it was impossible for him to survive in space. Bang! When Duan Lingtian saw that Duwei was frozen to death and his body was frozen, his expression was calm. He struck with his palm and shattered Duwei's frozen body. He said he shattered Duwei's body. At this moment, Duwei's body was completely frozen from the outside to the inside. Duan Lingtian's palm whistled out, and it was as though he had struck a solid block of ice. The ice then shattered, turning into ice shards that filled the sky and scattered into space. Under the illumination of the star not far away, they shone brightly. Duwei, the man who betrayed Duan Lingtian and killed Duan Lingtian in his past life, had fallen. When Duan Lingtian saw Duwei's frozen body shattering, he raised an eyebrow and closed his eyes as though he sensed something. His entire body stood straight like a javelin in the same place. Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and stood straight on the spot. Whoosh! 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 Waves of rolling power swept out from his body. As soon as the energy was released, it shrouded his body and formed the shape of a sword. Streaks of energy that were condensed into the shape of swords rose from Duan Lingtian's body and continued to stack on top of each other as though they would never stop. These streaks of sword-shaped energy rose from Duan Lingtian's body like burning sword-shaped flames. In the end, they gathered together, causing the sword-shaped flames to soar and become increasingly deep. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was fully immersed in comprehending the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. In the past, he had only comprehended the 6th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. After that, he could not make any further progress. He always felt there was an obstacle. However, it was not a bottleneck, but an obsession. As for the obsession, it was because of Du Wei, his manager in his past life. Now that Du Wei was dead, his obsession was naturally gone without a fight. As Duan Lingtian watched Du Wei die, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, suddenly appeared in his mind. However, although Duan Lingtian could ignore the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that suddenly appeared in his mind, he did not do so. This was because he knew, since the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, had appeared at this time, there must be a reason for it. If he ignored it, he might miss out on something. This is, soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. In the past, no matter how hard he tried to comprehend it, he could not make any progress in the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. At this moment, with just a thought, he could make rapid progress. The speed of his advancement had reached a shocking level. Could it be that I've encountered an epiphany? After this thought flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind, he no longer dared to be distracted. He devoted all his attention to the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, and turned a deaf ear to everything around him. Duan Lingtian stood in space like an old monk in a meditative state. The sword-shaped flames that were formed from the surging energy on his body rose even higher, causing the sword-shaped flames that were hovering above Duan Lingtian's head like a gigantic mountain that enveloped Duan Lingtian began to soar even higher. 7th Green Lotus Sword. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had successfully comprehended the 7th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. However, this was not the end. 8th Green Lotus Sword. 9th Green Lotus Sword. 10th Green Lotus Sword. It felt like only a moment had passed, yet it also felt like thousands of years had passed. By the time Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he had already comprehended the 13th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. Since then, he had completely mastered the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. I actually entered the state of epiphany when Duan Lingtian died and successfully mastered the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, the sword-shaped flame that was like a towering mountain that enveloped Duan Lingtian began to shrink rapidly as soon as Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. In the end, it merged with Duan Lingtian's body and completely disappeared. It was as though it had never appeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he opened them. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streams of sword chi whizzed out from his eyes without any warning. While he was startled, they had already dissipated into the void in front of him. Sword chi from the eyes. This is indeed the sign of completely mastering the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. During the state of epiphany, Duan Lingtian knew he had successfully mastered the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. He knew he had successfully comprehended the last few swords of the 13 green lotus swords, including the last sword. However, it was just a feeling after all. For this reason, even he did not dare to say he had mastered all the profundities of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, before he confirmed it. Now that the sword chi from the eyes had appeared, he was even more certain that he had completely mastered the 13 green lotus swords. Sword chi. However, even with the appearance of the sword ray, Duan Lingtian still raised his hand and formed a sword with his fingers. When he pointed his finger out, the sword ray whistled as he tested the profundity of the 13 green lotus swords that he had just comprehended. Whoosh! The first sword chi whistled as it shot out. Almost at the same time as this sword gleam whizzed out, another sword gleam whizzed out like a shadow following the body. In the end, all the sword chi merged with the first sword chi, causing the first sword chi to surge. Based on the number of sword chi that shot out, it was clear that Duan Lingtian had mastered the divine ability. Duan Lingtian had indeed mastered all the profundities of the 13 green lotus swords. Not only that, but he had also cast the remaining 7 swords of the green lotus sword, including the last sword of the 13 green lotus swords. It seems that my previous actions of bringing Du Wei away from Earth with great fanfare, gradually making him despair, and then killing him. Although it was somewhat troublesome, it was the right thing to do. It seems that because I did this, I was able to completely vent my anger and let go of the obsession that arose because of him in my previous life. As a result, I was somewhat inexplicably immersed in the enlightenment state of the 13 Swords of Green Lotus, successfully comprehending all the mysteries of the 13 Swords of Green Lotus, and completely grasping the 13 Swords of Green Lotus. Duan Lingtian did not expect that Duan Lingtian would be able to bring Duan Lingtian to Earth with him. Taking Du Wei away from Earth with a single thought and killing him after Du Wei had given up all hope would bring him such benefits. Fortunately, I brought him away. If I had killed him on the luxurious cruise ship, I might not have been able to vent my anger like I did now. If I couldn't vent my anger, I wouldn't have sunk into the state of epiphany of the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Duan Lingtian could not help but rejoice when he thought of this. In this way, it was worth it for him to make such a big fuss. You're finally awake. Right when Duan Lingtian had slightly recovered from his shock, a familiar voice sounded out by his ears. He looked sideways and saw Tang Xiaoxiao sitting cross-legged not far away, looking at him. Why are you here? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Tang Xiaoxiao. You. Aren't you on planet Yanhuang? You've been standing here for 5 years. Why do you think I'm here? Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head before she continued to ask, you seem to be comprehending some kind of divine ability. How was it? Did you manage to comprehend it? What? 5 years? Duan Lingtian did not hear the second half of Tang Xiaoxiao's sentence since his attention was completely focused on the first half. 5 years? It took him 5 years to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Damn it. A month after Du Wei's death, his people detonated the super-nuclear bombs that were hidden all over Earth. However, 5 years have passed since then. Earth is destroyed. Chapter 25-33. No. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. His heart was burning with anxiety when he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and asked with a burning gaze, Xiaoxiao, before you left planet Yanhuang, did you remove the super-nuclear bombs that Duan Wei placed all over planet Yanhuang? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Tang Xiaoxiao must have known about this at that time. Logically speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao should have helped him since he had not returned for a long time. Moreover, planet Yanhuang was not only his hometown in his previous life, but it was also the cultivation planet of the Tang sect behind Tang Xiaoxiao. No matter what the reason was, Tang Xiaoxiao would not stand by and do nothing. I followed you a day after you left, but you didn't return. Tang Xiaoxiao felt slightly embarrassed when she saw Duan Lingtian's burning gaze. I've been looking for you for a few days before I finally found you here. Since then, I've been comprehending the divine ability and guarding you until now. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. A hint of regret could be seen in his eyes. He regretted that he had sunk into the state of epiphany and missed the opportunity to save Earth. Alright, I won't joke with you anymore. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again, but Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but chuckle. The awkward expression on her face disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Actually, it's only been 10 days since you left planet Yanhuang. Tang Xiaoxiao said. It was obvious she was joking when she said Duan Lingtian had stood in space for 5 years. Duan Lingtian regained his senses as soon as Tang Xiaoxiao finished speaking. You, then, he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and pointed at her. You. He didn't say a complete sentence for a long time. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood. It made sense. Just a moment ago, he thought Earth had been destroyed because of his mistake. However, Tang Xiaoxiao said that she was joking with him. It had only taken him 10 days to achieve enlightenment, not 5 years. Alright, enough with the you. Let's go and solve those troublesome matters. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head with a smile. This was the first time she had seen Duan Lingtian lose his composure since she met Duan Lingtian. For a moment, she was no longer in the mood to joke with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was both angry and helpless at this moment. After all, he really thought that he had spent 5 years to comprehend the 13 green lotus swords. Don't make such a joke next time. Duan Lingtian glared at Tang Xiaoxiao before he made his way to the solar system where Earth was located. It did not take him long before he returned to the solar system returned. It was just like what Duan Lingtian had told his agent in his previous life, Du Wei. It was not difficult for him to find Du Wei's men of sacrifice. As long as he was willing to spend some time and effort, it would be easy for him to find them. That was indeed the case. Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and searched patiently. It only took him a day and a night to find all the kamikaze warriors that Du Wei had trained. Then, he killed all of them without leaving any loose ends. The hands of these men of sacrifice trained by Du Wei were stained with the lives of many innocent people. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not feel pressured at all when he killed them. After Duan Lingtian killed all the kamikaze warriors that Du Wei had trained, he took out the super nuclear bombs that Du Wei had hidden all over Earth and threw them into the boundless space. After leaving behind mushroom clouds, they completely disappeared from this world. The soul of Yan Huang, Long Zhenghua. It's really Instructor Long. After destroying the super nuclear bombs left behind by Du Wei, the first thing Duan Lingtian did when he returned to Earth was to learn more about the soul of Yan Huang, one of the 2 strongest super soldier organizations on Earth. It was an organization that belonged to Hua Nation. In the end, he discovered that the leader of the soul of Yan Huang that Du Wei mentioned was actually his former instructor, Long Zhenghua. After Duan Lingtian confirmed the leader of the soul of Yan Huang was his instructor, Long Zhenghua, he did not linger around. In just a blink of an eye, he returned to Hua. With his current strength, it would only take him a breath's time to travel around the Earth at full speed. Therefore, returning to Hua Nation was just a matter of a thought. My motherland. I, Lingtian, am back. Back in Hua Nation, Duan Lingtian hovered in the void, overlooking the beautiful rivers and mountains of his motherland. His eyes gradually became blurred. The memories of his previous life flooded into his mind bit by bit. Naturally, most of his memories were of his military career in his motherland. Blood Wolf, Wind Wolf's death has nothing to do with you. If you were a little more careful, even if he didn't die, he would have been bedridden in a vegetative state. To Wind Wolf, that would have been more painful than taking his life. Duan Lingtian still remembered Instructor Long's words when he decided to retire. Blood Wolf was his code name when he was serving in the Wolf Fang Special Forces in Hua Nation. Naturally, this code name no longer belonged to him when he decided to retire from the Wolf Fang Special Forces. This was because someone else had replaced him and became the new Blood Wolf. Duan Lingtian still remembered Instructor Long trying to persuade him to stay when he decided to retire. However, he still insisted on leaving because he could not get over the hurdle. If it were not for his mistake, his comrade would not have died. If Wind Wolf did not die back then, even if he was bedridden and in a vegetative state. With the current medical technology on Earth, it would not be impossible to wake him up. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian blamed himself even more. Back then, it was because of a small mistake that caused his comrade, Wind Wolf, to die in a cross-country SSS-level mission that he chose to retire from the Wolf Fang Special Forces out of self-blame. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian did not know when, but he came back to his senses from the memories of the past. With a thought, he disappeared from the sky of Hua Nation again. When he reappeared, he was already outside a completely sealed-off base. This base was located in the middle of the vast mountains, like an iron bucket. Usually, if the base did not take the initiative to open it, not even a fly could fly in. Even the top mutant warriors on Earth could not break in. Even if they broke in, they might not be able to survive. This was because there was no lack of top mutant warriors on Earth in this base. Who is this person? When Duan Lingtian appeared outside the completely enclosed base, a group of staff in charge of daily surveillance in the base also noticed Duan Lingtian, who seemed to have appeared out of thin air from the surveillance screen in front of them. When they saw Duan Lingtian on the surveillance screen, they were stunned. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The reason these staff in charge of surveillance were so stunned was mainly because the way Duan Lingtian appeared was too frightening. How? How did he appear? He can fly. Moreover, it seems like he has been standing in the air for some time. Even a top-wind mutant warrior can't stand in the air for such a long time without any flying equipment, right? Did he use some kind of invisible flying equipment? Impossible. I've already scanned him just now. He doesn't have a single technological product on him. In fact, he doesn't even have a communication device. And he's wearing an ancient costume. Could he be an actor from a film crew who got lost and came here? An actor? Have you ever seen an actor who can stand in the air for such a long time without any support? A moment later, the huge surveillance room became as noisy as a wet market. Their eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief as they stared at the handsome purple-clad young man standing in the air on the surveillance screen. It was as though there was some kind of special magic on him that attracted their attention. I just noticed his face. He's so handsome. Did you guys notice that his temperament is otherworldly? He's like a celestial being who has descended to Earth. Compared to him, those male celebrities who are extremely good-looking are just good-looking shells. There were only a few young girls in the monitoring room. At this moment, they were like hungry wolves as they stared at the purple figure on the screen with gleaming eyes. Just when everyone in the monitoring room was attracted by the purple figure standing in the air on the monitor screen, the purple figure suddenly appeared on the monitor screen. I'm looking for Long Zhenghua, Instructor Long. A voice that seemed to contain a very special magic was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Where did this voice come from? Everyone in the monitoring room couldn't help but be stunned. His mouth moved just now. Was he talking? At this time, a male staff member pointed at the purple figure on the monitor screen and said with a slightly sluggish expression. He's talking. But there's no loudspeaker where he is. There's no sound transmission device. The other staff members in the surveillance room were confused. Long Zhenghua. Isn't that the leader? Why would he call the leader instructor? At the same time, the person in charge of the surveillance room, a member of the soul of Yan Huang, was stunned. I'm looking for Long Zhenghua, Instructor Long. Chapter 25-34. In fact, when Duan Lingtian had returned to Hua Nation, he had used his divine consciousness to locate his former instructor, Long Zhenghua. However, since Long Zhenghua was in a completely sealed-off base, he did not appear in front of Long Zhenghua. If he chose to appear in front of Long Zhenghua, he would definitely destroy Long Zhenghua's base. Therefore, he chose to wait outside the base for Long Zhenghua. Waiting was one thing, but he wasn't foolish enough to wait. He directly said that he wanted to see Instructor Long Zhenghua. Duan Lingtian's voice echoed in the air. The voice, which contained his power, spread through the base and into the ears of everyone in the base. I'm looking for Long Zhenghua, Instructor Long. When Duan Lingtian's words reached everyone's ears, it also reached Long Zhenghua's ears. Long Zhenghua was a middle-aged man with big shoulders and a thick waist. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice, he was in a meeting with his 10 generals in a spacious meeting room. If he was the soul of Yan Huang, then the 10 generals under him were the body of the soul of Yan Huang. They were indispensable to the organization. Instructor Long? Long Zhenghua's expression turned grave when he heard the voice that sounded like it was right next to his ear. He knew the person who spoke must be an expert. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know such a method of communication. However, he had not heard the name, Instructor Long, for many years. This was because he had not been an instructor for many years. Swoosh. 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 At the same time, the other 10 people in the meeting room turned to look at Long Zhenghua in shock when they heard the voice. At this moment, one of them had a communication device that looked like a watch on his wrist. Then, as though he had received news, he looked at Long Zhenghua and said, "Leader, according to the surveillance department, the person who's looking for you is outside our base." Outside our base? Instantly, the other 9 people were shocked. Even Long Zhenghua had a look of surprise in his eyes. He raised his hand and pressed one of the buttons on the conference table in front of him. As soon as he pressed the button, a projection appeared on the table. It was a mirror image of the scene outside the base. At this moment, a purple-clad young man was hovering in the air outside the base. He stood there in the air, not relying on anything, and it didn't seem like he was using an invisible flying tool. According to the surveillance department, there's no technological equipment on him. He doesn't even have a communication device. The person who warned Long Zhenghua said. Gasp. 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 As soon as the person who had warned Long Zhenghua finished speaking, everyone present, including Long Zhenghua, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. I don't think even a peak wind special ability warrior would be able to do that. A young man who was sitting on the other side of the table looked at a young woman in a green suit. If I don't use a flying tool, I can only stay in the air for half a minute at most. The young woman was one of the peak wind special ability warriors in the soul of Yan Huang. Among all the peak wind special ability warriors on Earth, she was one of the top 3 peak wind special ability warriors. For this reason, her words represented more than 90% of the peak wind special ability warriors. This person seems a little strange. He's wearing an ancient robe. Could he be from one of the reclusive clans in Hua? As far as I know, some of the reclusive clans have been living in the mountains and forests since ancient times without any contact with the outside world. Another person speculated, many of those reclusive clans still wear ancient robes. Their lifestyle is no different from ancient times. I'm Long Zhenghua. Who are you? At this moment, Long Zhenghua pressed another button on the table in front of him and asked. His voice was amplified outside the base and into Duan Lingtian's ears. Instructor Long. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the familiar voice. He could not help but feel excited. In the end, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and sent a voice transmission that only Long Zhenghua could hear. Instructor Long, I'm Blood Wolf Ling Tian. Blood Wolf Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian revealed his identity in his past life. If he had only told Duan Ling Tian that he was Blood Wolf, Instructor Long might not know which generation he was from. Now that he had said his name, he believed that Instructor Long would definitely be able to react and confirm his identity in the first place. Instructor Long, I'm Blood Wolf Ling Tian. When Long Zhenghua heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, he was dumbfounded. Ling Tian. How long had it been since he last heard this name? Ling Tian was the most outstanding soldier he had ever trained. If Ling Tian did not retire from the military, Ling Tian's achievements would not be inferior to his. Although Ling Tian had retired from the military and became an international mercenary, Ling Tian had never forgotten his roots. He had always taken it upon himself to protect his country. Long Zhenghua was very pleased with this. Unfortunately, Ling Tian had disappeared a few decades ago. Since then, Long Zhenghua had not heard any news about Ling Tian. Long Zhenghua had even sent someone to investigate Ling Tian but to no avail. How did he change so much in just a few decades? Long Zhenghua could not help but frown as he looked at the purple-clad young man in the projection. He felt the purple-clad young man before him was a completely different person from the Blood Wolf Ling Tian in his memory. Although he had his doubts, he was still prepared to meet this person who claimed to be Blood Wolf Ling Tian. Today's meeting will end here. I'm going out for a while. Long Zhenghua looked at the other 10 people around the table and said. Leader, are you going to meet this person? Leader, there's something strange about this person. I'll go with you. That's right, leader. We don't know this person's identity, and we don't know where he came from. I don't think it's appropriate for you to meet him like this. The 10 people in front of the conference table advised Long Zhenghua one after another. Didn't you hear him say he's Blood Wolf Ling Tian? Long Zhenghua asked with a frown on his face. Long Zhenghua was unaware that he was the only one who had heard what Duan Ling Tian had said to him earlier. Blood Wolf Ling Tian? The 10 people present were stunned when they heard Long Zhengguo's words. As one of the 10 great generals under Long Zhengguo's command, they had heard Long Zhenghua talk about his past in their free time. Among them were a group of elite soldiers whom Long Zhenghua had trained when he was an instructor. Among the elite soldiers, Blood Wolf Ling Tian was the best. He's Blood Wolf Ling Tian? The eyes of the young woman in the green suit lit up as a look of admiration appeared on her face. Before the Nirvana transformation, Blood Wolf Ling Tian was a powerhouse whose name resounded throughout the underground world. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the underground world. At that time, although she was still young, she still saw Ling Tian as her idol and worshipped him greatly. It did not cross Duan Ling Tian's mind that Long Zhenghua was not the only person who had shown up. Rumble. Rumble. As the door to the base opened, Long Zhenghua strode out in large strides like a dragon. Surprisingly, there were 10 people following behind him. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell they were the people he had probed with his divine consciousness earlier. They were the best superpowered warriors on Earth. Their souls were as strong as eminent celestials. Naturally, half of the reason why their souls were so strong was because they had taken the gene reagent. Therefore, their use of the soul was limited to communicating with some natural elements between heaven and earth, and from there, they could use all sorts of abilities of superpowered warriors. Are you Blood Wolf? Long Zhenghua asked solemnly as he stepped forward and looked at the purple-clad young man hovering in the air. Instructor Long, a smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he saw his instructor still looking the same as before. Then, he slowly landed in front of Long Zhenghua and stood as straight as a javelin. At the same time, he gave Long Zhenghua a standard military salute. Although Long Zhenghua was not certain if the purple-clad young man was Ling Tian, he still returned the salute. You look completely different from Blood Wolf. How can you prove that you're him? Long Zhenghua asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Instructor Long. Do you really want me to prove it? Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Zhenghua meaningfully when he heard Long Zhenggua's words. A hint of mockery could be seen in his eyes. Speak. Long Zhenggua's tone left no room for doubt. I remember the first time I went to your house. Sister-in-law punished you by kneeling on a durian for 15 minutes. Initially, she wanted you to kneel for half an hour, but when she saw that I was around, she... Duan Ling Tian said slowly. However, before he could finish speaking, Long Zhenghua hastily interrupted him. All right, that's enough. I can't believe it's really you. At this moment, Long Zhenghua could clearly sense the strange gazes that were directed at him from behind. These strange gazes came from the 10 great battle generals under his command, causing his dignified face to heat up for a moment. Boy, I haven't heard from you for the past few decades. I've sent people everywhere to look for you, but it's to no avail. Where have you been all these years? Long Zhenghua changed the topic and looked at Duan Ling Tian as he asked, What's wrong with you? Chapter 25-35. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Long Zhenggua's words. It turned out that after he was betrayed and killed, and disappeared without a trace, this instructor Long in front of him had once sent people to inquire about him. At that time, he had already retired from the military, so he did not have any relationship with Long Zhenghua. All he had was a personal relationship. Instructor Long, after I disappeared a few decades ago, a series of things happened to me. It's hard to explain in a few words, but it's also unbelievable. Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Zhenghua and said, There are some things that you'll only believe if you see them with your own eyes. Kid, why are you keeping me in suspense? If you have something to say, just say it. Long Zhenghua said impatiently when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He was slightly annoyed. In that case, Instructor Long, you and the 10 people behind you will follow me into outer space. Duan Ling Tian did not waste any more words when he heard Long Zhenggua's impatience. With a wave of his hand, he brought Long Zhenghua and the 10 people behind him into the air. We're flying. How? How is this possible? Not only can he fly by himself, but he can also bring the 11 of us with him? This was because Duan Lingtian had intentionally slowed down when he brought Long Zhenghua and the others into the air. Therefore, Long Zhenghua and the others could clearly see themselves rising into the air at an exaggerated speed as they flew into outer space. The buildings in their eyes gradually became smaller until they could no longer see clearly. Mountains and rivers appeared in their eyes as well. In the end, a beautiful blue planet appeared before their eyes. The planet grew smaller and smaller in their eyes as it grew further and further away from them. When the planet became the size of a basketball in their eyes, they finally stopped flying into outer space. For a moment, they realized that they were suspended in outer space as though they were being supported by an invisible force. All 11 of them, including Long Zhenghua, stood in outer space. Their bodies were stiff, and they did not dare to move. Not far away from them, Duan Lingtian stood there with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at the basketball-sized earth in front of him. Such a technique is comparable to the technique of a god, right? Moments later, Long Zhenghua and the others regained their senses. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only shock in their eyes. Was this even something a human could do? Blood wolf, you little. No matter how confused Long Zhenghua was, he could not bring himself to call Duan Lingtian kid when he tried to address him as Duan Lingtian. Now, the purple-clothed young man before him was like a god in his eyes. Unknowingly, he felt the distance between him and the purple-robed young man gradually widening, even if he knew that the purple-robed young man was a soldier he had trained in the past. Instructor Long, I'm still the same blood wolf as before. There's no need to hold back between us. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw Long Zhenghua's hesitation. Ask away if you have any questions. No matter how unbelievable my power is, I'm still the same soldier you trained in the past. Good boy, you almost scared the hell out of me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Long Zhenghua finally let go of his worries. He said snappily, what have you been doing for the past few decades? He's simply amazing the world with a single brilliant feat. Although Long Zhenghua had thought about this more than once over the years, Duan Lingtian was not the only one. If the soldier he trained in the past did not go missing, his achievements would not be inferior to his. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian's achievements would not only be on par with his, but it had also reached a stage that he could not comprehend. The technique that the other party was using right now was comparable to the techniques of the immortals and gods in the ancient myths and legends of China. At this moment, the 10 men standing behind Long Zhenghua looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of disbelief and reverence. They revered the strong. However, the purple-robed young man's strength was beyond their understanding. They could only look up to him. As expected of the blood wolf, Ling Tian, the king of mercenaries, Ling Tian. The young woman in the green suit, as a top wind elemental warrior, looked at Duan Lingtian as though she was a fangirl looking at her idol. She was infatuated and fanatical. She discovered that she, who used to idolize Ling Tian, worshipped Ling Tian even more now. At this moment, Ling Tian was like a god in her heart. He was so high and mighty that he could not be blasphemed. Actually, I died a few decades ago. Duan Lingtian sighed when he heard Long Zhenghua's question. What? Whether it was Long Zhenghua or the 10 people behind him, all of them were confused when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Did this fellow just say he died a few decades ago? Then, who was the person standing in front of them now? Was he a ghost? Blood wolf, your joke isn't funny at all, Long Zhenghua said sternly. Long Zhenghua said with a straight face. He thought Duan Lingtian was joking. What a joke. If this kid had died a few decades ago, how could he be standing in front of him now? Instructor Long, I'm not joking. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, under the skeptical gazes of Long Zhenghua and the others, he slowly said, a few decades ago, I was betrayed by my manager and died in country R. However, I was lucky. Although my body died, my soul traveled to another world. That world is a world where the strong are respected. Martial artists cultivate to defy the heavens and change their fates. It was from that world that I returned to the world where Earth is located, Duan Lingtian continued to speak. When Duan Lingtian mentioned that the person who killed him was Du Wei, the leader of the Devil's Hand, the 10 people behind Long Zhenguo were shocked. The Devil's Hand was the archenemy of the soul of Yan Huang. The leader of the Devil's Hand, Du Wei, was a huge threat to the soul of Yan Huang. Even their leader had said that he might not be a match for Du Wei the next time they met. For this reason, they had been under a lot of pressure recently. No wonder he knows the complete form and will fist. As it turns out, he's your manager and has the form and will fist manual that you left behind. Realization dawned on Long Zhenguo. Senior Ling Tian. At this moment, a young man among the 10 people behind Long Zhenguo looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Since Du Wei killed you, you can seek revenge and kill him now. With your current strength, isn't it child's play for you to kill him? The others nodded in agreement when they heard the young man's words. He's already dead. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, the first thing I did when I returned to Earth was to look for him. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he took out a jade token and crushed it. A few moments later, a mirror image appeared in front of Long Zhenguo and the others. The mirror image kept changing until it showed Duan Lingtian bringing Du Wei to a barren planet outside the solar system. The barren planet was 5 times the size of Earth. Following that, Tang Zhenguo and the others saw another scene. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian slammed his palm down and destroyed the planet that was larger than Earth. Instantly, gasp. 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 Tang Zhenguo and the others were stunned for a long time before they inhaled sharply. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. When they were brought to outer space by Duan Lingtian, they knew Duan Lingtian had unfathomable strength. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to destroy a planet that was larger than Earth with just a wave of his hand. Did this not mean that? If Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could destroy Earth with just a wave of his hand. That planet. It's much larger than Earth, right? Long Zhenguo asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said nonchalantly, it's about 5 times the size of Earth. Long Zhenguo and the others who had just regained their senses were stunned again. Soon after, Long Zhenguo and the others saw Du Wei, the leader of the Devil's Hand, being frozen to death in space. This made them realize that the Devil's Hand's leader, Du Wei, had been frozen to death. It was impossible for ordinary people to survive in outer space. Although Duan Wei is dead, as far as I know, he has planted many super-nuclear bombs all over Earth. It's said that if he dies, his men of sacrifice will detonate those super-nuclear bombs. Long Zhenguo looked at Duan Lingtian warily and asked, how long has it been since you killed Duan Lingtian? About 10 days. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. However, you don't have to worry, Instructor Long. Before I came to look for you, I've already dealt with those super-nuclear bombs. I won't leave behind any threats to Earth. That's good. That's good. Long Zhenguo heaved a sigh of relief. Long Zhenguo heaved a sigh of relief before he solemnly saluted Duan Lingtian. Comrade Lingtian, thank you for everything you've done for Earth. Swoosh. 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 At the same time, the 10 people behind Long Zhenguo saluted Duan Lingtian as well. Their gazes when they looked at Duan Lingtian turned even more fervent and admiring. Instructor Long, I'm also a member of Earth. This is what I should do. Duan Lingtian smiled. Chapter 25-36. When Du Wei told Duan Lingtian about the aliens who brought the Nirvana change to Earth, Duan Lingtian also felt there was something wrong with those aliens. He was certain they wanted something from Earth. Otherwise, why would they restrict the development of space navigation technology on Earth? It was obvious that they were afraid of humans leaving Earth. The aliens who brought the Nirvana change to Earth a few decades ago, Long Zhenguo could not help but frown when Duan Lingtian mentioned the aliens. He also felt that there was something wrong with the aliens, but he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. All he knew was that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. After a short discussion between Duan Lingtian and Long Zhenghua, Duan Lingtian found out that both of them were worried and fearful of the aliens. Naturally, Long Zhenghua was wary of the alien strength. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was worried that the aliens would bring danger to Earth. Earth was his home, and he would not allow anything to happen to Earth. Instructor Long, did the aliens leave behind any clues about their identities when they came to Earth? Duan Lingtian asked. They did mention it. Long Zhenghua nodded. They said that the stellar system they came from is similar to our solar system. It's located in the Milky Way. They also said that they came from planet Lissa, and they're from the Barker family, the most powerful family on planet Lissa. Planet Lissa? The Barker family? Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he turned to Long Zhenghua and the others and said, Instructor Long, everyone, please come with me to look for the aliens and deal with the potential threat to Earth. I'll also impart some cultivation techniques to you along the way. Long Zhenghua and the others' eyes lit up when they heard that Duan Lingtian was going to bring them to deal with the potential threat to Earth. Long Zhenghua's breathing quickened when he heard Duan Lingtian's last sentence. As for the 10 people behind Long Zhenghua, all of them looked at Long Zhenghua enviously. We'll wait for someone here first. At the same time, Duan Lingtian said to Long Zhenghua and the others. Wait for someone? Long Zhenghua and the others were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Since Duan Lingtian had brought them here to wait for someone, it meant that person could also come here. It was obvious that someone who was capable of coming here alone was not an ordinary person. Crack. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and crushed a communication jade token to send a message to Tang Xiao. Then, he looked at Long Zhenghua and extended his divine sense to scan Long Zhenghua's body. In the end, he confirmed what cultivation method he was going to impart to Long Zhenghua. In Duan Lingtian's memory, there were many cultivation methods of the rebirth martial emperor from the Saint Province realm's cloud continent. He could easily find 7 or 8 cultivation methods that were suitable for Long Zhenghua. Boundless heavenly heaven boundless technique. Duan Lingtian was Lingtian's Long Lingtian's was memorized the cultivation technique Long Tian was This, Long Zhenghua couldn't help but be overjoyed when he read through the new information in his mind. Although he had only cultivated a shallow breathing technique in the past, he was still overjoyed. However, this did not affect him from being able to see how profound the cultivation method represented by the words that appeared in his memory was. The boundless heavenly heaven boundless technique. Just from the name, I can tell it's an amazing cultivation technique. Long Zhenghua was so excited that he could not regain his senses for a long time. The 10 people standing behind Long Zhenghua noticed Long Zhenghua's loss of composure, but they did not know the reason behind it. Otherwise, their eyes would have turned red from envy. I thought you'd forgotten about me. A resentful voice sounded from behind Long Zhenghua. A moment later, a slightly resentful voice rang out, causing Long Zhenghua and the others to look left and right in shock. However, they did not see anyone in the surroundings. Swoosh. While they were looking around, a young woman dressed in black appeared next to Duan Lingtian. In Long Zhenghua and the others' eyes, it was as though the black-clad woman had appeared out of thin air. Who's she? Is she another powerhouse comparable to a god like Senior Lingtian? The people standing behind Long Zhenghua were shocked. How beautiful. At the same time, everyone was captivated by the black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. It was their first time seeing such a beautiful woman. Moreover, the aura she exuded was so elegant that it was difficult for them to disrespect her. The newcomer was none other than Tang Xiao. I need your help with something. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He cut to the chase and said, I'm looking for a planet in the Milky Way called Planet Lissa. Can you take a look at the star map in your hand and see if it's marked? Duan Lingtian would be able to find Planet Lissa if he spent some time looking for it. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to waste his time. Unless Tang Xiao did not mark Planet Lissa on the star map in her hand. If that was the case, he and Tang Xiao would have to look for it themselves. You're really rude. Tang Xiaoxiao glared at Duan Ling Tian before she raised her hand and took out the star chart she had obtained from her ancestor. Then, she began to study the stars and galaxies in the Milky Way and the planets in the stars and galaxies in the stars and galaxies. I found it. Planet Lissa. About 3 minutes later, Tang Xiaoxiao pointed at a mark on the star map in her hand and said to Duan Ling Tian, "Lead the way." "Lead the way, we'll go there," Duan Ling Tian said. Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to be used to Duan Ling Tian's rudeness. She did not waste any time and led the way. Duan Ling Tian, Long Zhenghua, and the others followed behind her. Planet Lissa was located in a star system in the Milky Way called the Taylor Galaxy. It was one of the 3 life-preserving planets in this star system. Moreover, it was the largest life-preserving planet among the 3 life-preserving planets. In the Milky Way galaxy, Planet Lissa in the Taylor Galaxy was also a very famous planet. Because the technological civilization on Planet Lissa, in the entire Milky Way, could be ranked as the first echelon. The most powerful family on Planet Lissa, the Barker family, was one of the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. The 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way represented the 10 most powerful forces in the Milky Way. All of them had the most advanced technology in the Milky Way. However, today's Planet Lissa was not peaceful. Someone had come to provoke the most powerful family on Planet Lissa, the Barker family. People of the Barker family, listen up. I'll give you an hour to deploy your most advanced battleships and weapons. If I'm still alive after an hour, there's no need for the Barker family to exist anymore. A voice that was not amplified by any means was clearly heard on Planet Lissa. Everyone on Planet Lissa, no matter what they were doing, heard the voice loud and clear. Planet Lissa was in an uproar. Heavens! Can someone tell me? Whose voice is that? It's like the voice just rang in my ears. Who the hell is that? How can he be so powerful? How dare he provoke the Barker family? Who the hell is he? Does this guy have a death wish or does he really have the strength? Similar comments could be heard all over Planet Lissa. At the same time, on the internet of Planet Lissa, an extremely clear video appeared in the eyes of all the netizens on Planet Lissa. The background of the video was the headquarters of the Barker family. It was a huge castle that occupied a large area. And now, in the sky not far away from the castle, there was a figure standing in the air. As the camera zoomed in, it could be seen. It was a young man wearing a strange purple robe. The young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He stared coldly at the huge castle that housed most of the important members of the Barker family. Heavens! Who the hell is he? He's able to hover in the air without a flying device. Maybe he's using a stealth flying device? Impossible. Didn't you see that the video was posted by Heaven's Eye Media? In front of the special camera of Heavenly Eye Media, no matter what kind of invisible flying tool it is, it can't be invisible in the photos or videos it takes. It's really Heaven's Eye Media's video. On Planet Lissa's internet, the netizens were dumbfounded. Is this guy even human? Being able to stand in the air without any means of flight had already overturned the education they had received since they were born. Cultivator. It's a cultivator. Right at this moment, someone repeatedly typed the word cultivator on the internet, with a series of exclamation marks mixed together with the word cultivator. Cultivator? While the netizens on Planet Lissa were still in a state of confusion. The Barker family's headquarters, which was the huge castle that occupied a large area, was not calm at all. In a spacious meeting room, the Barker family's higher-ups, who had returned from all over Planet Lissa, were gathered together. Can anyone tell me, why would a cultivator come looking for trouble with the Barker family? This cultivator is no ordinary cultivator. He managed to escape the detection of the Barker family's most advanced radar. If he was an ordinary cultivator, he would have been detected by our radar and killed by our defensive weapons. Who is he? Why is he here? Chapter 25:37. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He stared coldly at the gigantic castle in front of him. This was the headquarters of one of the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way, the Barker family. If he wanted to, he could destroy this castle with a wave of his hand. However, he did not do so. Ever since he found out that the Barker family was one of the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way and had the most advanced technology in the Milky Way, he had an idea. And this idea would bring about earth-shattering changes to his home planet, Earth. Even his motherland on Earth, Hua, was expected to enter the first echelon of the many forces in the Milky Way in the near future. It was because of this that he did not want to destroy the Barker family. They're here. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. She had brought Long Zhenghua and the others to Duan Lingtian's side. Just like Duan Lingtian, she hovered in the air without the use of any flying tools. Naturally, Long Zhenghua and the others were led by Tang Xiaoxiao as they flew in the air. If Tang Xiaoxiao withdrew her power, they would lose their footing. Unless they fell into a deep river or deep sea, they would either die or be crippled. Almost at the same time that Tang Xiaoxiao and the others appeared. Whoosh! 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 Within the castle, several flying tools rose into the air and flew towards Duan Lingtian and the others. In the blink of an eye, half of the sky was filled with flying tools. The people in these flying tools were the leaders of the Barker family. The leader of the group was none other than the patriarch of the Barker family. He stood on top of a flying tool that looked like a speedboat. His face was full of smiles. When he was still some distance away from Duan Lingtian, the flying tool beneath his feet came to a halt. It was as if he did not dare to cross the line. "Sir, I am the patriarch of the Barker family, Lei Lin. I don't think the Barker family has done anything to offend you." The patriarch of the Barker family, Lei Lin, spoke to Duan Lingtian through the loudspeaker of his communicator. The fact that the purple-clad young man could evade the Barker family's radar meant that he was no ordinary cultivator. If possible, he and his clansmen didn't want the Barker family to provoke a powerful cultivator. It would be best if they could kill a powerful cultivator. If they couldn't and the cultivator decided to seek revenge in the future, the Barker family would not be able to fend them off no matter how powerful they were. "The head of the Barker family, is it?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Lei Lin and said, "A few decades ago, a group of people from the Barker family went to a star system called the Solar System. They went to the only planet in the Solar System, Earth. Right now, go and call out the leader of that group." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, there was no room for doubt in his tone. It was as though he was giving an order. "How can you speak to our patriarch like that? Damn it. The patriarch is being courteous to you because he's giving you face. Don't be so shameless." Seeing the purple-clad cultivators speak to their patriarch in such a commanding tone, many of the Barker family's higher-ups were enraged. They glared at Duan Lingtian, their eyes blazing with fury. "Shut up." Just as the Barker family's higher-ups were reprimanding Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke. His voice was like a clap of thunder, drowning out the voices of the Barker family's higher-ups. "I'm talking to your patriarch. Why are you interrupting? Show some respect." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Barker family's higher-ups reacted. Duan Lingtian didn't do anything, but every single one of the Barker family's higher-ups who had reprimanded Duan Lingtian earlier had their left arms severed at the shoulder. Judging by the cut, it was made by a sharp blade. Arg! Arg! The Barker family's higher-ups let out heart-wrenching screams in unison. Frantically, they reached out with their right hand and pressed their severed left arm against the wound. Then, they each took out a bottle of glowing blue medicine and drank it. A few moments later, their left shoulder stopped bleeding and their left arm was reattached. It looked unscathed. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. Tang Xiaoxiao had told him that some of the more advanced civilizations had developed genetic medicine that could heal external injuries. Even if one's arm or leg was severed, they could be reattached as long as they consumed the corresponding genetic medicine within a short period of time. However, just because Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao weren't surprised didn't mean that Long Zhenghua and the others weren't. Isn't this genetic medicine a little too powerful? Even with the best healing gene potion that we have developed on Earth, such an injury would take at least half a month to heal, right? But these guys, they healed in the blink of an eye. Long Zhenghua and the other Barker family members exchanged a look. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. On the other hand, Long Zhenghua and the rest of the Barker family members were still amazed by the efficacy of the genetic medicine. On the other hand, the Barker family leaders, including the Barker family leader, and the netizens of Lissa who were watching the live stream were all in a state of shock. How? How did he do it? Isn't his speed a little too fast? In the blink of an eye, the Barker family members lost their left arms. That speed. It's faster than the speed of light. The Barker family members weren't the only ones who were shocked. Even the netizens on planet Lissa were shocked. While they were still in shock, they quickly spread the news throughout planet Lissa. Soon, everyone on planet Lissa knew that the Barker family had provoked a powerful being who called himself a cultivator. At this time, on the internet of planet Lissa, some knowledgeable people had begun to explain the meaning of the word cultivator. The netizens on planet Lissa were finally able to unravel the mystery of the cultivator. Cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate their bodies, allowing them to possess unparalleled strength. In the end, they can even possess the strength of gods. It is said that there are other galaxies outside of our Milky Way. Among those galaxies, there are galaxies ruled by cultivators. I once heard from an interstellar merchant that some cultivators can even defeat the legendary disaster-level battleship on their own. When the netizens on planet Lissa heard the news, they were shocked. A disaster-level battleship? That's the product of an SS-grade technological civilization. Our Milky Way is only an A-grade technological civilization. There's no way we can develop a disaster-level battleship. So, a cultivator who can defeat a disaster-level battleship on his own can even destroy all the technological civilizations in our Milky Way? Oh my god. This is too scary. As the netizens on planet Lissa continued to discuss the news, their mood was clouded by a layer of haze. This cultivator. Could he be the kind of cultivator who can defeat a disaster-level battleship on his own? A netizen on planet Lissa's netizens posted a post on one of the netizens' forums. As soon as the post was posted, it was pushed to the top of the list. OP, are you hallucinating? The disaster-level battleship is a mythical existence. A cultivator who can defeat a disaster-level battleship is also a mythical existence. It's impossible for such a person to exist in our Milky Way. That's right. OP is an idiot. Identification complete. +1, this post inexplicably became popular, and it was pushed to the hot topic of the forum, attracting many netizens of planet Lissa to watch and watch. Meanwhile, the netizens on planet Lissa were in an uproar. The members of the Barker family surveillance department were studying a video in a frenzy. They slowed down the video, and slowed it down again and again. It was a video of the Barker family members' left arms being chopped off. The members of the Barker family tried to slow down the video to find traces of the Duan Lingtian's attack. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Patriarch, we tried our best to slow down the video, but we still can't see how the cultivator did it. We didn't even see how he chopped off Elder Bree's left arm. Lei Lin, the patriarch of the Barker family, received a message from the head of the surveillance department. Immediately, his expression changed. At this time, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. Investigate. Hurry up and investigate. Who the hell is it? A few decades ago, he brought people to the solar system. He went to the planet called Earth in the solar system. Once you find out who he is, I want him to come out and see me. Lei Lin bellowed through a megaphone at the Barker family's higher-ups. The members of the Barker family shuddered. Uncle. At this moment, at the back of the crowd, a young man in a silver suit drove a flying tool to Lei Lin's side. He lowered his head and said timidly, "Back then, I was the one who brought people to the solar system, to that Earth." It's him. Long Zhenghua, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, pointed at the young man. A few decades ago, he was the one who brought people to Earth. He brought a few hundred years of advanced civilization to Earth. It was also him and the people around him that limited the development of Earth's technological civilization in space navigation. Chapter 2538. Long Zhenghua could still remember. Back then, when this young man in a silver suit had arrived on Earth, he had been in high spirits. Every leader of a major country on Earth revolved around him. Now, this once high-spirited alien leader was as docile as a cat in front of the patriarch of the Barker family. In fact, when he mentioned that he was the one who had gone to Earth, his tone was full of anxiety. "Reynold, what did you do on that planet?" Lei Lin looked at his nephew and asked in a low voice. This nephew of his was the child left behind by his only younger brother. That was because his younger brother and his wife had died in order to save him. Thus, he treated this nephew of his as his own son. Reynold wanted to say something, but he hesitated. At the same time, he glanced at the purple-clad young man standing in the distance with fear. He could tell that this young man was here. This purple-clad young man had probably come looking for him because of that planet. However, he would never have dreamed that this would happen. That backward planet was actually related to a cultivator with extraordinary strength. "Speak." Lei Lin saw his nephew's hesitation, and he glared at him and shouted coldly. "I saw that the planet was backward, so I brought them a technological civilization that was a few hundred years more advanced than their current one. I had good intentions." Reynold lowered his head as he spoke, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "What if you had good intentions?" However, as soon as Lei Luo finished speaking, a sneer was heard. The sneer came from Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian raised his hand gently. Whoosh. After that, Reylo, who was next to Lei Lin, immediately left the flying tool under his feet and shot toward Duan Lingtian like a cannonball. Before anyone could react, Duan Lingtian had already grabbed Reynold by the neck. Duan Lingtian lifted Reynold into the air. Since Duan Lingtian had removed the power that was holding Reynold, Reynold was now dangling in Duan Lingtian's hand. His face was as red as blood, and he could not breathe. It was obvious that he would suffocate to death soon. "Sir, don't cross the line." Lei Lin's expression changed as he glared at Duan Lingtian. "Cross the line?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at Lei Lin's words. "I was going to have some fun with the Barker family, but I've changed my mind. Perhaps I shouldn't have wasted so much time on the Barker family from the start." As Duan Lingtian spoke, the energy in his body transformed into waves of invisible energy that swept out and shrouded the back of the gigantic castle in front of him. The back of the castle was where the Barker family's armory was located. The Barker family owned 37 of the most powerful warships equipped with the most advanced weaponry. They were usually docked there, protecting the Barker family like guardians. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the huge castle in front shook as though it had experienced a violent earthquake. Immediately after, a series of thunderous booms came from the back of the castle from afar. What's going on? An earthquake? Every member of the Barker family, including the Barker family patriarch, turned to look in the direction of the commotion. With just one look, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Good heavens! What did they just see? Under the watchful eyes of the Barker family's higher-ups, a cloud of dust rose from the back of the huge castle. A moment later, 37 mountain-like behemoths rose into the air from the dust-filled ground. It didn't take long for the behemoths to reveal themselves. They were warships, each emblazoned with the insignia of the Barker family. Those are transcendent-level warships? Heavens! They really are transcendent-level warships. There are 37 of them. I've heard that the Barker family owns 37 transcendent-level warships. I can't believe it's true. These are the foundation of the Barker family's survival. Is the Barker family going to use all of their transcendent-level warships to kill that cultivator? On Planet Lissa's internet, a group of netizens who saw the 37 transcendent-level warships through the live stream were stunned. One transcendent level warship was already scary enough. Now that 37 transcendent level warships had been deployed, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Lei Lin, the patriarch of the Barker family, saw the 37 extraordinary class warships and turned to the high-ranking members of the Barker family behind him. He bellowed, "Damn it! Who gave you the permission to use the transcendent level warships?" Lei Lin knew that once the transcendent level warships were deployed, it would mean that they would have to fight to the death with that cultivator. It would be fine if they could kill the cultivator. But if they couldn't, the Barker family would be the ones to suffer when the cultivator recovered. "Patriarch, without your permission, no one can use the transcendent level warships." "Yes, Patriarch. Without your permission, no one can use the family's transcendent level warships." The Barker family's higher-ups felt wronged by Lei Lin's glare. They were also dumbfounded by the situation in front of them. They didn't know what was going on. Lei Lin, the head of the Barker family, snapped out of his daze upon hearing the words of the Barker family. That's right. The transcendent level warships were the Barker family's most powerful weapon. Without his permission, they would not be deployed. Could it be, all of a sudden, a thought flashed through Lei Lin's mind. As if he had thought of something, he immediately turned around and looked at the purple-clothed youth who was holding his nephew in the distance with an expression of shock and disbelief. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. That was, the great commotion before their eyes was all caused by this purple-clothed young man. The strange movements of the 37 transcendent level warships must have something to do with this young man. This seemed to confirm Lei Lin's suspicions. So these are the transcendent level warships that the Barker family relies on to survive? They don't seem like much. They're much worse than the disaster level warships I saw in the Coast Galaxy. Duan Lingtian commanded the 37 transcendent level warships to speed up again. In the blink of an eye, they appeared around him and Tang Xiaoxiao, circling around them. The weapons of the 37 transcendent level warships were pointed at the Barker family. In an instant. Whoosh! 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 The Barker family members' expressions changed. If they couldn't figure out what was going on by now, they would have lived their lives in vain. All 37 of the Barker family's warships were under the control of the cultivator before them. What? What's going on? These transcendent level warships don't seem to belong to the Barker family. It looks more like this cultivator is controlling them. Look at how he controls them. It's like he's playing with toys. Who the hell is he? At the same time, the internet on planet Lissa was filled with awe. Of course. Tang Xiaoxiao continued Duan Lingtian's words. She smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, "These transcendent level warships are 2 grades lower than the disaster level warships. I've recorded everything you did in the Coast Galaxy using the mirror image talisman. Now, let's show them." Under Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze, Tang Xiaoxiao raised her hand and took out a Dao talisman before she crushed it. A moment later, a huge mirror image that was constantly changing appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was also shown to everyone on planet Lissa through a live broadcast. The mirror image formed by the mirror image talisman was similar to a projection. It showed the scene of Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao being surrounded by 18 disaster-level warships from the Garnier family in the Coast Galaxy. Are those disaster-level warships? Heavens! Those are the legendary disaster-level warships. It's exactly the same as the legends. I once obtained a portrait of a disaster-level warship from an interstellar merchant. The 18 disaster-level warships in the projection are indeed disaster-level warships. They're 2 grades higher than transcendent-level warships. These two. They're surrounded by 18 disaster-level warships, but they're still alive? Isn't it obvious? If they're dead, why would they be here on planet Lissa? Everyone on planet Lissa was shocked by the projection that appeared before them. However, they were even more shocked by what happened after that. Whoosh! A purple light flashed, and the purple-clad young man in the projection disappeared. In the next moment, one of the disaster-level warships was destroyed. A moment later, they saw the purple-clad young man in the projection. As the 17 disaster-level battleships opened fire at the same time, the purple-robed young man emerged from the barrage unscathed. Silence fell on planet Lissa at this moment. In just a blink of an eye, one of the disaster-level warships was destroyed. Under the bombardment of 17 disaster-level warships, the purple-clad young man was unscathed. Heavens! Is he still human? How terrifying! How terrifying! No wonder he was able to toy with the 37 transcendent-level warships of the Barker family. With the power he displayed in the projection, even a disaster-level warship is no different from a toy in front of him. Duan Lingtian's peerless strength was displayed before everyone on planet Lissa. Chapter 2539. Asterisk thud. Asterisk with a soft thud, the patriarch of the Barker family, Lei Lin, collapsed on the flying tool at his feet. He stared blankly at the godlike purple figure in the projection. His heart seemed to have stopped beating for a moment. The faces of the Barker family's higher-ups were drained of all color. Their legs were trembling, and their bodies were shaking. Heavens! How did the Barker family provoke such a powerful being? Now, are you still going to say that you helped Earth out of kindness? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian stared coldly at Reynolds, who was lifted up by his neck as he asked coldly. Reynolds was already stunned when he saw Duan Ling Tian controlling the 37 extraordinary-level battleships as if they were toys. At that time, he had already realized something. The cultivator in front of him was not someone the Barker family could deal with. Now, after witnessing everything that was displayed in the mirror image that looked like a projection, the cultivator in front of him could easily destroy the legendary disaster-level battleship, which was 2 levels higher than the transcendent-level battleship. Moreover, he was unscathed under the bombardment of 17 disaster-level battleships. He's not human. He's not human. He's a demon. He's a demon. Reynolds roared in his heart. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with fear. No. It's not that. Under Duan Ling Tian's cold gaze, Reynolds finally revealed the truth. I want to nurture that planet and make it a colonial planet for the Barker family. I want it to be a slave for the Barker family to do whatever we want. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. As soon as Reynolds said this, Duan Ling Tian had an expression that said, as expected. Long Zhenghua and the others' faces changed. If it was not for Duan Ling Tian, they could imagine that Earth would not have been able to escape the calamity in the near future. Swoosh. 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 When the Barker family's higher-ups heard Reynolds' words, they were so angry that they almost fainted. They could understand Reynolds' actions. After all, they often went out to look for underdeveloped planets, nurture them, and enslave them. However, the planets they chose did not have any background. Now, they could see it too. The backward planet that Reynolds found, although its technology was backward, had powerful cultivators. In other words, this time, Reynolds had kicked an iron plate. Sir, Reynolds' actions are purely personal. They have nothing to do with the Barker family. Please do not drag the Barker family into this. An elder from the Barker family voiced his opinion. Yes, Your Excellency. We didn't know what Reynolds did. Sir, Reynolds is at your mercy, but I hope you can spare the Barker family. More and more of the Barker family's higher-ups spoke up, choosing to sacrifice the rook to save the king. What say you, patriarch of the Barker family? Duan Ling Tian ignored the high-ranking officials of the Barker family and looked at Lei Lin with a faint smile on his face. Sir. Lei Lin stood up, but his legs were still trembling. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a sigh, although Reynolds acted on his own accord, he was also helping the Barker family colonize planets. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. On behalf of the Barker family, I, Lei Lin, am willing to bear this responsibility. Lei Lin declared. Patriarch. The Barker family elders' faces paled. They wanted nothing more than to sever all ties with Reynolds, but their patriarch was still trying to tie Reynolds to their family. Patriarch, I know Reynolds' parents saved your life, and both of them died trying to save you, but today's matter concerns the survival of the family. Please reconsider. Yes, Patriarch. You can't risk the family's survival because of your personal grudge. Many of the elders of the Barker family glared at Lei Lin, trying to pressure him to change his mind. Uncle. Reynolds did not expect that when the upper echelons of the family were about to give up on him, his uncle would still protect him. For a moment, he was so touched that he could not help but tremble. My lord, what happened on Earth was my own doing. It has nothing to do with the Barker family. Reynolds gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "You can kill me or torture me as you wish. You two, uncle and nephew, are quite affectionate." Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Lei Lin and Reynolds before he released Reynolds from his grip. Then, he casually sent Reynolds to the flying tool that Lei Lin was on. The members of the Barker family were dumbfounded. They had no idea what this cultivator was up to. Whoosh. 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian waved his hand and brought Tang Xiao, Long Zhenghua, and the others with him as they flew toward the gigantic castle. At the same time, under Duan Lingtian's control, the 37 transcendent-level warships returned to the armory behind the castle. Of course, the armory was now in ruins. Now, my friend and I would like to visit the Barker family. Patriarch Lei Lin, you wouldn't mind, would you? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Lei Lin, the patriarch of the Barker family, when they arrived at the top of the castle. Huh? Lei Lin was taken aback at first, but quickly regained his composure. He realized that there was still room for negotiation. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Of course. Of course. It is the Barker family's honor to have you as a guest, milord. Soon, the lively scene in the live broadcast disappeared. The Barker family elders escorted Duan Lingtian and the others into the huge castle where the Barker family's headquarters was located. What? What's going on? It seems like that cultivator intentionally showed mercy. Isn't it obvious? With his strength, it would be easy for him to destroy the Barker family. He must be planning to let the Barker family go. At this time, everyone on planet Lissa could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had been worried that the cultivator would destroy the Barker family. After all, the Barker family had deep roots on Liza. Their businesses were spread all over the planet. If the cultivator decided to make a move on the Barker family, they would be implicated as well. Under these circumstances, they hoped that the cultivator and the Barker family could resolve the matter peacefully. Elsewhere, Duan Lingtian, Tang Xiao, Long Zhenghua, and the others were escorted by Patriarch Lei Lin into the castle where the Barker family's headquarters was located. They entered the Barker family's largest meeting room. As expected, Duan Lingtian was ushered in at the head of the table. Originally, I was going to take away all your transcendent-level warships and all your researchers. I was going to leave you to fend for yourselves. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point after the Barker family elders had taken their seats. Duan Lingtian's words caused the faces of the Barker family elders to turn pale. If Duan Lingtian's words were true, the Barker family would soon be swallowed up by the other 9 families of the Milky Way. Without transcendent-level warships and researchers, the Barker family would be a toothless tiger. But I've changed my mind. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Barker family elders to heave a sigh of relief. I won't be asking for your opinion on what I'm going to say next. It doesn't matter if you agree or not. It won't affect the outcome. Duan Lingtian said domineeringly under the watchful eyes of the others. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Barker family elders to grimace. At this time, did they still have a choice? As long as the cultivator before them did not destroy the Barker family, they would have no choice but to grit their teeth and accept the terms no matter how harsh they were. Next, I will place a seal on the bodies of the Barker family elders. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and sword rays shot out of his hand and pierced into the bodies of the high-ranking members of the Barker family. The Barker family elders' faces paled. They felt as if their lives were no longer in their own hands. I will pass the seal to this man. His name is Long Zhenghua. He is the head of the Special Case Department on Earth. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Zhenghua. With the seal I've placed on him, he can kill all of you with a single thought within 100 years. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the Barker family's high-ranking officials changed drastically. Don't even think about using your technology to investigate the seal I've placed on you. Not only will you fail to do so, you might even trigger the seal. Once the seal is triggered, all of you will be dead. Duan Lingtian said again, cutting off any chance of escape for the Barker family's high-ranking officials. My lord, what do you want the Barker family to do within 100 years? As the patriarch of the Barker family, Lei Lin knew that Duan Lingtian had a reason for doing this. He wanted the Barker family to do something for him. As for the seal, Duan Lingtian must be worried that the Barker family would not be obedient enough. Within 100 years, I want you to bring Earth's technology to a level where it can rival the Barker family's technology. I want the Hua family to be the 11th most powerful force in the Milky Way in 100 years. I want the Barker family to be on par with the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. Chapter 2540. Hiss. 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 The moment Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Long Zhenghua and his 10 generals couldn't help but inhale sharply. They would never have thought that Duan Lingtian had put in a lot of effort to get China out of the solar system and into the Milky Way. 100 years later, it became the 11th most powerful force in the Milky Way, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. Although this is a little difficult, the Barker family will do our best. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Barker's expression turned solemn. He knew how difficult the task Duan Lingtian was talking about was, but he had no other choice. The Barker family had no other choice. Unless he had a death wish, and unless every member of the Barker family had a death wish. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Long Zhenghua and said, Instructor Long, you and your men will stay here and discuss the details with them. When the time comes, they'll send you back to Earth. With the speed of the extraordinary level warship that they have, it will only take them a few days to send you all back to Earth. Duan Lingtian's words caused the corners of the Barker family members' mouths to twitch uncontrollably. That was an extraordinary level battleship. Now, judging from the words of this cultivator, he actually wanted to use the extraordinary level battleship as a means of transportation. Lingtian, thank you for everything you've done for China. Long Zhenghua abruptly rose to his feet, straightened his back, and saluted Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. Long Zhenghua's 10 generals also saluted Duan Lingtian. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only worship in their eyes. When Duan Lingtian sailed through space with his physical body and took them away from Earth, they were already shocked by Duan Lingtian's means. However, it was only later that they realized that was only the tip of the iceberg of Duan Lingtian's strength. The transcendent level battleship was the strongest weapon in the Barker clan, one of the 10 great clans in the Milky Way. However, before Duan Lingtian, the transcendent level battleship was like a child's toy. The Barker family was one of the 10 most powerful families in the Milky Way. In other words, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, even if he wanted to dominate the Milky Way, it would be a very simple matter. Instructor Long, I'm Chinese too. Duan Lingtian smiled at Long Zhenghua before he beckoned to Tang Xiaoxiao and left with Tang Xiaoxiao. They left the Barker family and planet Lissa. With your strength, you could easily force the 10 great families of the Milky Way to submit to Earth's Hua Nation. Why did you only ask the Barker family to help Earth's Hua Nation become the most powerful family in the Milky Way in 100 years? After leaving planet Lissa, Tang Xiaoxiao asked the question in her heart. In her opinion, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for Earth's Hua Nation to dominate the Milky Way. It's not difficult for Earth's Hua Nation to dominate the Milky Way, but what about after that? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's question. Humans are greedy creatures. If Earth's Hua Nation were to dominate the Milky Way, it would definitely try to expand its influence to other galaxies. After all, the resources in the Milky Way aren't that great. If I could force the Milky Way to submit to Earth's Hua Nation, would I be able to force all the galaxies in the Yanhuang realm to submit to it? Even if I could, I don't have the time to do it. Duan Lingtian continued, so, what I'm doing now is undoubtedly the best choice. This way, not only will Earth's Hua nation become the most powerful family in the Milky Way, but it will also put some pressure on Earth. After all, there are still the 10 great families in the Milky Way that are not inferior to Earth's Hua nation. Under such circumstances, don't you think it's the best choice for Earth's Hua nation to build a solid foundation and slowly develop? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao. You really put a lot of thought into this. Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but sigh when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something and asked, won't Instructor Long be unhappy with what you're doing? After all, he can tell you're strong enough to dominate the Milky Way and help Earth's Hua nation dominate the Milky Way. After all, as you said earlier, humans are greedy creatures. Tang Xiaoxiao said. He won't. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I know Instructor Long very well. He's a person who's content with what he has. Furthermore, I believe that he can also see the reason behind my actions. You mean, he can tell you're doing this for his own good? Tang Xiaoxiao was surprised. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was right. After Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao left, Long Zhenghua and his 10 generals were led to a luxurious guest room by the patriarch of the Barker family. However, Long Zhenghua and his generals did not rest immediately. The 10 great battle generals under his command were all gathered in the guest room he was staying in. Leader, with Blood Wolf Ling Tian's current strength, it won't be difficult for him to help Hua Nation conquer the Milky Way. Why didn't he do that? One of the generals asked. While Long Zhenggua's 10 generals were still in awe of Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying strength, one of them could not help but look at Long Zhenghua with a puzzled expression on his face. The other 9 generals turned to look at Long Zhenghua. Humph. Long Zhenghua snorted. There's a saying in the Hua nation that goes, contentment is bliss. That brat Ling Tian has done so much for the Hua nation, and he's done us a huge favor. There's no reason for us to ask him to do more than that. Understood. The 10 generals nodded in agreement. Besides, he's doing this for the long term. Long Zhenggua's next words were similar to what Duan Lingtian had said to Tang Xiaoxiao. What kind of seal did you place on the Barker family's leaders? Tang Xiaoxiao asked Duan Lingtian after they left planet Lissa's solar system. She had no idea what Duan Lingtian had done to the high-ranking officials of the Barker family. It's not a restrictive seal. It's just a little trick I used to toy with them. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. In truth, he did not know anything about restrictive seals. Tang Xiaoxiao was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Aren't you afraid that they'll find out and ignore you? Once they find out, they definitely won't do as you say and help Earth and China to improve their technology. Do you think they'll find out? Are they willing to take the risk? Duan Lingtian responded with a question. His tone was filled with confidence. Tang Xiaoxiao was speechless when she heard this. If she was in the Barker family's shoes, it would be impossible for her to find out. Moreover, she would not ignore Duan Lingtian since it was too risky. Where are we going now? Tang Xiaoxiao asked again. I plan to return to Earth for a few days before returning to the Saint Province realm. After I'm done with the matters in the Saint Province realm, if I have time, I want to return to Yanhuang realm and visit the Yellow the Arch mansion. Duan Lingtian said. He did not forget about the invitation from Xian Yuanji, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Arch mansion. He also did not forget that his good friend Su Li would go to the Yellow the Arch mansion after leaving the Beyond Heaven secret zone. If possible, he wanted to see Su Li again before he ascended. Now, all of his friends and family had been taken away, so he especially cherished Su Li, who was still in the mundane realm. Since I don't know where to go, I'll go with you to the Saint Province realm to have a look. Tang Xiaoxiao said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao were halfway through their journey to the solar system where Earth was located when a voice suddenly rang out. Rip! A clear ripping sound rang from the void in front of them, causing Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao to come to a halt. As they came to a halt, they saw another spatial crack appear out of nowhere in the space where they were heading. As soon as the spatial tear appeared, it opened like a door. You're Duanling Tian? A moment later, when the spatial crack opened like a door, a cold voice sounded from within. Then, Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao looked at each other in shock. A skinny figure slowly stepped out of the spatial crack and appeared in front of them. It was a thin middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of man who would be hard to find in a crowd. However, his eyes that shone with a green light sent chills down Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian's spine. This was especially true for Duanling Tian. At this moment, the thin middle-aged man's eyes were trained on Duanling Tian. Who are you? Duanling Tian's expression turned grave when he heard the thin middle-aged man calling out his name. At this moment, he realized the thin middle-aged man did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the thin middle-aged man's appearance was beyond his comprehension. When Duanling Tian heard the skinny middle-aged man's voice earlier, he had extended his divine consciousness to probe the skinny middle-aged man. He discovered there was no pseudo-realm in this area. For this reason, the thin middle-aged man must have come from a place that was not a pseudo-realm. Even a great overarching golden celestial might not be able to do this, right? Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat. Since you're going to die soon, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Young Master Qin Yen sent me to kill you. Chapter 2541. Young Master Qin Yen. Duanling Tian's eyes widened when he heard the skinny middle-aged man's words. In the depths of his eyes, boundless flames of fury were burning fiercely. Yun Qin Yen. Upon hearing the skinny middle-aged man's words, Duanling Tian knew Yun Qin Yen had sent the skinny middle-aged man to kill him. He knew Yun Qin Yen would not let him go so easily. But he didn't expect that. He did not expect Yun Qin Yen would be so heartless as to send someone to kill him. Since he dares to send someone to kill me, it means he's not afraid of Kerr finding out I'm dead. After all, Kerr has my soul pearl. Duanling Tian thought to himself. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure out why Yun Qin Yen was not afraid. Yun Qin Yen must have used his family and friends to threaten Kerr again. Yun Qin Yen, when Duanling Tian thought to himself, his gaze turned even colder as he looked at the skinny middle-aged man. If looks could kill, Duanling Tian would have killed the skinny middle-aged man many times over. So, you're one of Yun Qin Yan's men. Duanling Tian sneered as he looked at the skinny middle-aged man. As soon as he sneered, he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his strength. Then, he took out his celestial sword and cast the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Swoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of sword rays formed a sword formation that hovered above Duanling Tian's head. The offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, was ready to be unleashed. Currently, Duanling Tian had completely comprehended the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. His strength was much stronger than before. He was confident he could kill a 9 bodiless celestial with just one strike. After all, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, was different from ordinary offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. Once one comprehended it to its peak, its power would far surpass ordinary offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. However, his strength was nothing compared to the expert Yun Qin Yen had sent to kill him. Xiao, quickly leave this place. This person's strength is not inferior to the great overarching golden celestials who left behind all kinds of treasures in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Duanling Tian asked Tang Xiao to leave through telepathy. He was ready to fight to the death. Even though he knew he was no match for the expert sent by Yun Qin Yen, he did not intend to resign himself to his fate. Because that was not his style. However, he did not want to implicate Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao was innocent. Schwa. Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. When the thin middle-aged man in front of her walked out of the spatial rift in space, she had already realized that the other party was not simple. She had extended her divine consciousness and discovered that there were no pseudo-realms in the surroundings. If the thin middle-aged man came from a pseudo-realm, he might not be as strong as her and Duan Lingtian. However, since there were no pseudo-realms in the surroundings, it meant the thin middle-aged man did not come from a pseudo-realm. He must have come from somewhere else. According to the ancient records in the Tang sect, only great overarching golden celestials or stronger in the Devata realms were capable of such a feat. Ordinary golden celestials were not capable of such a feat. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically when she confirmed this. Duan Lingtian, you. How did you offend such a powerful person? Tang Xiaoxiao's voice trembled slightly when she sent the voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Fear could be heard in her voice. She could not help but feel apprehensive. After all, the thin middle-aged man was a great overarching golden celestial or stronger in the Devata realms. Why were there so many people after the treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? It was because the treasure vaults were left behind by great overarching golden celestials. And now, an expert of that level had appeared before her. How could she not be shocked? How could she not be fearful? Don't worry about that. You should leave now. Duan Lingtian did not expect Tang Xiaoxiao would still be in the mood to talk to him through voice transmission at this moment. He hastily sent another voice transmission to her. It's too late. Extend your divine consciousness and have a look. The surrounding space has been shrouded by his energy. It's impossible for me to leave now. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. Swoosh. Upon hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He glared at the thin middle-aged man who was looking at him disdainfully and said in a deep voice, Yunqing Yan only sent you to kill me. This has nothing to do with my friend. Let her go. You can't even save yourself, and yet, you want your friend to leave? You're really protective of the fairer sex. The thin middle-aged man said with a sinister smile. However, if you want her to leave, I won't let her leave. Now that I won't let her leave, what can you do to me? The disdain in the thin middle-aged man's eyes deepened as soon as he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian was so enraged that his eyes turned red. The sword formation above his head began to stir restlessly as though it would fly out and attack the skinny middle-aged man at any time. Your technique is similar to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, the skinny middle-aged man glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said, I was wondering why young Master Qin Yan asked me to attack a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm. It seems like it's because of you. However, compared to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, you're still far from being a match for him. Even Feng Qingyang couldn't last more than 100 moves against me. In the end, he had no choice but to escape to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. However, those who enter the Azura Hell, even heavenly emperors, have no chance of surviving. The thin middle-aged man said. Swoosh. Upon hearing the thin middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. He did not expect the thin middle-aged man would be so powerful. He did not expect the thin middle-aged man to be the person Yunqing Yan had sent to kill Feng Qingyang. The reason Yunqing Yan wanted to get rid of Feng Qingyang was because he had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy. He could be considered Feng Qingyang's successor. Yunqing Yan had sent someone to kill Feng Qingyang because of his relationship with Feng Qingyang. No chance of surviving. The skinny middle-aged man's words continued to reverberate in Duan Lingtian's ears. He had indirectly caused Senior Feng Qingyang's death. A heavenly emperor? Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically when she heard the thin middle-aged man's words. She was shocked. She looked at the thin middle-aged man in disbelief. You're saying a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm can't last more than 100 moves against you? Moreover, you forced him to enter a deadliest place in the Azura Hell where even a heavenly emperor can't survive? Tang Xiao Zhao's voice trembled as she spoke. Naturally, she knew what a heavenly emperor meant. According to the ancient records in the Tang sect, heavenly emperors were the strongest powerhouses in the Devata realms. They were the strongest powerhouses in the Devata realms. There were only 81 heavenly emperors in the 81 Devata realms. However, based on the thin middle-aged man's words, he was even stronger than a heavenly emperor. How could she not be shocked? How could she not be shocked? Humph. The thin middle-aged man scoffed. Among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, there are only a handful who can last more than 100 moves against me. However, Feng Qingyang managed to last more than 100 moves against me. In terms of strength, he's at least in the top 20 among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Tang Xiao Zhao's body trembled when she heard the thin middle-aged man's words. She was stunned as though she had been petrified. Boy, I really don't see anything special about you. I didn't expect you to win the heart of the most beautiful woman in the divine offering land. The skinny middle-aged man shifted his gaze from Tang Xiao Xiao to Duan Tian. His eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. It seems like you're going to attack me. How about this, I'll stand here. If your attack can reach within 10 meters of me, I'll leave your corpse intact. The thin middle-aged man's voice was filled with disdain and contempt when he spoke. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Duan Tian. Roar! Duan Tian, who had been waiting for this moment, could no longer hold back when he heard the thin middle-aged man's provocation. A sword formation appeared above his head. Swoosh! 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 When the mighty sword formation whizzed out, it was followed by a string of densely packed sword formations. There were a total of 12 sword formations. Including the sword formation that appeared first, there were a total of 13 sword formations. It was obvious Duan Tian had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his strength and cast the most powerful technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword. He had also cast the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that he had comprehended to the highest level. Swoosh! 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 After the first sword formation merged with the 12 sword formations behind it, the sword light also grew more and more intense. It was so powerful that it seemed like it could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, wherever the sword formation passed, terrifying cracks in the void tore open in space as if they were free, cutting across the vast sky. From afar, it looked like gigantic pythons swaying their huge bodies. It seems like I've underestimated you. It's surprising that an eminent celestial from the mundane realm can wield strength comparable to a golden celestial from a Devata realm. But, with this little bit of power, it's impossible for him to get within 10 meters of my body. The thin middle-aged man merely smiled disdainfully when faced with Duan Tian's powerful attack. Chapter 2542. Swoosh! 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 Duan Tian unleashed all his strength and techniques. The sword formation whistled out, leaving a terrifying crack in the void as it charged toward the skinny middle-aged man. It seemed as though he was going to kill the skinny middle-aged man. However, when the sword formation was about 10 meters away from the skinny middle-aged man, it strangely came to a halt. In the void 10 meters away from the thin middle-aged man, there seemed to be a force guarding there, like a quagmire. As soon as Duan Tian's sword formation came close, it sank into the force and could not move at all. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. At this moment, Duan Tian's sword formation seemed to have lost its momentum. When it was about 10 meters away from the skinny middle-aged man, it was still moving at an extremely fast speed. However, when it was about 10 meters away from the skinny middle-aged man, it suddenly came to a halt. In just a blink of an eye, the sword formation disappeared like a firework. Only the celestial sword was left hovering in the air 10 meters away from the skinny middle-aged man. At this moment, the light on the sword had disappeared. From the beginning until the end, the skinny middle-aged man stood motionless in his spot. His expression did not change at all. Even his robe did not flutter in the slightest. Tang Xiaoxiao withdrew her shocked gaze from Duan Lingtian. A bitter smile appeared on her face. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian had unleashed his full strength, the commotion was so great that even she could not help but look at it. At the same time, she could tell that Duan Lingtian's attack had far surpassed the strength of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It was just as the skinny middle-aged man had said. Duan Lingtian's attack was comparable to a golden celestial in a Devata realm. However, even if Duan Lingtian's attack was comparable to a golden celestial, he could not hurt the skinny middle-aged man at all. After all, based on the skinny middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. He was stronger than most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Like an ant. The thin middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke indifferently. The contempt and disdain in his eyes deepened. "Pa." In the next moment, with just a thought from the thin middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian's immortal sword that was suspended 10 meters away from him was strangely broken in two again. What a pity. At the same time, the thin middle-aged man glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. "According to what I said earlier, if your attack can reach within 10 meters of me, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Now, I can only turn you into ashes." When the thin middle-aged man finished speaking, he took a step forward unhurriedly. It was this seemingly unhurried step that smashed into Duan Lingtian's chest like a giant hammer, causing Duan Lingtian to feel his chest tighten. Subsequently, a suffocating feeling spread throughout Duan Lingtian's body in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could smell the scent of death. Little Fei, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly as two beautiful figures appeared in his mind. Then, another beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Tian Wu. A moment later, the figures of his parents, his children, and his group of friends and family flashed through his mind one after another. At the same time, his heart was filled with resentment. Although he had expected this outcome when he made his move, he was still unwilling to accept it. However, when he was faced with such an outcome, he was unwilling to die at the hands of Yun Qinyan's men. He was unwilling to die here. He was unwilling to die at the hands of Yun Qinyan's men. Duan Lingtian. Tang Xiaoxiao cried out when she saw the thin middle-aged man was about to attack Duan Lingtian. Although she wanted to help Duan Lingtian, she was powerless to do so. After all, she was not even as strong as Duan Lingtian. Even Duan Lingtian was powerless in front of the thin middle-aged man, let alone Tang Xiaoxiao. If there's an afterlife, remember that not every woman is someone you can touch. The thin middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. His face was expressionless. In the next moment, the thin middle-aged man's aura changed abruptly. An invisible gust of wind swept out toward Duan Lingtian. The thin middle-aged man did not even need to lift a finger to kill someone as insignificant as Duan Lingtian. With just a thought, he could kill Duan Lingtian. With just a thought, the thin middle-aged man sent out an invisible energy that resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper, aiming to kill Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, not only did Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao not notice the thin middle-aged man's energy, but they did not even have time to react. This was because it was too fast. A cruel smile appeared on the thin middle-aged man's face when he saw the invisible energy that extended from his body was about to engulf Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. In his opinion, the thin middle-aged man was an ordinary person. If his energy enveloped a mere eminent celestial from the mundane realm, he would be annihilated in just a blink of an eye. However, at this critical moment when the thin middle-aged man's energy was about to land on Duan Lingtian, a sudden change occurred. At this moment, the thin middle-aged man's cruel smile froze. Rip! The sound of something tearing rang in the air. The space in front of Duan Lingtian suddenly cracked open. It was a spatial tear. The spatial tear appeared in a timely manner. As soon as it appeared, it swallowed the thin middle-aged man's energy that was about to attack Duan Lingtian. "Who's there?" The thin middle-aged man's expression changed as he stared coldly at the spatial tear that had suddenly appeared in front of him. It was as though someone was hiding behind the spatial tear. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao's attention was caught by the spatial tear that had suddenly appeared in front of them. "It's me." Suddenly, a lazy and indifferent voice came out from the space crack. As soon as the voice rang in the air, a figure limped out of the spatial tear. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand, and he would occasionally take a sip from it. Based on his figure, it was obvious he was an adult man. Due to his messy hair and the fact that he had his head lowered, one could not see his face clearly. It was impossible to tell if he was young, middle-aged, or old. However, based on his rough voice, one could tell he was a middle-aged man. He was clearly a middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were stunned when they saw the man in tattered clothes who looked like a beggar walking out of the spatial tear. Since the man had appeared in such a manner, it meant he was at least a great overarching golden celestial in the Devata realm. When the thin middle-aged man saw the beggar-like man, his eyes were filled with bewilderment. Following which, his gaze landed on the other party's waist, where he saw a faintly discernible identity token. The word "cruel" was carved on the token. Swoosh! When the skinny middle-aged man saw the word "Jia" engraved on the identity token hanging on the young man's waist, his expression changed completely. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to the beggar-like man. "Yin Yi from the Yun clan greets Lord Xia Jia." Currently, the thin middle-aged man no longer had the arrogance he had when he faced Duan Lingtian. Instead, he had an extremely humble appearance. He was like a completely different person compared to before. "Yin Yi?" The man called Xia Jia raised his head slightly and looked at the skinny middle-aged man indifferently. The spatial tear between the divine offering land and the Devata realm is about to close. "Why are you, a member of the Yun clan, here instead of returning to the divine offering land?" "Lord Xia Jia." Yin Yi did not dare to be negligent when faced with Xia Jia's question. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "I'm here on young Master Qin Yan's orders to kill this man. I'm sure Lord Yin Yi has heard that a mortal from the mundane world has defiled Miss Ning Shui's reincarnation," Yin Yi said. Slap. However, at practically the instant Yun Ye's words left his mouth, a clear and crisp sound of a slap was heard. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao saw a slap on Yun Ye's face. Shockingly, a clear palm print had appeared on Yun Ye's face. "Lord Xia Jia, you." Yun Ye's expression changed drastically. Yun Ye's expression changed. When he looked at Xia Jia again, besides rage, there was also heartfelt fear in his eyes. "How dare a servant of the Yun clan like you speak about the matters of the eldest miss of the Xia clan?" Xia Jia, who didn't care about his appearance and looked very sloppy, seemed to have completely changed at this moment. This aura gave people a feeling of awe-inspiring without being angry. "Believe it or not, the Yun clan won't pursue this matter even if I kill you right now." Yin Ye's expression changed again when he heard Xia Jia's words. The anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by fear and dread. Scram! Yin Yi seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw when he heard Xia Jia's words. With a wave of his hand, he tore a spatial tear in space. Then, he flew into the spatial tear and disappeared. The spatial tear quickly closed after Yun Yi entered the spatial tear. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that he had not obeyed young Master Qin Yan's order to kill Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, this was not the case. Compared to his young Master Qin Yan's order, his own life was more important. As they watched the insufferably arrogant Yun Yi flee like a stray dog in the blink of an eye. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Tang Xiaoxiao, they felt like they were dreaming. If Yun Yi was not exaggerating, he was even stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when he saw Yun Yi leaving. At this moment, the sloppy Xia Jia turned to look at Duan Lingtian. His sharp gaze shot out from under his messy hair, as if he could see through everything. Chapter 25-43. Yes. Duan Lingtian felt as though he had nowhere to hide under Xia Jia's gaze. However, he did not dare to ignore Xia Jie's question. Based on the conversation between Yun Xinyan's subordinate and the middle-aged man in front of him, Duan Lingtian knew the middle-aged man was a middle-aged man. He was certain the middle-aged man was from the Xia clan, the clan of his wife, Ke, in her past life. Duan Lingtian did not think it was a coincidence that the middle-aged man was here. 99 heavenly veins? At this moment, Xia Jie, who was staring at Duan Lingtian, cried out in surprise as though he had discovered a new continent. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were taken aback by Xia Jie's words. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Xia Jie in confusion. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, looked at Xia Jie in surprise. He did not expect Xia Jie to be able to tell that he had 99 heavenly veins. According to Huolao, the three-legged golden crow, the saint veins in the Saint Province realm were called heavenly veins in the Devata realms. Moreover, heavenly veins had a greater impact on celestials than those in the mundane realms. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the impact of heavenly veins on celestials in the Devata realms. However, in the mundane realms, the benefits of having 99 heavenly veins were not as obvious as the benefits of having 99 heavenly veins. Perhaps, as Huolao had said, it was because the strength in the mundane realms was too weak. At the same time, Xia Jie seemed to realize he had lost his composure. He calmed himself down before he said, "You're a good-looking man, but you're too weak. It's a sin that you and Shui became Dao partners after she was reincarnated. You even had a daughter with her." Shui Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Xia Jie's words. He looked at Xia Jie with a burning gaze as he asked, "Senior, is Ke doing well?" Based on Xia Jie's words, it was clear Duan Lingtian was referring to his wife, Ke. Ke. Xia Jie was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His niece had told him that her name in this life was Ke. Her cultivation partner in the mundane realm had also called her that. She's under house arrest now. Do you think she'll recover? Xia Jie snapped as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. House arrest? Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Yun Xinyan put Ke under house arrest? Yun Xinyan? Xia Jie snorted and said disdainfully, "That brat is from the Yun family. He doesn't have the guts to put the little princess of the Xia family under house arrest. The one who put Shui under house arrest is her father, your old-fashioned father-in-law." When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian knew Ke's father was the father of Ke's previous life, Xia Ning Shui. However, now that Ke had regained her memories, it meant she was Xia Ning Shui, and Xia Ning Shui was her. "Alright, I don't have much time, so I'll make it short." Xia Jie did not beat around the bush as he said, "I'm here because Shui asked me to. I didn't expect to run into Yun Xinyan, who sent his men to kill you. You're lucky. If I came any later, you'd be dead by now. Shui asked me to tell you that your family and friends are safe. They've escaped Yun Xinyan's control and have gone to the Xia family. However, although they've escaped Yun Xinyan's control and gone to the Xia family, my elder brother, Shui's father, has no intention of letting them go. He intends to use your family and friends to threaten Shui and force her to marry Yun Xinyan." Xia Jie said. "What?" Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Xia Jie's words. He said angrily, "How can there be such a bastard of a father? That's his biological daughter. Moreover, his daughter already has a husband and a daughter in this life. How can he force her to marry someone else? Damn it. Damn it." Duan Lingtian became hysterical when he spoke. It was as though he had lost his mind. From the beginning until the end, Xia Jie watched silently as Duan Lingtian threw a tantrum. However, his gaze that was hidden under his messy hair was a little strange. "Duan Lingtian, you..." When Tang Xiaoxiao saw the peculiar expression on Xia Jie's face and recalled that Duan Lingtian seemed to have insulted Xia Jie's elder brother, she felt slightly anxious. She was afraid Xia Jie would vent his anger on Duan Lingtian. Haha. Well said. Well said. Tang Xiao was about to persuade Duan Lingtian when Xia Jie's hearty laughter interrupted her. That fellow is a bastard. A damn bastard. I've been wanting to scold him for a long time. Bastard. At this moment, Xia Jie was venting the emotions that he had suppressed for many years. He had long held a grudge against his elder brother. However, it was his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia family. Not only was Tang Xiao shocked by Xia Jie's sudden outburst, but even Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. Both of them stared at Xia Jie in a daze. After a while, Xia Jie seemed to realize he had lost his composure, so he calmed down. Not bad, not bad. Boy, you're not bad at all. At the same time, Xia Jie looked at Duan Lingtian with a satisfied expression on his face. Your father-in-law doesn't acknowledge you as his son-in-law, but your third uncle acknowledges you as his niece-in-law. Compared to Yunqin Yan, I like you more. Third uncle? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Look at me. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Shue's third uncle, Xia Jie. I'm also the third master of the Xia family. Xia Jie introduced himself. You can just call me third uncle like Shui. Yes, third uncle. Duan Lingtian did not expect that his loss of composure earlier, where he scolded his father-in-law whom he had never met, would be acknowledged by his third uncle. This was a good start for him. At the very least, not everyone in Ker's family was against him. He had his own supporters as well. Although I like you more and hope you can be with Shui, to be honest, there's nothing I can do to help you. My eldest brother is used to having the final say. If you want to gain his approval, you'll have to rely on yourself. When Xia Jie saw the hint of joy in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes, he threw a bucket of cold water on him. The spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms is about to close, so I'll have a long story to tell you. After calculating the time, Xia Jie looked at Duan Lingtian and said, currently, Ker is under house arrest by her father. Her father has also taken her spatial ring. Perhaps, that's why Yunqin Yan dares to send someone to kill you. After all, since the spatial ring has been taken away, it means she won't know if your soul pearl has shattered or not. Otherwise, Yunqin Yan wouldn't have dared to risk her life. After all, with Shue's temper, if she finds out you're dead, she won't live alone. Upon hearing Xia Jie's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Previously, he had wondered why Yunqin Yan dared to send someone to kill him. Was he not worried Ker would do something crazy if she found out he was dead? As it turned out, the spatial ring where his soul pearl was kept had been taken away by Ker's father. It was obvious that Yunqin Yan knew about this, which was why he had sent people to kill him. Although my bastard brother plans to use your family and friends to threaten Shui, into marrying Yunqin Yan, something big has happened in the Divine Offering Land recently, so he won't be able to deal with it for the time being. In 3 days, the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will be closed. It'll be closed for about 1,000 years. During this time, there will be many things happening in the Divine Offering Land, so Shui will be safe. However, after 1,000 years, when the matter in the Divine Offering Land is settled, I'm afraid my bastard brother will bring up the matter again. At that time, if you don't have the strength to win his approval, I'm afraid Shui will have no choice but to marry Yunqin Yan if she can't withstand the pressure from him. Xia Jie paused for a moment and looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Third uncle. You mean, I only have 1,000 years? Duan Lingtian was not stupid. Naturally, he knew what Xia Jie meant. That's right. You only have 1,000 years. Xia Jie nodded. If you still can't gain his approval after 1,000 years, I'm afraid Shui won't be fated to be with you. 1,000 years. Although Duan Lingtian had only lived for a few decades in this life and had not even lived for 100 years, he still felt a great pressure. After all, he knew he might not be able to gain Ker's father's approval even if he was as strong as a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Third uncle, what's the Divine Offering Land? Duan Lingtian asked with a grim expression on his face. Yun Qingyan had casually sent a servant from the Yun clan to force Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to flee to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. This meant the people in the Divine Offering Land were generally very powerful. The Divine Offering Land is separated from the mundane realms and Devata realms. It's a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Xia Jie seemed to have expected Duan Lingtian to ask this question, so he was not surprised. He quickly explained, "You'll learn about this when you reach a certain level in the Devata realm. As for other information about the Divine Offering Land, it'll only be a burden to you even if I tell you about it. Therefore, I won't say much about it." Xia Jie paused for a moment before explaining to Duan Lingtian. "Naturally, you'll be able to learn about it when you reach a certain level in the Devata realm." Chapter 2544. Shui has asked me to come and see you, and I've told you everything I need to tell you. The spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will close in 3 days, so I have to return as soon as possible. If it's too late, I'll have to wait for 1,000 years before I can return. Xia Jie said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "I hope to see you in the Divine Offering Land when the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms opens again after 1,000 years. At that time, I hope you'll be strong enough to gain Shui's father's approval." After Xia Jie finished speaking, he casually raised his hand and tore a tear in space before he prepared to leave. Third uncle. Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something important when he saw Xia Jie leaving in a hurry. Is it true that heavenly emperors will definitely die if they enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian did not forget what Yunyi had told him. Senior Feng Qingyang, who had left behind the inheritance for him, was forced into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. The Azura Hell? Xia Jie's expression turned slightly solemn when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "I've entered that place once, but I only dared to move around the periphery. I didn't dare to go too deep. Based on how dangerous the Azura Hell is, I'm afraid there are only 2 or 3 heavenly emperors among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who managed to come out alive," Xia Jie said. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately when he heard Xia Jie's words. At the same time, he realized Yunyi was not exaggerating. There were 81 Devata realms in total. Similarly, there were 81 heavenly emperors. Based on Xia Jie's words, only 2 or 3 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms managed to come out alive after entering the Azura Hell. Based on Yunye's words, Feng Qingyang was only ranked in the top 20 among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. He was far from the top 3 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Senior Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. At this moment, the last trace of hope in the depths of his heart was shattered. After his hopes were dashed, a strong sense of self-blame rose from the depths of his heart, unable to calm down for a long time. "I'm in a hurry to return to the world of divine remains. I don't have much time left, so I can't help you much." At this moment, Xia Jie's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. "Initially, bringing you back to the Divine Offering Land would be more beneficial to you. However, if you're discovered by my elder brother or that boy from the Yun family, you'll definitely die. For this reason, I can't let you take the risk." Xia Jie looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Then, he raised his hand and 2 items appeared in his hand before he passed them to Duan Lingtian. "That's all I can help you with. When you ascend to a Devata realm, don't be in a hurry to leave the Celestial Ascension Pool. Try to temper your 99 heavenly veins in the Celestial Ascension Pool. It'll only be beneficial to you. Boy, I look forward to seeing you again in the Divine Offering Land. I hope you won't disappoint me in Shui." After Xia Jie passed the 2 items to Duan Lingtian, he left without waiting for Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. Immediately after, the spatial crack that he had just torn open also gradually closed up. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses after the tear in space closed. He lowered his head and looked at the 2 items Xia Jie had left for him. The 2 items were a sword and a dark green jade token that was shrouded in a mysterious light. At the same time, the snake-like cracks in space gradually closed, returning the entire space to its original tranquility. Phew! Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, she had accompanied Duan Lingtian to the gates of hell. She had almost been killed by Yunyi. Wait for me. Duan Lingtian did not look at the two items in his hand. He looked up at the sky and clenched his fists before he let out a roar that shook space. It was as though he was trying to vent the frustration in his chest. Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's sudden outburst. When Tang Xiaoxiao regained her senses, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Can you tell me more about you and your wife?" At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao found out Duan Lingtian had a wife and a child. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's wife was not an ordinary person. When Duan Lingtian told Tang Xiaoxiao about his relationship with his wife, Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but sigh before she comforted him. She comforted him and said, "Don't worry, you'll definitely reunite with your wife. Didn't Senior Xiaojie say that? You still have 1,000 years to live. It hasn't even been 100 years since you started cultivating in this lifetime. I believe that if you were given another 1,000 years, you would definitely have the strength to gain the approval of your father-in-law." Tang Xiaoxiao comforted him. Although Tang Xiaoxiao comforted Tang Xiaoxiao, she did not think the same way. Naturally, it was not that she did not think Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law in 1,000 years. However, she did not think it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to possess such strength in 1,000 years. Although Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, he was still very strong. However, no matter how strong Duan Lingtian was, his strength was only comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Although Xia Jie did not say how strong Duan Lingtian would have to be to gain the approval of his father-in-law, Tang Xiaoxiao was certain Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law. However, in her opinion, Duan Lingtian would have to be stronger than a group of heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. After all, the person from before was also a servant of the Yun family from the world of divine remains. He was even stronger than most of the heavenly emperors. Even with Duan Lingtian's current foundation, it would still be difficult for him to become stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms in 1,000 years. Yes. Although Duan Lingtian knew Tang Xiaoxiao was trying to comfort him, he still nodded solemnly. There was no turning back for him at this moment. After 1,000 years, regardless of whether he would be strong enough to gain the approval of his father-in-law, he would have to make a trip to the divine offering land. Even if he had to risk his life, he would not allow his wife to marry another man. In the next few days, Tang Xiaoxiao stayed by Duan Lingtian's side and accompanied Duan Lingtian back to Earth. They spent a few days on Earth. Duan Lingtian had not returned to Earth for several decades. The changes on Earth were so great that he did not even dare to imagine it. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a good mood due to the appearance of Yunyi and Xia Jie in the divine offering land a few days ago. For this reason, after spending a few days on Earth, Duan Lingtian decided to leave with Tang Xiaoxiao. They planned to leave Yanhuang realm and return to the Saint Province realm through the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the divine offering land. After Yunyi fled in a sorry state from Xia Jie, he immediately returned to the divine offering land and the Yun family. Young Master. When Yunyi saw Yun Qin Yen, the great young master of the Yun clan, he only had time to greet Yun Qin Yen before he was interrupted by Yun Qin Yen. Yun Qin Yen smiled and said, "Yunyi, since you're back, I'm sure Duan Lingtian is dead. You've done a good job." Yun Qin Yen nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Yunyi. From the beginning until the end, he did not think Yunyi would fail. Although Yunyi was not as strong as him, he was comparable to the strongest heavenly emperors among the 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. With such strength, it would be easy for Yunyi to kill a brat from the mundane realms. Young Master, I failed. Yunyi bowed before Yun Qin Yen and said hesitantly, "Young Master, I failed." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the area fell silent in an instant. Yunyi looked at Yun Qin Yen, who had a frozen smile on his face. He was so nervous that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. What happened? Yun Qingyan finally spoke. His voice was calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. However, the calmer Yun Yi was, the more nervous he became. He knew his young master would only react in such a manner when he was extremely angry. Lord Xianxia intervened. Yun Yi did not dare to be negligent when faced with Yun Qingyan's question. He quickly recounted everything that had happened. At that time, I was about to kill Duan Lingtian, but Lord Xianxia appeared at the critical moment and protected Duan Lingtian. Young master, I'm sorry for being useless. As he finished speaking, Yun Yi lowered his head like a child that had made a mistake. Since Uncle Xianxia appeared to protect that brat, you can't be blamed for this. Yun Qingyan narrowed his eyes. Yun Qingyan narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. However, why would he appear in the mundane realm and protect that brat? Did he know I would send someone to kill that brat? I remember. Only the two of us know about this. Yun Qingyan looked at Yun Yi as he spoke. The way he looked at Yun Yi was not because he doubted him. Yun Yi had been with the Yun family for many years and could be considered an elder of the Yun family. Moreover, even if Yun Yi wanted to betray him, he would not betray him for a brat from the mundane realm. He merely thought it was a coincidence. Young master, is it possible that Miss Ning Shua asked Xianxia to protect Duan Lingtian? Yun Yi glanced at Yun Qingyan cautiously before he voiced his guess. Yun Qingyan narrowed his eyes when he heard Yun Ye's words. Even if Xianxia wanted to protect Duan Lingtian, he would only be able to do so until the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms closes. Chapter 2545. In the Xia family of the Divine Offering Land. In a heavily guarded courtyard, the flowers were lush and the air was fresh. One could vaguely hear the chirping of birds. It was like the ethereal sound of a valley. It was very pleasant to the ears. In a quiet room at the back of the courtyard, a white figure was sitting cross-legged on an ice bed that was emitting dense cold air. This was a woman. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and possessed a devastatingly beautiful face that caused everything in her surroundings to seem to be overshadowed by her. She sat there quietly as though she had become one with the ice bed beneath her. Her body was constantly emitting dense cold air. It was as if she was not a living person, but an ice sculpture. However, if one took a closer look, they would see that she was a beautiful woman. At that instant, this peerless beauty in a snow-white dress had her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted together. Her perfect and flawless cheeks twitched slightly as if she was enduring some sort of pain. At the same time, the aura that extended from her body was constantly changing and becoming stronger. Shwa-er. Only when a vigorous voice sounded from outside did the white-clothed lady, who was sitting cross-legged on the ice bed, relax her pair of willowy eyebrows. At the same time, she opened her tightly shut eyes. She opened her eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. The woman who had opened her eyes was even more radiant than when she had closed her eyes. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the white-clad woman disappeared from the ice bed. She opened the door of the quiet room with a bang and went to the backyard outside the quiet room. In the backyard, a sloppy, middle-aged man stood there. The middle-aged man had his messy hair draped behind his back, revealing a square face. He had big eyes and eyebrows, and as he stood there, he exuded a dignified aura. Third uncle. The fairy-like woman in white didn't care about the middle-aged man's unkempt appearance at all. She immediately flew forward and held the middle-aged man's arm. She blinked her watery eyes and asked, "What's wrong with you? Have you seen Brother Tian?" As soon as the woman said this, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and waves of excitement appeared in the depths of her eyes. "You little girl," third uncle rushed over to you as soon as he returned. You didn't even ask if third uncle was tired. Instead, you asked me if I saw that brat. It seems that third uncle's position in your heart is far inferior to that brat. Sigh, girls are extroverted, girls are extroverted. The unkempt middle-aged man was none other than Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan from the Divine Offering Land. After all, Wuxia Xianxia had just returned to the Divine Offering Land from the Devata realms. He managed to return before the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms closed. Third uncle, you're teasing Shui again. The woman's beautiful cheeks blushed shyly as she said with some embarrassment. All right. Third uncle won't tease you anymore. Wuxia Xianxia shook his head. Then, his expression turned solemn as he said, I saw that brat. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Yun Qinyan's men. What? The woman's expression changed drastically when she heard Wuxia Xianxia's words. Her eyes that were originally calm were instantly filled with rage. Yun Qinyan. How dare he send men to kill Brother Tian? The woman was none other than Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke. She was also the eldest miss of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, Xia Ning Shui. That brat must have heard that your father had imprisoned you and took your spatial ring. Wuxia Xianxia paused for a moment before he said, that brat must have heard about your father taking away your spatial ring. Wuxia Xianxia paused for a moment before he continued to say, I suspect that your father intentionally let him know that your spatial ring was taken away so that he could use Yun Qinyan to get rid of that brat. Wuxia Xianxia could not help but sigh when he finished speaking. He knew very well how much his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan, disliked that brat from the mundane realm. Back then, when his elder brother found out that his niece had reincarnated and found a husband and gave birth to a daughter, he was furious. He had almost left the Divine Offering Land and went to the mundane realm to hunt that brat down. Father, Ke's eyes were filled with rage, but she did not know how to vent her anger. After all, that person was her father. Apart from being Ke, she was also the eldest miss of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, Xia Ning Shui. Third uncle, is Brother Tian all right? Ke asked worriedly. Don't worry, he's fine. Wuxia Xianxia shook his head. Apart from that, I've also told him that the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will be closed for 1,000 years. In the next 1,000 years, your father will have many things to do, so he won't be able to arrange your marriage with Yun Qinyan. However, when the matter of the Divine Offering Land is over, your father will definitely bring up the matter again and force you to submit to him. I've already told that brat about all this. He's a person with a strong will. Perhaps, a miracle will happen in 1,000 years. When Wuxia Xianxia reached the end of his sentence, he found it hard to believe his own words. Previously, when they were in the mundane realm, he had told Duan Lingtian to strive to obtain the approval of his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan, after 1,000 years. However, he did not think it was possible. A miracle? Ke smiled bitterly when she heard Wuxia Xianxia's words. Third uncle, although Brother Tian's innate talent and fortuitous encounters are good, it's impossible for him to obtain the approval of father in just 1,000 years. Shui, you must trust him. I'm sure he wants you to trust him as well, Wuxia Xianxia said. I trust you. Of course I believe in him. But this time, I won't let him bear this burden alone. Ke looked at Wuxia Xianxia and said, Third uncle, since the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms has been closed, it's impossible for people from the Divine Offering Land to go to the Devata realms or the mundane realms through the Devata realms. Once the spatial tunnel is closed, father won't keep me under house arrest anymore. At that time, I want to go to the realm battlefield. A hint of determination flashed in Ke's eyes when she finished speaking. Swoosh. However, as soon as Ke's voice fell, Wuxia Xianxia's expression changed, and he shook his head. He shook his head and said, No. You can't go to the realm battlefield. Put aside the fact that you haven't recovered to the level you were in your past life. Even if you've recovered, it's still very dangerous for you to go to the realm battlefield. I don't agree. I don't agree. Wuxia Xianxia said resolutely. Third uncle, if you don't agree, no one will help me. Ke smiled bitterly and said, Third uncle, I really don't want Brother Tian to bear this burden alone. He's done enough for me in the past. Now that I have a chance to change my fate, I'll give it a try no matter what. If I don't try this time, I'll regret it in 1,000 years. Looked at Wuxia Xianxia with an unshakable gaze. You little girl, this was the first time Wuxia Xianxia had seen his niece so serious. She was so serious that he did not know how to continue insisting on his decision. In the end, he sighed and said, "You should think about it again. That's the realm battlefield we're talking about. No one will show mercy to you there." The spatial tunnel from the Divine Offering Land to the Devata realms was closed because the realm battlefield in the Divine Offering Land was about to open. The Divine Offering Land was a realm that was separated from the Devata realms and the mundane realms. It was a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Apart from the Divine Offering Land, there were other realms created by supreme powerhouses. Every 10,000 years, the planes created by these supreme masters would meet in pairs. At that time, the realm battlefield would open. Both realms would send people out to fight it out in the realm battlefield. Once the realm battlefield opened, it would last for 1,000 years. Whether it was the people from the Divine Offering Land or other realms, if they wanted to raise their strength quickly, they would have to enter the realm battlefield. In the realm battlefield, they would be able to raise their strength in a short time through combat and various opportunities. Naturally, there were risks associated with great rewards. There were people dying in the realm battlefield almost every second. Third uncle, there's no need to think about it. I've thought about it. If I want to regain my strength or even surpass my strength in 1,000 years, the only way is to enter the realm battlefield. Kerr said as she shook her head. Although I believe in Brother Tian, I hope to be able to fight alongside him in 1,000 years. Kuer's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. In fact, although she said so, she didn't really think so in her heart. After all, if Brother Tian was strong enough to gain her father's approval after 1,000 years, she had to be strong. For this reason, she had to become stronger so that she could change her fate after 1,000 years. In her past life, she was willing to end her own life in order to break up the marriage. However, she did not expect her father would not approve of her even if she ended her life in her past life. Her father still insisted on marrying her to Yunqin Yan. She had too many things to worry about in this life. For this reason, she could not end her own life like she did in her past life. She wanted to enter the realm battlefield and fight for her future. Even if she died in the realm battlefield, she would have no regrets. At the very least, she tried her best. Brother Tian, this time, Kerr won't let you be alone. No matter how difficult this journey is, Kerr will go with you. We'll live and die together. Chapter 2546. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was going on in the Divine Offering Land. He also didn't know that Kuer was preparing to enter the extremely dangerous planar battlefield, all for the sake of obtaining the strength to change both their fates after 1,000 years. If he knew about this, he would be so worried that he would want to grow a pair of wings and fly to the Divine Offering Land to stop Kerr. A month later, Duan Lingtian brought Tang Xiaoxiao back to the Coast Galaxy. Although Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao had traveled at full speed from the Coast Galaxy to the Milky Way, it had taken them 3 months to reach the Milky Way. However, it only took him a month to bring Tang Xiaoxiao back to the Coast Galaxy. This time, the reason why he took so much less time was because he had comprehended the 13 green lotus swords to the extreme and completely grasped the 13 green lotus swords. That was why his speed had increased so much. After all, Duan Lingtian, who had mastered the 13 green lotus swords, was as strong as a golden celestial in the Devata realms. I wonder if the people in this galaxy have forgotten about us? Tang Xiaoxiao muttered to herself as they made their way to the interstellar transportation formation on planet Satel in the Coast Galaxy. Back then, she and Duan Lingtian were attacked by 18 disaster-level battleships from the Garnier family in the Coast Galaxy. The scene had been broadcasted to the entire Coast Galaxy. At that time, she had already used her divine sense to investigate this clearly. At that time, there were not many people in the Coast Galaxy who did not know about Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao. That's the 2 cultivators from a few months ago. Heavens! Why are they here again? Why are they here again? What are they trying to do? When Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao appeared near the interstellar transportation formation on planet Satel, many people recognized them. They could not help but panic. It was as though they were ferocious beasts. It seems like they haven't forgotten about us. Tang Xiao smiled. One of the people from the Cost Galaxy who was standing nearby heard Tang Xiao's words, and his mouth twitched. This female cultivator seemed to be surprised that the people of the Cost Galaxy had not forgotten about them. What a joke. Even if a few years had passed, the people of the Cost Galaxy would never forget these two cultivators, let alone a few months. After all, the young man among the two cultivators had destroyed a disaster-level battleship with a single strike. Moreover, he had walked out of the bombardment of 17 disaster-level battleships unscathed. This was the first time in the history of the Cost Galaxy that such a terrifying cultivator had appeared. The incident that happened a few months ago had already been recorded in the Cost Galaxy's historical records. The title of the record was as follows: A Godlike Man. Whoosh! Whoosh! When they saw Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao disappear into the interstellar transportation formation, the people from the Cost Galaxy heaved a sigh of relief. So they were just passing by. I was scared to death just now. However, I really didn't expect that we would be able to see them with our own eyes. Compared to what we saw in the projection, what we saw just now was much more vivid, and their auras were much stronger. That's right. I didn't even dare to breathe when I saw them earlier. Due to the arrival of Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao, the entire Cost Galaxy was in an uproar. It was only after they confirmed that Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao were just passing by that the Cost Galaxy calmed down. Based on this, one could see how powerful Duan Ling Tian was in the Cost Galaxy. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. Even if he knew, he would not feel anything since it was nothing to be proud of. After all, it was only a galaxy ruled by an SS-grade technological civilization. An SSS-grade technological civilization that stood at the pinnacle of technological civilization in Yanhuang realm had an apocalypse-level battleship. This type of galaxy represented the strongest technological civilization in Yanhuang realm. The galaxies ruled by technological civilizations were categorized into SSS grade, SS grade, S grade, A grade, B grade, C grade. The Milky Way was a galaxy ruled by an A-grade technological civilization, since the most advanced technological civilization in the Milky Way was only an A-grade technological civilization. It was 2 grades lower than the Cost Galaxy. However, Duan Lingtian's strength had increased again. Even when Duan Lingtian had just arrived in the Cost Galaxy, he did not feel pressured at all when he faced a galaxy ruled by an SSS-grade technological civilization. This was because even the apocalypse-level battleships that such galaxies relied on to survive would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. After all, his strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial at that time. Duan Ling Tian, on our way back to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, we'll have to pass by the Thousand Opportunities galaxy where the Tang sect is located. I want to visit the old ancestor and return the star chart to him. Tang Xiao told Duan Ling Tian as they passed through the interstellar transportation formations. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Since it's on the way, I'll follow you back to the Tang sect. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao to return to the Thousand Opportunities galaxy that was ruled by the Tang sect. The interstellar teleportation array was located on the mother planet of the Thousand Opportunities galaxy, planet Shu Tang. Tang Xiao was in a good mood when she first returned. However, when Tang Xiao returned to the Tang sect and saw Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, she learned something from him. Her expression changed drastically. The old ancestor is dead? When Tang Xiao learned from Tang Chong that Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, had died, she was on the verge of breaking down. Tears streamed down her beautiful face, making her look extremely pitiful. What happened? Duan Ling Tian asked when he saw the anger and unwillingness in Tang Chong's eyes when he mentioned this matter to Tang Xiao. It's the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. He made a move. Tang Chong smiled wryly. He said we broke the engagement and made fun of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. For this reason, he killed Elder Yi to punish us for breaking the engagement. I didn't expect the old man from the Heavenly Wave Mansion would personally make a move. Tang Chong was furious and resentful when he finished speaking. However, no matter how angry he was or how unwilling he was, it was of no use. After all, the old ancestor was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As soon as Tang Chong finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian could react, he saw Tang Xiao crying. Tang Xiao's eyes were red from crying, and she looked very pitiful. She turned to look at him with a cold gleam in her eyes. Naturally, her gaze was not directed at Duan Lingtian. It was directed at the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duan Lingtian, help me kill him. As long as you help me kill him, my life is yours. Tang Xiao said through gritted teeth. She seemed to have lost her mind as she glared at Duan Lingtian. To Tang Xiao, Tang Zhongyi was not only her ancestor, but he was also the one who had taken care of her as she grew up. He treated her like his own granddaughter. As for her, she also considered Tang Zhongyi as her biological grandfather. Now that she knew that Tang Zhongyi had been killed because of her, her heart was filled with regret. At the same time, she also hated the person who killed Tang Zhongyi to the bone. She wanted to tear the person into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. However, she knew with her strength, she would only be seeking death if she went to the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Therefore, she could only place all her hopes on Duan Lingtian. In order to avenge her family's ancestor, she was even willing to bet her own life. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian did not say anything to comfort Tang Xiao when he sensed her anger. He knew words would not be as effective as action at this moment. Thank you. As expected, Tang Xiao's body trembled when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, she nodded at Duan Lingtian and thanked him. Then, under Tang Chong's shocked gaze, he took the lead and led the way to the interstellar transportation formation again. Duan Lingtian followed Tang Xiao through the interstellar transportation formation and left the 1,000 Opportunities galaxy that was ruled by the Heavenly Wave Mansion. In the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. The Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate was located on the mother planet of the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. It was also where Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao were staying. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian followed Tang Xiao to the estate of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Who are you? How dare you trespass in the Heavenly Wave Mansion? As soon as Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao entered the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, a group of patrolling disciples from the Heavenly Wave Mansion immediately reacted and flew out in an attempt to intercept them. Swoosh! 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 Tang Xiao raised her hand, and rays of light shot out and killed the patrolling disciples of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he saw Tang Xiao's ruthlessness. However, Duan Lingtian could understand why Tang Xiao was so angry. Previously, when he went to the Milky Way with Tang Xiao from the Coast Galaxy, Tang Xiao had told him a lot about her and her ancestor, Tang Zhongyi. Therefore, he knew about the relationship between Tang Xiao and her ancestor. Chapter 2547. Someone's trespassing in the Heavenly Wave Mansion? Who's there? How dare they? It didn't take long for Tang Xiao to cause a stir in Skywave Prefecture because of her actions. Not long after Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao entered the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, they were surrounded by a group of people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. More and more people arrived. Initially, there were only a few dozen people, but soon, there were several hundred people. Moreover, these people's cultivation bases were quite high. Duan Lingtian scanned the area with his divine consciousness and discovered that the Heavenly Wave Mansion's cultivation base was at least at the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Among these people, the weakest cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, there were many bodiless celestials with high cultivation bases among these people. An eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Prefecture blocked Tang Xiao's path. The two of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. The black-clad woman was only an eminent celestial, but her strength was comparable to a 5 bodiless celestial. Who's she? She's only an eminent celestial, and yet, she possesses such strength. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be a nobody. I feel like she looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen her before. The group of people from Skywave Prefecture fixed their eyes on Tang Xiaoxiao and began to talk among themselves. The dagger in her hand. It seems to be a celestial supreme treasure. A bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion exclaimed as he stared at the dagger in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand. The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion immediately shifted their attention to the dagger in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand. It's indeed a celestial supreme treasure. Soon after, more and more bodiless celestials confirmed that the dagger in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand was a celestial supreme treasure. It was as though they could not wait to snatch the dagger away from Tang Xiaoxiao. While most of the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion were still focused on the celestial supreme treasure in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand, I remember now. A young disciple of the Skywave Prefecture relaxed his brows and suddenly let out a cry of surprise. She's Tang Xiaoxiao. She's Tang Xiaoxiao. I've seen her once. She's Tang Xiaoxiao. He's the #1 figure among the younger generation of the Tang sect. As soon as the young man spoke, many people who found the black-clothed woman familiar were able to confirm her identity. She was Tang Xiaoxiao, the #1 disciple of the Tang sect. Why did Tang Xiaoxiao barge into our Skywave Prefecture? Many disciples of Skywave Prefecture who were not well informed were puzzled. As far as they knew, Tang Xiaoxiao was their young mansion master's fiancé. I'm afraid you don't know that the Tang sect has already cancelled the engagement between Tang Xiaoxiao and our young mansion master. Upon hearing the discussion among the disciples of Heavenly Wave Mansion, some of the more well-informed disciples chimed in, "That's right, we're in the same boat." For this reason, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion personally killed Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, to punish the Tang sect. Are you serious? Why is the matter so serious? I didn't hear anything about such a big thing. The disciples of Heavenly Wave Mansion who were not well informed were shocked. Why did Tang Xiaoxiao come to our Skywave Mansion? Is she here to avenge our old ancestor? Many people who knew the relationship between Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang's sect who was killed by the Heavenly Wave Mansion's old ancestor, looked at Tang Xiaoxiao as though they were looking at an idiot. Tang Xiaoxiao. At this moment, a frivolous voice rang in the air. Swoosh. Soon after, a young man wearing embroidered clothes with unsteady footsteps appeared in a timely manner. As soon as the young man in embroidered clothes appeared, the people in the vicinity immediately opened up a path for him. At the same time, many people bowed respectfully at him. Young Mansion Master. Young Mansion Master. Based on the way the people addressed the young man, it was obvious who he was. He was the young Mansion Master of Skywave Mansion, Yang Yuting. He was also Tang Xiaoxiao's fiancé. What? Tang Xiaoxiao, are you regretting coming to our Skywave Mansion today? You don't want to break the engagement anymore? Yang Yuting looked at Tang Xiaoxiao condescendingly as soon as he appeared. His eyes were filled with mockery. He was furious when he learned the Tang sect was going to break the engagement. However, when he learned the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion had killed Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, who was also Tang Xiaoxiao's old ancestor, he had vented his anger. At that time, he knew it was impossible for him to be with Tang Xiaoxiao. He knew Tang Xiaoxiao's character very well. Since the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion had killed Tang Zhongyi, she would rather die than marry him. For this reason, he was only teasing Tang Xiaoxiao when he said those words. After all, he could see it. Tang Xiaoxiao had killed many of the patrolling disciples of Heavenly Wave Mansion to stir up trouble. It was obvious she knew her old ancestor was killed by the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Yang Yuting. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes turned even redder when she saw Yang Yuting. At the same time, she ignored the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who was fighting her and flew toward Yang Yuting. Yang Yuting's expression changed when he saw Tang Xiaoxiao charging toward him. His strength was only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, he did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. He was no match for Tang Xiaoxiao, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure and was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Swoosh. 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 However, he sighed in relief when he saw a few figures appearing in front of him. The people standing in front of Yang Yuting were the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion. After they appeared in front of Yang Yuting, they glared at Tang Xiaoxiao fiercely. Tang Xiaoxiao, surrender. With your strength, you're destined to die for trespassing in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Kneel down and beg the young mansion master for mercy. Perhaps he'll give you a quick death. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials looked at Tang Xiaoxiao as though they were looking at a dead person. Tang Xiaoxiao, you bitch. Are you regretting it now? Who told you to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? It's your blessing that I, Yang Yuting, have taken a liking to you. Not only do you not cherish it, but you even want to break the engagement. You're revolting. Yang Yuting said arrogantly as he stood behind the group of 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Yang Yuting, if you're still a man, step forward and fight me to the death. Tang Xiaoxiao said coldly as she glared at Yang Yuting. Humph. However, Tang Xiaoxiao was met with a disdainful snort from Yang Yuting. Duan Ling Tian, I'll kill him with my own hands. Upon hearing Yang Yuting's words, Tang Xiaoxiao turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and pleaded, help me. When Tang Xiaoxiao turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion finally realized what was going on. Tang Xiaoxiao was not alone when she trespassed in the Skywave Mansion. She had a companion with her. However, due to Tang Xiaoxiao's strength and the celestial supreme treasure in her hand, they did not notice the purple-clad young man who had trespassed in the Skywave Mansion. Get lost if you don't want to die. Duan Ling Tian said coldly as he pointed his finger at the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who were looking at him. Swoosh. 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 A sword ray whizzed out from the tip of his finger. Then, it transformed into thousands of sword rays that formed a sword formation before it shot toward the 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from Skywave Mansion who were blocking Tang Xiaoxiao's path. The sword formation that was formed by thousands of sword lights whistled through the air, emitting a fierce aura that sent chills down the spines of the 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestial spines. One by one, they launched an attack. Boom. 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 However, the attacks of the group of people were unable to withstand a single blow from the ferocious sword rays and were easily defeated. Barf. Barf. The 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials were injured by the sword formation. They could not help but spit out mouthfuls of blood as they hurriedly retreated. After all, if they did not retreat, they would be killed by the sword formation. Swoosh. 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 Under the shocked gazes of the disciples from Skywave Mansion, Duan Lingtian's sword formation easily repelled the 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from Skywave Mansion and opened a path for Tang Xiaoxiao. Yang Yuting. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were cold as she charged toward Yang Yuting. Her face was expressionless when she saw Duan Lingtian opening a path for Yang Yuting. Yang Yuting was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Faced with the ferocious Tang Xiaoxiao and Duan Lingtian, he did not have the heart to fight back at all. For this reason, he was at a disadvantage in just a blink of an eye. Die. After a while, Tang Xiaoxiao saw an opportunity. The dagger in her hand was like a poisonous snake as it viciously bit toward Yang Yuting's neck. If this attack hit, Yang Yuting would definitely die. Stop. Stop. At this critical moment, two urgent roars came from afar at the same time. Two powerful forces appeared in the sky as they attempted to stop Tang Xiaoxiao from killing Yang Yuting. These two forces came from two seven tribulation bodiless celestials from Skywave Mansion. They were about to succeed in stopping Tang Xiaoxiao from killing Yang Yuting. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 25:48. Swoosh. 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 The sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian caused the dimmed sword formation that he had used to pave the way for Tang Xiaoxiao to light up again. They were like bright stars in the night sky, gorgeous and dazzling. The thousands of sword lights in the sword formation swallowed and emitted ear-piercing sword whistles. As soon as the sword formation lit up again, it suddenly changed direction and rushed toward Tang Xiaoxiao and Yang Yuting. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as Duan Lingtian's sword formation easily destroyed the two forces that were trying to stop Tang Xiaoxiao from killing Yang Yuting. Although the two forces were powerful and came from two seven tribulation bodiless celestials, Duan Lingtian's attack did not last long. However, in front of Duan Ling Tian's sword formation, it could only perish together with the sword formation. Both of them disappeared in the air, leaving behind waves of energy that swept out in all directions. Rip. 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 At the same time, terrifying spatial cracks appeared in space. They were like huge pythons that swung their huge bodies. It was extremely vivid and terrifying. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he should be able to easily defeat the two seven tribulation bodiless celestials. However, since Duan Ling Tian did not use his celestial supreme treasure or cast the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, his strength was only comparable to the full-strength attack of an ordinary seven tribulation bodiless celestial. It was just enough to withstand the attacks of two seven tribulation bodiless celestials. Stop! How dare you! The two seven tribulation bodiless celestials who had rushed over did not even have the time to see who had blocked their attacks. They glared at Tang Xiaoxiao and shouted at her. Slash! However, Tang Xiaoxiao ignored their cries and stabbed the dagger in her hand into Yang Yuting's throat. Yang Yuting, who had lost all will to fight, was instantly killed. After killing Yang Yuting, she didn't seem to be satisfied yet. She activated her power and destroyed Yang Yuting's body, leaving nothing behind. Although Yang Yuting was not the one who had killed her ancestor, she was the one who had killed him. In her opinion, if Yang Yuting did not insist on marrying her, none of this would have happened. Yang Yuting was the culprit who indirectly caused the death of her ancestor. It could even be said that she was the culprit. Gasp! 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 When the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion saw Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, being killed, they could not help but gasp in unison. The two seven tribulation bodiless celestials who had just arrived was especially shocked. It was not hard to imagine that when the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Prefecture found out that the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Prefecture had died in front of them, he would not let them off so easily. How dare you kill our young mansion master? You're seeking death. Die. The two seven tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion were so focused on redeeming themselves that they completely ignored Duan Ling Tian who had stopped them earlier. They charged toward Tang Xiaoxiao as their energy surged. Tang Xiaoxiao must die. Most of the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion thought to themselves. Although Tang Xiaoxiao's companion had stopped the two seven tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion, they could tell he was only a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. That person's strength was only at the level of a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. He should also be a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. How could a seven tribulation bodiless celestial stop the two seven tribulation bodiless celestials from Heavenly Wave Mansion? Tang Xiaoxiao remained calm when she saw the two seven tribulation bodiless celestials charging at her. It was as though she was not afraid at all. I'd like to see who's courting death. Duanling Tian said coldly when he saw the two seven tribulation bodiless celestials from the heavenly wave mansion flying toward Tang Xiaoxiao. Their attacks were like huge hammers that were about to land on her. Swish. 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 As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, more than 10 afterimages appeared on the sword formation beneath his feet before they gathered together and brought him to Tang Xiaoxiao's side at the fastest speed possible. Duanling Tian's speed was so fast that the two seven tribulation bodiless celestials did not even have time to react. It was only when they saw a flash of light in front of them that their expressions changed drastically. Swish. 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 The two seven tribulation bodiless celestials' expressions changed drastically when the sword formation under Duanling Tian's feet seemed to have transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe. Not only did it defeat the two seven tribulation bodiless celestials, but it also killed them in just a blink of an eye. The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as blood splattered everywhere. The two seven tribulation bodiless celestials were killed instantly. How's this possible? The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials were the first to react. When they saw the person beside Tang Xiaoxiao killing the two 7 tribulation bodiless celestials in just a blink of an eye, they broke out in cold sweat. These people were the ones who had blocked Yang Yuting's path earlier. It was Duanling Tian who had forced them to retreat. They could only imagine, if the purple-clad young man next to Tang Xiaoxiao hadn't shown them any mercy, they would have been killed by his sword. Who's he? Is he Tang Xiaoxiao's helper? No wonder Tang Xiaoxiao dares to come to the Heavenly Wave Mansion alone. She's fearless. She knows there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Heavenly Wave Mansion, but she still dares to come here. Does this mean the purple-clad young man beside her is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? After a few moments, the other people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion regained their senses as well. Apart from fear, they looked at Duanling Tian in fear. It was as though they were afraid Duanling Tian would attack them. 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Heavenly Wave Mansion felt chills running down their spines when they heard their discussion. They looked at Duanling Tian anxiously. The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion were looking at Duanling Tian with dread in their eyes. After a while, ting-er. An earth-shattering roar rang from the depths of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate. Accompanying this furious roar was the sound of a swift wind whistling. Whoosh! A moment later, another person appeared in everyone's line of sight. Surprisingly, it was a middle-aged man in a dark blue robe. The middle-aged man had a sturdy build and a square face. He had a dignified air about him. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. Seeing the newcomer, the group of people from Skywave Prefecture bowed to him respectfully. The Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. Based on the way the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion addressed the newcomer, he was certain of the newcomer's identity. It was Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Tang Xiaoxiao, how dare you kill my son? Yang Qingjian ignored the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who bowed respectfully at him. He looked at Tang Xiaoxiao fiercely as soon as he appeared. Obviously, before he came, he already knew who killed his son, Yang Yuting, before he came here. This was normal. Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, possessed his son, Yang Yuting's soul pearl. Naturally, he would know about Yang Yuting's death immediately. Moreover, he would be able to see the scene of Yang Yuting's death through a special Dao talisman. Because of that, he already knew it was Tang Xiaoxiao who killed his son before he came here. So what if I did? Facing the question of Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Prefecture, Tang Xiaoxiao was not afraid at all. Instead, she sneered and said, "When that old guy from Heavenly Wave Prefecture killed my ancestor, you should have expected such a thing." You, Yang Qingjian was furious when he heard her words. However, he did not do anything in the end. As the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, he was not stupid. Since Tang Xiaoxiao dared to enter the Heavenly Wave Mansion and act so arrogantly in front of him, she must have something to rely on. Naturally, it was the purple-clad young man next to her. This purple-clad young man is most likely a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Now, not only did the surrounding people of Skywave Prefecture think so, but even Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture, also thought so. If the purple-clad young man was not a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, how could Tang Xiaoxiao be so confident? Whoosh! 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 They were the other 7 tribulation bodiless celestials and an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the base of the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Prefecture. When they arrived, they learned what had happened from a group of people from Skywave Prefecture. Their eyes were filled with dread as they looked at Duan Tian. Sir! At this moment, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, looked at Duan Tian and asked sincerely, "May I know what benefits the Tang sect has promised you for helping them?" "I, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, am willing to promise you that no matter what benefits the Tang sect promised you, the Heavenly Wave Mansion will pay you double. I only hope that you won't interfere in the matter between the Heavenly Wave Mansion and the Tang sect." It was obvious Yang Qingjian thought Duan Tian was an external help from the Tang sect. At this moment, everyone, including Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, thought Duan Tian was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, if they used their divine consciousness to probe Duan Tian, it would only take them a short time to discover Duan Tian was only an eminent celestial. Chapter 2549. A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was the pinnacle of the mundane realm. In the eyes of the mundane realm, nine-tribulation bodiless celestials were invincible. They were like gods. Nine-tribulation bodiless celestials were not to be humiliated. This was the law of the mundane realm. No one dared to probe a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial with their divine consciousness since they would offend them. Even 2 nine-tribulation bodiless celestials would not probe each other with their divine consciousness unless it was necessary. For this reason, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, and the others from the Heavenly Wave Mansion did not dare to probe Duan Tian's cultivation base with their divine consciousness since they were afraid of angering Duan Tian. "Do you think that the Tang sect promised me something in return for my help, and that's why I came here with Tang Xiaoxiao?" Duan Tian smiled faintly when he heard Yang Qingjian's words. "Is that not the case?" Yang Qingjian had an ominous feeling when he saw Duan Tian's reaction. However, he could not figure it out. It had been many years since Tang sect had a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. If they did not promise Duan Tian something, why would Duan Tian come with them and interfere in the matter between the Heavenly Wave Mansion and Tang sect? "Ask your nine-tribulation bodiless celestial to come out." Duan Tian did not answer Yang Qingjian's question. Instead, he continued to speak nonchalantly. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked Yang Qingjian to summon the old ancestor of Skywave Prefecture. Gasp! Yang Qingjian inhaled sharply when he saw Duan Tian's fearless attitude. He had a feeling Duan Tian was up to no good. He quickly crushed a communication jade token to inform the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Yang Qingjian crushed the communication jade token, Duan Tian shifted his gaze to the northeast of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate. At this very moment, he could faintly sense a powerful aura rising from there. Moreover, it was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Although I don't know the nine tribulation bodiless celestials from Yanhuang realm, I've heard of them. Just as Duan Tian looked towards the northeast, an old but vigorous voice sounded from that direction. "How should I address you, fellow Daoist?" Whoosh! Almost at the same time as the old yet vigorous voice sounded, an old and elderly figure appeared in front of everyone like a ghost. Ancestor. The group of bodiless celestials led by Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, bowed to the newcomer. Ancestor? Those from the Skywave Prefecture who had only heard of the old man but had never seen him before also came to their senses and bowed respectfully to the old man. The old man was the guardian of Heavenly Wave Mansion, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the mundane realm. The nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion was an old man dressed in a gray robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He nodded at the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. The old man and Duan Lingtian stood facing each other. All of a sudden, all the people from Skywave Prefecture held their breaths. After all, both of them were nine-tribulation bodiless celestials who stood at the peak of the mundane realm. There's no need for a dead man to know my name. The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion thought Duan Lingtian would reveal his background when the old ancestor of the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial asked him about it. The people from Heavenly Wave Mansion were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even if Duan Lingtian was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, there was no need for him to be so arrogant. After all, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion is also a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Dead man? Me? The old man was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he sneered and said, "Sir, I know all the powerful nine-tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm. Even the strongest nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in Yanhuang realm, the Gongsun clan, doesn't dare to say he's capable of killing me. However, based on your words, it seems like you're confident you can kill me." The sneer on the old man's face deepened. How naive. Does he really think the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion is a pushover? We're both nine-tribulation bodiless celestials, does he really think he's invincible? Soon after, the people from Heavenly Wave Mansion regained their senses. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was arrogant. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was an arrogant and conceited person. Humph. Faced with the old man's sneer and the mockery from the Heavenly Wave Mansion, Duan Lingtian did not waste his breath. He merely snorted coldly. As he snorted coldly, he made his move as well. Swoosh. 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 Another series of rapid and ear-piercing sword whistles reverberated in the air. The energy in Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed before it broke out of his body and transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays that condensed into a sword formation. Moreover, it brought out more than 10 afterimages as it charged toward the old man. This time, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all. Apart from the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the technique granted to him by the highest stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he also cast the offensive divine ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords. The 13 Green Lotus Swords were the profundity of the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Its power is only comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. The 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, smirked disdainfully when he saw Duan Lingtian's sword formation had yet to merge with the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, the sneer on his face froze in just a blink of an eye. This was because Duan Lingtian's sword formation had merged with the dozen or so afterimages behind it, causing an even more terrifying energy to erupt. Before the power even got close to him, he already felt like he was suffocating. How's this possible? The disdain in the eyes of the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion was replaced by fear and panic. At the same time, he took out a 7-foot-long spear and thrust it forward with a swoosh. A celestial supreme treasure? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion. However, he did not care much about it. Submission of all soldiers. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent out a mysterious aura from the sword formation that was charging toward the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion and snatched the celestial supreme treasure from the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion. What's going on? The 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion was shocked when he was injured and his celestial supreme treasure was snatched away. He did not expect this. His celestial supreme treasure would be snatched away so easily. Who on earth was this purple-clad young man? What kind of skill did he use? Bang! 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 A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was, after all, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. He quickly recovered from the shock of losing his celestial supreme treasure. He opened his hands and a 7-foot-long spear formed by his strength appeared. It continued to pierce the void and meet the sword formation. Chi! 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 Whether it was Duan Ling Tian's sword formation or the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, they left terrifying cracks in the void when they moved. It was as though the cracks in the void were serpents. However, compared to the void cracks created by the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, the void cracks created by Duan Lingtian's sword formation were narrower and more ferocious. In fact, they were twice as long as the void cracks created by the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion. Swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sword formation had met the 7-foot-long spear in the hands of the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion. Without any pause, Duan Lingtian's sword formation defeated the attack of the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion with just one strike. The sword formation enveloped the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion and drowned him like a flood. No! Before he died, the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion could only let out a mournful cry. Boom! 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 At the same time, the aftershock of the battle between Duan Lingtian and the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion began to wreak havoc in the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Mansion. In the blink of an eye, half of the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Mansion had been turned upside down. In just a blink of an eye, half of the inner mansion of Heavenly Wave Mansion had been turned into ruins. Not only that. Some of the Heavenly Wave Mansion's disciples with a weaker cultivation base were injured and sent flying. Even some of the stronger cultivators were retreating far away as if they were avoiding the god of pestilence. Swoosh! 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 When the aftershock of the battle dissipated, only the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Everyone present finally saw the situation in front of them. Not far away, a purple figure stood there. He was like a god, invincible. However, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was nowhere to be seen. Even his aura was gone. Old ancestor. Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, cried out in grief. Surprisingly, he was holding a shattered soul orb in his hand. Old ancestor. He's dead. Another A-tribulation individual celestial from Heavenly Wave Prefecture also cried out in grief. At the same time, he informed the others of Heavenly Wave Prefecture. Chapter 2550. The old ancestor is dead? This isn't a dream, right? No. It's not a dream. It's real. It's real. Heavens. The old ancestor was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, but he was killed by the purple-clad young man in just a blink of an eye? When the group of people from Skywave Prefecture came back to their senses, they were also shocked out of their wits. They felt like they were in a dream. The old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was one of the strongest beings in the mundane realm. However, in just a blink of an eye, their old ancestor, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, had died. Is he even human? How could a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial kill our old ancestor so easily? Is he really a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial? More and more people from Heavenly Wave Mansion shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with shock. Naturally, most of them were filled with disbelief. Everything that had just happened was inconceivable to them. If their Supreme Elder, an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, did not say anything, they would not have believed that their old ancestor, a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial, had died just like that. In fact, before this, in their eyes, the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was like a god to them. The ancestor of Heavenly Wave Prefecture was a godlike existence, the guardian of Heavenly Wave Prefecture. They had never thought that someone could kill the ancestor of their Skywave Prefecture. Whoosh! The people from Heavenly Wave Mansion looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, knelt in the direction of the Thousand Opportunities galaxy where Tang's sect was located. Old ancestor, did you see that? The old man who killed you is dead. You should be able to rest in peace now, Tang Xiao muttered to herself. Tang Xiao muttered to herself. Unknowingly, her beautiful cheeks were once again stained with tears. The dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences. Duan Lingtian sighed and consoled her. All right. Tang Xiao nodded and stood up. Let's go. After standing up, Tang Xiao greeted Duan Lingtian and planned to leave with Duan Lingtian. Hearing Tang Xiao's words, Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He couldn't help glancing at the people from Skywave Prefecture. As for the people from Skywave Prefecture, all of them turned pale when they saw Duan Lingtian's gaze, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This purple-clad young man could even kill a 9 Tribulation scattered celestial ancestor of the Skywave Prefecture. Wouldn't killing them be as easy as cutting chives? Even Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, and the Supreme Elder, an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial, looked at Duan Lingtian warily. They were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. They had already witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Killing a 9 Tribulation loose immortal was like killing a chicken. It would be as easy as stepping on a group of ants for him to kill them. Since the culprit is dead, we'll let them go as long as they don't stop us from leaving, Tang Xiao said. She was not a person who would kill indiscriminately. Now that she saw the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion looking at Duan Lingtian in a panic, she was even less interested in attacking them. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He respected Tang Xiao's decision. However, even if Duan Lingtian did not plan to eliminate the root of the problem, he did not want to bring disaster to the Tang sect because of his actions today. After all, Tang's sect only had 1 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial while Skywave Prefecture had 2 8 Tribulation bodiless celestials. Even if it was difficult for Skywave Prefecture to annihilate Tang's sect, they would still bring trouble to Tang's sect. If the Heavenly Wave Mansion dares to harbor ill intentions toward the Tang sect again, Duan Lingtian will definitely return to the Heavenly Wave Mansion and annihilate all of you. Duan Lingtian threatened Yang Qingjian as he looked at Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Skywave Prefecture. Although Yang Qingjian felt humiliated by Duan Lingtian's threat, he gritted his teeth and nodded obediently. The situation was not in his favor. The purple-clad young man was able to kill a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he destroy Skywave Prefecture? Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was clear he did not intend to cause trouble for Skywave Prefecture. If that was the case, why would he not agree to it? As for the people from Skywave Prefecture, they did not dare to make a sound. In fact, they sighed in relief when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They knew Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill them. Let's go. When Duan Lingtian saw Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Skywave Prefecture, nodding obediently, he turned to look at Tang Xiao and said, "Let's go." Then, both of them left the Skywave Prefecture's estate. It was not until Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao's silhouettes disappeared that the people from Skywave Prefecture finally caught their breaths. Mansion Master, who's that person? He managed to snatch our ancestor's celestial supreme treasure and killed our ancestor in just a blink of an eye. The Supreme Elder of Skywave Prefecture, an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial, looked at Yang Qingjian warily. Naturally, the Supreme Elder of Skywave Prefecture was wary of Duan Lingtian. I don't know. Yang Qingjian shook his head. His eyes were red as he said in a deep voice, according to him, his name is Duan Lingtian. I've never heard of such a person in Yanhuang realm before. As the ancestor said, even the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Yanhuang realm, the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, the Gongsun clan, might not be able to kill him. However, Duan Lingtian managed to kill him. As he spoke, Yang Qingjian's voice began to tremble slightly. The strength of the purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, terrified him. He did not even dare to think about revenge. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. The supreme elder of Skywave Prefecture muttered under his breath. Upon hearing Yang Qingjian's words, the supreme elder of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, an 8th tribulation individual celestial, muttered to himself. Then, he glanced at the people present and asked, have any of you heard of this name? Has anyone heard of such a person in Yanhuang realm? The people from Skywave Prefecture shook their heads immediately. After all, the people from Skywave Prefecture who had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone had yet to return. Otherwise, they would have connected the Duan Lingtian who had just killed their supreme elder with the Duan Lingtian who was famous in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. After all, both Duan Lingtian were sword cultivators, and their techniques were the same. Now, all of you must swear on the lightning penalty oath that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. At the same time, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, swept his gaze across the group of people from Heavenly Wave Mansion and said in a deep voice, the lightning penalty oath states that whoever dares to spread word of what happened today will be killed by the lightning penalty oath. Yang Qingjian's tone was resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. He did this because he didn't want the news of the ancestor's death to spread out. After all, the Skywave Prefecture's current status was due to their old ancestor, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If news of this spread, it would not affect the Skywave Prefecture in the short term. However, in the long run, they would fall to the level of a first-rate force like the Tang sect. Although the Tang sect could barely be considered to be in the first echelon in Yanhuang realm, it was at the bottom of the first echelon of all the forces in the first echelon. Boom! 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 On this day, the inner mansion of Skywave Prefecture was bustling with noise and excitement because of the continuous thunder roaring from the horizon. It lasted for a full 15 minutes before it gradually died down. However, no matter how Yang Qingjian thought about it, he would never have guessed that before he asked everyone present to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would not tell anyone about what had happened today. Several people had already secretly spread the news through communication jade slips. It could be said that there were still a lot of fish that had escaped the net, who were not present at the scene. By the time Yang Qingjian received the news, half a month had already passed. It was already too late. The old ancestor of Skywave Prefecture, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, was killed by a purple-clad young man in front of a group of people, including Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture. The purple-clad young man called himself Duan Lingtian. It said that Duan Lingtian is a helper hired by the Tang sect. He's with Tang Xiaoxiao, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Tang sect. Perhaps, he's even stronger than the person from the Gongsun family. The person from the Gongsun clan is widely acknowledged as the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Yanhuang realm. However, even he might not be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in just a blink of an eye. It's said that Duan Lingtian has a very strange technique. The sword formation he cast can even snatch celestial supreme treasures from other people. I've heard about it as well. It's because of this technique that he was able to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Skywave Prefecture. The rumor of Duan Lingtian killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Skywave Prefecture spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Wave Galaxy before it spread to the other galaxies as well. When the news reached the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy where Tang's sect was located, Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, was shocked. That Duan Lingtian actually killed that old man from the Heavenly Wave Mansion? Even Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang's sect who had seen many storms in his life, could not help but blurt out in shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He did not expect the purple-clad young man to be so strong. Xiao Xiao, you've made an amazing friend. Chapter 2551. Duan Lingtian was unaware that half a month after he left the Heavenly Wave Mansion's Heavenly Wave Galaxy, his name had spread to the galaxies around the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. In fact, the news was still spreading and spreading out, and all of this was because what he had done was too shocking. In the history of Yanhuang realm, there were many 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who died before they ascended to the Devata realms. However, most of them were killed by the heavenly tribulation lightning while they were undergoing their heavenly tribulation. Very few 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were killed by others. Even if there were, the ones who killed them were celestials who had returned to the mundane realms from the Devata realms. Such cases were rare in the history of Yanhuang realm. This was because celestials could not return to the mundane realms. Those who could return to the mundane realms were unwilling to do so because they did not want to be tainted by the mundane karma of the mundane realms. For this reason, it was rare for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to be killed in the mundane realms. For this reason, news of Duan Lingtian killing the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial spread like wildfire from mouth to mouth. It was out of control. Simply because everyone felt that this was a rare thing, a shocking and inconceivable thing. Duan Lingtian? Sword formation? Snatching someone's celestial supreme treasure? Some people from Yanhuang realm who had just returned from the Beyond Heaven's secret zone found out about the young man who had killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion familiar. When they inquired further and found out that the young man was wearing purple clothes, had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and was very handsome, they confirmed it. Duan Lingtian was the one who had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure outside the treasure vault of a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. It's him. I can't believe it's him. He actually came to Yanhuang realm? Are you sure it's not the woman next to him? Did he kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial himself? I think he did it himself. Oh my God. I thought only the woman next to him could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, it seems like even he can easily kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It said that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion was killed by him. I heard that too. It is said that he snatched the celestial supreme treasure of the Heavenly Wave Prefecture's 9 tribulation scattered celestial and killed him. Even if he's only an eminent celestial and his strength is only comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, those 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who can't use their celestial supreme treasures are no match for him. After confirming that the person who killed the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion was Duan Lingtian from the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, the people who had just come out of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone could not help but feel shocked. Meanwhile, more and more people in Yanhuang realm learned about Duan Lingtian's background. Duan Lingtian was not from Yanhuang realm. Instead, he came from another mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone a celestial. He was only an eminent celestial. Moreover, the woman next to Duan Lingtian was suspected to be his wife. Her strength was comparable to a celestial, and she could easily kill 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials without using any celestial supreme treasures. When the news about Duan Lingtian spread in Yanhuang realm, the cultivators in Yanhuang realm were shocked. Heavens! How can there be such a monster in this world? A person from a small mundane realm is capable of displaying such terrifying strength with just the cultivation base of an eminent celestial. In the history of Yanhuang realm, there hasn't been such a heaven-defying eminent celestial before, right? I can't believe he's only an eminent celestial. Have you heard? There's a woman next to him. She easily killed 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. He's only an eminent celestial, yet he possesses such terrifying strength. It seems like it has something to do with the woman beside him. I remember the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, right? Even if Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he's only an eminent celestial. If Duan Lingtian uses his soul attack, he should be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Similar discussions continued to spread in various galaxies in Yanhuang realm. It did not take long for the news to spread to the galaxy ruled by the Celestial Master sect. Duan Lingtian killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Zhang Yi, one of Duan Lingtian's friends in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, was shocked when he heard about this. Zhang Yi, it's your fortune to know him. The person who brought the news to Zhang Yi was Shi Zhong, the right guardian of the Celestial Master's sect. His eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Zhang Yi. Although he had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Zhang Chuhe, the left guardian of Dharma in the Celestial Master's sect, he had thought Duan Lingtian's strength was only comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, it was said that Duan Lingtian had killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion in just a blink of an eye. Even if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion is not as strong as the old ancestor of the Celestial Master's sect, he shouldn't be much weaker, right? Shi Zhong thought to himself as he shuddered in fear. It is indeed my good fortune. Upon hearing Shi Zhong's words, Zhang Yi nodded his head in agreement. He felt that he was extremely lucky to be able to befriend someone like Duan Lingtian. He believed, now that Duan Lingtian's reputation had spread, even the great ancestor of the Celestial Master's sect would pay special attention to Zhang Yi, and all of this was because he was a friend of the Duan Lingtian, and someone that the Duan Lingtian had promised to protect. When he was separated from Duan Lingtian, the Duan Lingtian had expressed his stance in front of the right protector. Not long after, reality proved that Zhang Yi was right. Not only did Duan Lingtian attract the attention of the old ancestor of the Celestial Master's sect, but the Celestial Master's sect even gave him all the divine abilities and celestial methods in the Devata realms. Naturally, this was all in the future. However, it's just as they said. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. He's a bodiless celestial who can cast soul attacks as he pleases. As long as he uses soul attacks, Duan Lingtian, who's only an eminent celestial, won't be able to withstand it, right? Shi Zhong muttered to himself. Perhaps, he doesn't know Duan Lingtian is an eminent celestial? Zhang Yi speculated. Zhang Yi was right. In the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. In the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, had also received news about Duan Lingtian. What? He's only an eminent celestial? When Yang Qingjian found out Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, he was so angry that he nearly fainted. If he knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion could have easily killed Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. After all, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. If he knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, he would have killed Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial at that time? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial supreme elder of Heavenly Wave Mansion said with a wry smile on his face. At this moment, let alone Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, even the supreme elder of Heavenly Wave Mansion felt wronged. When the news spread throughout Skywave Prefecture, everyone in the prefecture felt aggrieved. Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial? The old ancestor died unjustly. He died unjustly. The Heavenly Wave Mansion was filled with mourning. Previously, they had thought Duan Lingtian was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered a mysterious technique that allowed him to snatch celestial supreme treasures away from the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Although they were angry and helpless, they could only accept it. After all, Duan Lingtian was indeed stronger than the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion. However, now that they knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They were unwilling to accept this. None of them were willing to accept this. While the Heavenly Wave Mansion was in an uproar, everyone felt wronged. Duanling Tian had returned to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone with Tang Xiaoxiao. Through the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, they had returned to his hometown, the Saint Province realm. After returning to the Saint Province realm, Duanling Tian first inquired about the current situation in the Saint Province realm. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found out the devil clans did not cause any trouble while he was away. It's time for the devil clans to return to the land of exile. Duanling Tian's eyes were cold as he hovered in the air above Sin City in the central province of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, he made a timely announcement to the city of Sin, as well as all the humans and demons around the city of Sin. I, Duanling Tian, will battle the strongest devil clans in a month's time 1,000 miles north of Sin City. Chapter 2552. Duanling Tian's voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain some sort of magical power. In the blink of an eye, the news had spread to the city of Sin and into the ears of the humans and demons around the city of Sin. It was like thunder in their ears. After a brief moment of silence, the humans who heard Duanling Tian's voice broke out in an uproar. Duanling Tian is going to make a move. He's finally going to make a move. There's no difference between him making a move and his wife making a move. After Duanling Tian's wife killed the patriarch of the dragons who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, I've been waiting for them to make a move to expel the devils from the land of exile. I didn't expect them to finally make a move. The patriarch of the dragons was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, but he didn't manage to expel the devils. There must be a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. Of course. I've heard from some devils that there are 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the devil clans. What kind of era are we in? Not only are there monsters like Duanling Tian and his wife, but there are also 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the dragons and devils. Duanling Tian wants to fight the strongest devil in the devil clans? In my opinion, he's helping his wife arrange this battle. That's most likely the case. I have a friend who's a member of the dragons. He said Duanling Tian isn't strong enough to defeat the patriarch of the dragons. It's only because of his wife that the patriarch of the dragons died. When the humans heard Duanling Tian's voice, they began to discuss among themselves. The battle between Duanling Tian and the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans was between his wife and the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. And the reason why they thought so was naturally because of the strength that Duanling Tian's wife displayed when she killed the dragon's patriarch, which gave them a preconceived notion. What they didn't know was that Duanling Tian's wife had already left the Saint Province realm. She wouldn't be back for at least 1,000 years. Oh my God. It's that Duanling Tian. When the demons heard Duanling Tian's voice, their expressions changed. They had all heard of the strength of Duanling Tian's wife. They knew that she could instantly kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial dragons clan leader. The strongest expert of the devil clan was only a 9th tribulation scattered immortal like the leader of the dragons. Duanling Tian's wife, is she finally going to make a move? I've always been worried about the arrival of this day, but has this day finally arrived? When news of Duanling Tian's wife killing the leader of the dragons clan leader spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Saint Province realm. Initially, the devil clans did not believe it. However, after some verification, they had no choice but to believe it. At that time, all the devil clans knew that there was a 9th tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm. In the Saint Province realm, there was someone who was stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, she was the wife of a famous person in the Saint Province realm, Duanling Tian. She had killed the patriarch of the dragon clan who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with ease. If Duanling Tian's wife attacks us, how are we going to defend ourselves? Even the strongest devil in the devil clans wouldn't be a match for Duanling Tian's wife, right? At that time, the devil clans fell into a state of panic. There were even some cowardly demons who returned to their hometown, the banished realm, which was also known as the land of exile by the people in the sanctuary realm. Of course, most of the devil race still had hopes of getting lucky and stayed behind. Compared to the land of exile, the Saint Province realm was like heaven to them. Not only was the heaven and earth spirit energy abundant, but it was also rich in cultivation resources. They were reluctant to leave. Most importantly, the strongest devil clans in the Saint Province realm did not say anything. For this reason, the devil clans could only stay in the Saint Province realm in fear. At this point, they had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's wife. However, today, Duan Lingtian had suddenly appeared and announced that he would challenge the strongest powerhouse in the devil clans to a duel in a month's time. This made them feel a sense of crisis. They felt the strongest devil in the Saint Province realm was going to die. After all, Duan Lingtian's wife was someone who could kill the Patriarch of the Dragons in just a second. Moreover, the Patriarch of the Dragons was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Half a month later. In the northern region. A glacier that had not melted for 10,000 years was originally calm. However, all of a sudden, the tranquility of the glacier was broken. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling in the air broke the calm on the glacier. It was a few swift figures, whizzing out from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, a hideous and terrifying void crack appeared in the void. These figures were like space rippers. As long as they passed through the void, nothing would remain intact. Swoosh! 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 A moment later, a total of 7 figures appeared in the sky above a corner of the glacier. They paused in the same space as if they had discussed this beforehand. Gentlemen. All of you are here for the battle between Duan Lingtian and Master Wu Ji, right? One of the middle-aged men dressed in green asked coldly as he looked at the other 6 people. It was not that he was trying to look cold, but he had always been like this. Usually, he would have a stern expression on his face that made him seem unapproachable. Yes. That's right. That's the reason we're here. The other 6 people nodded in agreement when they heard the middle-aged man's words. Bang! Not long after the 7 of them appeared in the sky above the glacier, a loud noise rang from the glacier beneath their feet. Immediately after, the glacier beneath their feet seemed to have suffered a heavy blow from the inside, and a series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on it. In the end, the cracks intertwined like a spider web on the glacier. Boom! When the spider web had expanded to a certain extent, another loud noise rang in the air. This time, the glacier where the spider web appeared was directly shattered by an extremely powerful force, turning into ice shards and powder that filled the sky. Then, it fell down and fell into the ice water that had appeared in the gap on the glacier. The ice shards and ice shards continued to fall into the icy water, splashing everywhere. All of you. Why are you looking for me? An indifferent voice rang out. It seemed to have come from all directions, but no one knew where it had come from. His voice wasn't loud, but when it reached the ears of the 7 people, it caused their bodies to tremble. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. After the 7 people's bodies trembled, they recovered at the first moment. They respectfully bowed to the old man who seemed to appear out of thin air not far away. If someone from the devil clans who knew the 7 of them were here, they would be shocked to see the 7 of them. This was because the 7 of them were considered overlords in the devil clans. All of them were 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. The 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans bowed respectfully at the old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, since the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were so respectful to him, it was obvious who he was. He was none other than the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. Duan Lingtian? He's going to challenge me in 2 weeks. After learning about Duan Lingtian's challenge from the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial venerables from the devil clans, the expression on the old man's face darkened immediately. Did he say that it was him or his wife who wanted to challenge me? The old man asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 7 people in front of him. In his opinion, Master Wu Ji was not an exception. Duan Lingtian challenging him to a battle and Duan Lingtian's wife challenging him to a battle were 2 completely different concepts. He had investigated the incident that happened in the Dragon Clan. With Duan Lingtian's strength, the most he could do was fight the patriarch of the Dragon Clan to a draw. However, Duan Lingtian's wife had killed the patriarch of the Dragon Clan with just a wave of her hand. If his opponent was Duan Lingtian, he was confident he could fight the patriarch of the Dragon Clan to a draw since his strength was not inferior to the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. However, if his opponent was Duan Lingtian's wife, he was not confident he could survive. After all, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan who was as strong as him had been killed in just a blink of an eye. He said he wants to challenge you, Master Wu Ji. However, he didn't say he won't let his wife interfere. One of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials said. The other 8 tribulation bodiless celestials nodded in agreement. What do all of you think about this? The old man asked as he looked at the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although he was the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans and the strongest person in the devil clans, he usually did not meddle in the affairs of the devil clans. He only focused on his closed-door cultivation as he waited for the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation. He would only make a move when the devil clans required his help. In his opinion, there was no difference between staying in the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm. We can't say for sure. It's all up to you, Master Wu Ji. After all, if Duan Lingtian's wife is here and wants to attack you, Master Limitless, you'll be in a very dangerous situation. An 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan said. That's right. Another 8 tribulation bodiless celestial agreed. If you accept the challenge, your life will be in danger. I don't know what all of you think, but I don't want you to take the risk. Chapter 2553. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In just a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Under the anticipation of all the humans and saint beasts in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the day that Duan Lingtian had announced a month ago finally arrived. Early in the morning, a group of humans and devils gathered 1,000 miles north of Sin City in the central province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Generally speaking, wherever a large number of humans and demons gathered, a bloody battle would break out. However, on this day, the humans and demons seemed to have come to an agreement beforehand. They stood on opposite sides of each other in peace. Whoosh! 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 Along with the sound of wind whistling, more humans and demons arrived. Moreover, after these humans and demons arrived, they all entered their own camps. The human camp and the devil clan stood on opposite sides of each other. It was as though they were facing off against each other. Time continued to pass by. When it was almost noon, the number of people had dwindled. At this moment, the number of humans and devils present had reached a terrifying number. From afar, it was as though the number of people was endless. Why isn't he here yet? What's the rush? Duan Lingtian only said he's going to fight the strongest devil clans today, but he didn't say when he's going to come. It's only been half a day. Let's wait patiently. That's right. Are you worried that Duan Lingtian won't come? Don't forget that he's the one who initiated the battle today. I heard that Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if he can't defeat the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans, it's still impossible for the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to defeat him. That's right. With Duan Lingtian's strength, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would at most come to a draw with Duan Lingtian. In the human camp, a group of people whispered among themselves as they discussed among themselves. The topic of their discussion was naturally one of the main characters today, Duan Lingtian. He was also a powerhouse among the humans. The news of Duan Lingtian coming to a draw with the clan leader of the dragons in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had long spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, these humans knew Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an eminent celestial. Humph. So what if Duan Lingtian and that 9th tribulation loose immortal of the devil clan are evenly matched? Don't forget that his wife is someone who can kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Very quickly, someone snorted and said. His words immediately resonated strongly with the group of humans. That's right. Duan Lingtian's wife was someone who could kill a ninth tribulation loose immortal in a second. As long as she takes action today, the strongest expert of the Devil Clan, even if he is a ninth tribulation loose immortal, will definitely die. I'm just worried that the ninth tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil Clan won't dare to show up. After all, he must have heard of Duan Lingtian's wife's strength. If that's the case, not only will the Devil Clan be humiliated today, but they'll also be facing a calamity. After all, Duan Lingtian has said a month ago that if the strongest expert of the Devil Clan doesn't show up, he'll annihilate all the devils. How domineering. How domineering. The group of humans present on the scene could not help but feel proud when they talked about this. After all, Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse among the humans. He was the pride of the humans. At the same time, he was also the hope of the humans to defeat the Devil Clans and drive them back to the land of exile. However, I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian, who gradually rose to fame in the Zoroastrianism, would have such accomplishments today. That's right. At that time, I thought it was already shocking for someone who came from the lower province to the upper province to make such a name for himself. But now, it seems like we've all underestimated him. Who would have thought that a young man from the lower province would have such incredible accomplishments when he's not even 100 years old? No matter what, it's our fortune to have him. Indeed. At the same time, many people could not help but exclaim when they recalled Duan Lingtian's past. After all, it could be said that they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's growth step by step until today. This time, as long as Duan Lingtian manages to drive the Devil Clans back to the land of exile, his name will go down in history and he'll become a legend like Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. No. If he manages to drive the Devil Clans back to the land of exile, he'll become a legend even more legendary than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. After all, not only is his strength on par with Feng Qingyang, but he has also made great contributions to the human race. That's right. His contributions to the human race are incomparable to Feng Qingyang. At this moment, many people could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian and his wife driving the Devil Clans back to the land of exile. Unlike the lively atmosphere in the human race, the Devil Clans were deathly silent. All the devils had gloomy expressions on their faces. Do you think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil Clans will really come? A devil with a minotaur head and a human body asked the people around him. It's hard to say. If I were him, I don't think I'd come. After all, he might be able to deal with Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian's wife can easily kill him. It's normal for him not to come since he knows he's going to die. However, I still hope he'll come. After all, if he doesn't come today, Duan Lingtian will definitely kill us. I hope he'll come as well. There are 2 reasons why I'm still here and didn't return to the land of exile. Firstly, I hope he'll come. Secondly, I don't think Duan Lingtian will let me go even if I return to the land of exile. That's right. With Duan Lingtian and his wife's strength, if they want to kill us, it doesn't matter if we stay in the Saint Province realm or return to the land of exile. Most of the devils present on the scene did not think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil Clans would come to the land of exile with Duan Lingtian. However, they could not help but look forward to seeing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the land of exile. They hoped the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil Clans would come and protect them. Now, the majority of the devil race were looking forward to the arrival of the strongest expert of the devil race. At the same time, their hearts were filled with apprehension. They were deeply afraid that the strongest expert of the devil race would not come. If the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial did not come, their deaths would be certain. However, there were a small number of demons who were very calm. Almost all of these devils belonged to the human devil clan. He should be here soon, right? Huang Qiling, a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace and a friend of Duan Lingtian from the human devil clan, was present as well. Now, his eyes were filled with fervor and anticipation. It's a pity Sister Wen Jing isn't coming. Huang Qiling could not help but sigh when he thought about the woman who was unwilling to come. Naturally, he knew why the woman was unwilling to come. After all, it was unlikely that Duan Ling Tian would be alone in his battle with the Devil Clan's strongest powerhouse. His wife would most likely be with him as well. Master, is he finally going to appear? Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was also present. His eyes were filled with anticipation as well. He was eager to see his master, Duan Ling Tian. Many people from the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls were also present. He's here. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed, which suppressed the hubbub of humans and demons at present. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard the voice. Swoosh. 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 In the next moment, waves of swift wind whistling sounds were also transmitted from afar. It was clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to involuntarily look towards the source of the sound. The sound came from the north. In the north, a total of 8 figures were approaching at an insane speed. Of course, with their speed, only a few powerful bodiless celestials could vaguely catch sight of them. Master Wu Ji is here. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil Clan exclaimed in surprise. It's Master Wu Ji. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil Clan exclaimed excitedly. Master Wu Ji? Many devils were confused when they heard the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. However, after a while, they learned who Wu Ji was from some of the bodiless celestials. Master Wu Ji is the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans? He's here. Like I said, we demons are indomitable. How could the strongest demon of our race admit defeat so easily? At the same time, the group of demon race cultivators' eyes lit up with excitement. Whoosh. 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 A total of 8 figures appeared between the human clan and the demon clan like ghosts, appearing before everyone's eyes. These 8 people were led by an old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, at this moment, this ordinary-looking old man had once again become the focus of everyone's attention. This old man is the strongest person in the devil clans? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans? Although the humans present on the scene were confident in Duan Ling Tian and his wife, they could not help but gasp when they saw the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Their eyes were filled with dread as they looked at the old man. After all, Duan Ling Tian had not arrived yet. If this old man were to suddenly go crazy and attack them, all of them would definitely die without a burial ground. Why isn't Duan Ling Tian here yet? I hope this 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans won't vent his anger on us because of Duan Ling Tian's challenge. Duan Ling Tian, hurry up and come. Chapter 2554. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. Just as all of the humans present were feeling extremely anxious, the devilish beings present all bowed respectfully toward the elderly man who was the leader of the group of 8. This was the first time most of them had seen the old man. Although it was their first time seeing the old man, they could not help but feel a sense of awe when they learned about his identity. Although the old man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, it took him a lot of courage to come here today. After all, not only did he have to face Duan Ling Tian, but he also had to face Duan Ling Tian's wife who was terrifyingly strong. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. When the group of devil clan members greeted the old man respectfully, it was especially ear-piercing when it reached the ears of the humans present. Moreover, it caused them to become even more anxious. After all, they did not know if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans would choose to fight to the death. He's here. Duan Ling Tian is here. Just as the group of humans were getting more and more anxious, someone among the group of humans yelled. The eyes of the humans lit up immediately as they looked left and right in an attempt to find Duan Ling Tian. Over there. I see it. It's Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, the humans saw 2 figures. In the west, 2 figures were walking side by side in the air. One of them was a purple-clad young man. He was tall and handsome, and he was no stranger to them. More than 90% of them had seen the purple-clad young man's portrait before. Duan Lingtian. When the group of humans locked their gazes on the purple-clad young man and confirmed his identity, they could not help but reveal a hint of excitement. She's Duan Lingtian's wife? She must be. There's only a woman by his side. Who else could it be if she's not his wife? Soon after, their eyes fell on the beautiful figure standing next to Duan Lingtian. They thought she was Duan Lingtian's wife who could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. However, was the woman by Duan Lingtian's side his wife? The answer was naturally no. The person who had killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was Duan Lingtian's wife, Ker. On the other hand, Ker was no longer in the Saint Province realm, the mundane realm, or even the Devata realms. Ker was currently in the world of divine offering and would not be able to leave within the next 1,000 years. I've long heard from the dragons that the Duan Lingtian's wife is a peerless beauty. Now that I've seen her today, she really lives up to her reputation. She is indeed a peerless beauty. I'm afraid only a peerless genius like Duan Lingtian is worthy of such a beauty. At the very least, that's the case in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The group of people discussed among themselves as they looked at the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. Some of them even mistook her for Ker, Duan Lingtian's wife. Although the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian was peerless and beautiful, she was not his wife, Ker. Instead, she was Tang Xiaoxiao, a disciple of Tang's sect who had returned from Yanhuang realm with Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao walked side by side. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near the group of humans and devils. He's the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans? Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly landed on the leader of the 8 people hovering in the air between the group of humans and devils. He could vaguely guess the leader's identity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers around him confirming his guess. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao arrived at the empty space between the group of humans and devils. They stood opposite the 8 people led by the strongest devil from the devil clans. You're Duan Lingtian? The strongest devil from the devil clans, the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans, had his eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian ever since Duan Lingtian had appeared. Now that Duan Lingtian was close to him, he could not help but ask for confirmation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently in response to the old man's question. A month ago, you said you wanted to challenge me to a duel. I wonder if you're going to fight me or ask your wife to do it? The old man asked bluntly. At the same time, he glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he only glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao for a moment before he retracted his gaze. The reason he did this was because he was afraid he would anger Duan Lingtian's wife if he glanced at her too much, and he would be killed. He knew his own strength. He was not a match for Duan Lingtian's wife at all. Before he came here, he had already discussed this with the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans. If Duan Lingtian personally challenged him to a duel, he would accept the challenge and fight with Duan Lingtian even if it was a draw. However, if Duan Lingtian's wife challenged him to a duel, he would immediately admit defeat. Apart from that, he would also promise to lead all the devils out of the Saint Province realm to the exiled realm. This way, he would be able to save his life and save the devil clans from a calamity. My wife? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. When the humans and devils heard the old man's words, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they were curious about how Duan Lingtian would respond to the old man. The humans, naturally, hoped Duan Lingtian would ask his wife to fight. The devils, naturally, hoped that Duan Lingtian would personally make a move. That doesn't seem to be Brother Lingtian's wife, right? Huang Qiling, a disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, was stunned when he saw the black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. This was because he had seen Duan Lingtian's wife before. Duan Lingtian's wife did not look like this. Although this black-clothed woman had a peerless appearance that wasn't much inferior to Duan Ling Tian's wife, she was extremely beautiful. She was not Duan Ling Tian's wife. What? What's going on? Huang Qi Ling was dumbfounded. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Even Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and the other human devils who had seen Duan Ling Tian's wife, were dumbfounded. The black-clad woman standing next to Duan Ling Tian was not his wife who had killed the patriarch of the dragons. After all, they had seen Duan Ling Tian's wife before. Your wife has the strength to kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. This is no longer a secret in the Saint Province realm. The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and said confidently, "If you ask your wife to make a move today, I'll admit defeat. Moreover, I'll take the devils and leave the Saint Province realm with me and return to the realm of exile. If you fight, I'll fight you as well. Even if we end up in a draw, I'll still bring all the members of the devil clans back to the exiled realm. Naturally, I'll only do this for your wife's sake." The old man's words revealed another piece of information. The devil clans can leave the Saint Province realm and return to the exiled realm, but it's only for the sake of Duan Ling Tian's wife, not Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then, he burst out laughing. "Why are you laughing?" The old man frowned. "I'm laughing at you. You've never met my wife, and yet, you treat everyone as my wife." Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing and said indifferently, "This person next to me is my friend, not my wife. My wife has already left the mundane realm. She won't interfere in the matters of the Saint Province realm." Duan Ling Tian felt a stab of pain in his heart when he heard this. Would they really have to wait for 1,000 years before they could meet again? What? She's not your wife? Although the old man was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he could not help but lose his composure when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Tang Xiao Zhao's cultivation base was only that of an eminent celestial. As expected, she's not your wife. At this moment, the old man was certain. Previously, the old man had thought Tang Xiao was Duan Ling Tian's wife who could kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, so he did not dare to use his divine consciousness to investigate her. However, now that he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he could not help but extend his divine consciousness to verify Duan Ling Tian's words. "If your wife is really not in the mundane realm and won't interfere in the matters of the Saint Province realm, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm." The old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He wondered if Duan Ling Tian was deliberately deceiving him with his earlier words. "Are you so confident that I won't be able to defeat you?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian suddenly smiled brightly. Tang Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, could not help but sneer when she heard the old man's words. She mocked the old man for being too arrogant. What? This black-clad woman isn't Duan Ling Tian's wife? How's that possible? If she's not his wife, then who is she? If she's not his wife, why would he bring her here? The humans present on the scene had been waiting for Duan Ling Tian's wife to kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. However, Duan Ling Tian had said, "Duan Ling Tian, the devil clans are here." Chapter 25:55. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian said his wife has left the mundane realm and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Saint Province realm. Many people's faces turned pale when they recalled Duan Ling Tian's words. He must be joking. I think he's joking as well. Even if his wife has left the mundane realm and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the Saint Province realm. He shouldn't have said that, right? That's right. After all, he's not strong enough to defeat a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and drive the devil clans out of the Saint Province realm. After a few moments, the expressions of many people calmed down. They thought Duan Ling Tian was joking. Joking? Do you think it's necessary for him to make such a joke? I don't think it's necessary for him to make such a joke. Since he has said so, I'm sure he believes Duan Lingtian as well. Many people from the human devil clan had met Duan Lingtian in the Debussy subterranean, so they believed Duan Lingtian was strong enough to defeat him. Did you just say I'm not qualified for you to use your celestial supreme treasure? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans asked in a low voice. His expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He thought he had misheard Duan Lingtian. What? You're a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but you're so old. Are you deaf? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Good, good. Very good. Since you're so arrogant, I'd like to see how you're going to fight me without using your celestial supreme treasure. The old man was infuriated by Duan Lingtian, and his expression changed rapidly. In the end, he could no longer hold it in when he suddenly shouted out. Bang! His body swayed as he stomped his feet in the air, leaving a huge hole in the void. As soon as the huge pit appeared, it was torn apart again, pulling out a hideous and terrifying void crack. Boom! 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 When the old man rushed out, his entire body seemed to have turned into a cannonball as he headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Everywhere it passed, the void would tremble, and the sound of air exploding would rise and fall continuously. Countless cracks in the void would also be torn open, looking particularly ferocious. Just looking at it would make one's scalp go numb. Bang! A moment later, the old man was already not far away from Duan Lingtian. With a shake of his arms, a vast and boundless power seemed to have transformed into a terrifying beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Duan Lingtian. His domineering aura caused people to involuntarily feel fear. That's all you got? Just as the old man attacked with all his might like a ferocious beast pouncing towards Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. His tone was full of mockery. Your strength is only comparable to that of the former leader of the dragons. It seems that I have overestimated you. Duan Lingtian said calmly. Shameless boasting. The old man shouted coldly. His tone was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. You'll know whether I'm shameless boasting or not soon enough. Duan Lingtian's tone was still as calm as before. However, when he spoke again, he made a move. Whoosh! When he raised his hand, his back was slightly bent into the shape of a bow. Then, he suddenly exerted his strength and his arms shot out like a dragon in the direction where the old man was charging towards. In the next moment, whoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian's arms shot out like a dragon, dazzling white lights shot out from his open palm. They were all condensed sword lights. These sword rays whistled out from Duan Lingtian's palm. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into thousands of sword rays. In the next moment, these thousands of sword rays turned into tens of thousands of sword rays and formed a mysterious sword formation. Whoosh! 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 After the sword formation was formed, it shot out without any hesitation, leaving behind more than a dozen afterimages. This was the profundity of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that Duan Lingtian had cast. Boom! When the afterimages of the sword formation merged with the sword formation shone brightly as an even more powerful aura surged out from it. How's this possible? At this moment, the old man who was charging towards Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the terrifying aura from the sword formation. It was definitely stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Under normal circumstances, only a golden celestial from the Devata realms would be able to unleash such power. Boom! The old man's expression changed drastically as his body swelled up like a balloon before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the midst of the blood mist, one could vaguely see bits and pieces of golden light twinkling. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, Duan Lingtian's sword formation easily destroyed the old man's all-out attack that seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast. Apart from that, it also destroyed the cloud of blood mist that the old man had turned into. Chapter 2556. Although Duan Lingtian did not use his celestial supreme treasure, he was still able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was extremely fast. However, with his current strength, even without using his celestial supreme treasure, his strength was much stronger than a 9 bodiless celestial. After all, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that he had mastered, was not an ordinary divine ability from the Devata realms. It was one of the most powerful offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. After using this ability, his attack power would increase by an entire 3 levels compared to before using this ability. Swoosh. 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 Without using his celestial sword, Duan Lingtian's sword formation was comparable to the attack of the weakest golden celestial in the Devata realms. However, even the weakest golden celestial in the Devata realms was much stronger than a 9 bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. No matter how weak a golden celestial was, he was still a golden celestial. A 9 bodiless celestial's strength was only comparable to a peak heavenly celestial in the Devata realms. In the Devata realms, golden celestials were above heavenly celestials. The weakest golden celestial was not comparable to the strongest heavenly celestial. For this reason, apart from Duan Lingtian and his opponent, only the 7-8 bodiless celestials from the devil clans could clearly see the sword formation that Duan Lingtian had cast. As for the others, they could only hear the sound of sword whistling in the air. How's this possible? He doesn't have a celestial supreme treasure, but he's still so strong. He easily defeated Limitless Master's full-powered attack, and even forced Limitless Master to use the demonic blood escape. Heavens! What kind of monster is Duan Lingtian? I thought he had to use a celestial supreme treasure to fight the Patriarch of the Dragons to a draw? Based on his strength, he should be able to kill a 9 bodiless celestial even without a celestial supreme treasure, right? He's pretending to be weak all this while? The 7/8 loose celestials of the Devil clan were shocked because they had vaguely seen Duan Lingtian's means. It took them a long time to calm down. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the Duan Lingtian had such strength. With the strength that he has displayed so far, even if he is not as strong as his wife, he is not much weaker, right? This Duan Lingtian and his wife. Where did they come from? How could someone from the Debussy subterranean in the sanctuary realm achieve such heaven-defying achievements in less than 100 years? The 7/8 loose immortals of the Devil clan felt it was inconceivable. However, no matter how inconceivable it was, the facts were right in front of them. They had to believe it. I take back what I just said. Your strength is still slightly stronger than that of the Dragon's clan leader. At the very least, if the Patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader was in his place, he would have died from my earlier attack. When the others regained their senses, Duan Lingtian suddenly shifted his gaze to the northeast as though he was talking to the air. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people present on the scene were shocked to see a blood-red light suddenly appeared in the area Duan Lingtian was looking at. After the blood-red light appeared, it began to boil and churn before it turned into a bloody mist. Then, it shrunk at lightning speed and reverted to a human figure. Finally, a familiar figure appeared before their eyes. Master Wu Ji? What's Master Wu Ji doing? The people from the Devil clan were stunned when they saw the familiar figure standing in the northeast. At this moment, the person who appeared in the northeast was none other than the strongest 9 bodiless celestial in the Devil clans. He was the only 9 bodiless celestial in the Devil clans who had survived Duan Lingtian's attack. However, the current old man seemed to be much weaker than before. At the very least, he seemed to have aged a lot compared to before. Everyone present on the scene could see this. The 9 bodiless celestial from the Devil clan seems to be injured. Moreover, it seems like he's severely injured. What on earth happened just now? Didn't he attack Duan Lingtian? How did he run so far away in just a blink of an eye? That's right. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, remained motionless on the spot from the beginning until the end. Some of the humans with weaker cultivation bases looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had no idea what had happened earlier. Although there were no 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among the humans present on the scene, there were a few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although they could not see what had happened as clearly as the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Devil clan, they could still see what had happened earlier. Not only did Duan Ling Tian have the upper hand in the fight with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan, but he had almost killed his opponent. At the critical moment, his opponent seemed to have used some technique to escape. The technique Master Wu Ji used earlier seems to be the heavenly devil blood escape that no one in the Devil clan has managed to cultivate for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Devil clans regained his senses and began to recall what he had seen earlier. He could not help but cry out in surprise when he recalled what had happened earlier. Heavenly devil blood escape. Upon hearing the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan, the other devils present on the scene were shocked as well. It was not a secret that the Devil clan was skilled in the blood escape technique. Even some demonic cultivators knew how to use the blood escape technique. However, there were different grades of blood escape technique. The heavenly devil blood escape technique was the strongest blood escape technique that the devils in the mundane realms could master. As for the blood escape technique that the devils in the Devata realms mastered, it could only be used in the Devata realms. In the mundane realms, there was no blood escape technique that was comparable to the heavenly devil blood escape technique. The heavenly devil blood escape technique did not have a huge side effect. It would only drain 10% of the user's strength in an instant. Moreover, there would be side effects in the user's body, making it impossible for the user to recover his strength in a short time. Generally speaking, unless one's life is in danger, very few people would use the heavenly devil blood escape technique. Because once I use this blood escape technique, it means that I won't be able to recover my full strength for a period of time. I didn't expect Master Wu Ji to have cultivated the heavenly devil blood escape technique. For him to use the heavenly devil blood escape technique at this moment means he's in danger. Danger? Do you mean Duan Ling Tian almost killed Master Wu Ji earlier? That's very likely. The group of devils was shocked by the old man's ability to cultivate the heavenly devil blood escape technique. At the same time, they could vaguely guess what was going on. Heavenly devil blood escape technique? Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man calmly. Interesting. Now, do you still think that I was boasting shamelessly earlier? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at the old man. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the old man's face turned pale. His eyes dimmed as he sighed. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian's wife isn't the only one whose strength is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Even Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. If your attack earlier had been boosted by a celestial supreme treasure, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to use the heavenly devil blood escape technique. The old man said. Swoosh. 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 In the instant that the elderly man's voice trailed off, the expressions of all of the devilish beings present changed drastically. Based on Wu Ji's words and the fact that Wu Ji had used the heavenly devil blood escape technique to escape, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was not weak at all. After all, Duan Ling Tian was stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, Duan Ling Tian had yet to use his celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian is really good at hiding his strength. As it turns out, he's not any weaker than his wife. I really didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to actually possess such a formidable strength. At this time, apart from a few demonic humans, the rest of the demonic humans were very disappointed. They only had one thought left in their minds: they hoped Duan Ling Tian would let them go. Based on the current situation, the devil clans had been utterly defeated. There was no way they would be able to turn the situation around. In contrast to the disappointment of the devilish beings, all of the humans present wore excited looks on their faces. Heavens! As it turns out, Duan Ling Tian is actually so strong. Based on what the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan said, Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to Duan Ling Tian's wife? That seems to be the case. At the very least, he's not a match for Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian didn't even use his celestial supreme treasure. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would be even stronger. To think that I thought Duan Ling Tian was arrogant. It seems like I've underestimated him. You're not the only one who underestimated him. All of us underestimated him as well. When the humans present on the scene recalled how they had thought Duan Ling Tian was arrogant, they felt their faces burning. Reality had given them a slap in the face. This caused them to feel somewhat ashamed. If I'm not mistaken, the heavenly demon blood escape you used just now, other than being able to dodge my attack, you can also escape far away and out of my sight. It can even prevent me from finding you. Chapter 25:57. Just now, you could have escaped on your own and saved your own life. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man curiously. If I wanted to protect myself, I wouldn't have come here today. The old man was no longer in high spirits. He looked like an old man in his twilight years with a wry smile on his face. After all, before I came, I thought that your wife would come with you. I've confirmed your wife's strength is comparable to a golden celestial in a Devata realm. The old man said. So you're doing this for your clansmen? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. Yes. The old man did not deny it. At your cultivation base, you're only one step away from passing the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation and ascending to the Devata realm to become a golden celestial. Is it worth it for you to do this? Duan Ling Tian asked again. It's not worth it. You said they're my clansmen. The old man said. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. After hearing the old man's words, the group of demon tribesmen was moved, and their faces were filled with excitement. The human devils knew Duan Ling Tian would not lay a finger on them even if he wanted to annihilate the entire devil clan. When they heard the old man's words, they could not help but feel respect for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and said solemnly, I hope you'll spare my clansmen after I die. After I die, the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials will lead my clansmen to leave the Saint Province realm and return to the exiled realm. At that time, my clansmen will personally repair the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm to return peace to the Saint Province realm. A hint of pleading could be heard in the old man's voice when he spoke. Master Wu Ji. Master Wu Ji. The group of devils was moved by the old man's words. When did I say I'm going to kill you? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the old man indifferently. Why you're not going to kill me? The old man trembled slightly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. The group of devils looked at Duan Ling Tian expectantly, hoping Duan Ling Tian was telling the truth. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to the old man's question. Instead, he said indifferently, apart from the human devils who want to stay in the Saint Province realm, I'll give you 3 months to bring the rest of them out of the Saint Province realm. Half a month ago, I went to the Phoenix clan and gave each of the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials a celestial supreme treasure. Don't think you can play any tricks after I ascend. Even after I've ascended, I'll still be able to deal with you. Duan Ling Tian. The old man could not help but feel envious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Although he was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not possess any celestial supreme treasures. However, the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan possessed celestial supreme treasures. The 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were envious when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Naturally, they were envious of the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan. They were both 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, but why were they so lucky? Let's go. Since the matter with the devil clans had been resolved, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to stay here any longer. He turned to look at Tang Xiao, who was standing next to him. Then, he casually tore a tear in space and brought her into it. Everyone could only see his back as he left. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's back. Before Duan Lingtian left, he was afraid Duan Lingtian would go back on his words and kill him. Master Wu Ji. Although Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a golden celestial from the Devata realms, he's only an ethereal immortal. However, his cultivation base is only at the level of an eminent celestial at most. We can find a bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique and use a soul attack to kill him. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan said through voice transmission. Humph. However, when the old man heard the voice transmission from the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, he scoffed and said, "It's true that he's an eminent celestial, but are you sure his wife is also an eminent celestial? If his wife isn't, the devil clans will be annihilated after he dies. Moreover, even if we find a bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, it's too risky to ambush him with his current strength. If he notices us, he'll be able to kill the bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique." The 7 tribulation bodiless celestial no longer dared to say anything else. "All of you stay in Sin City. I'll look for all of you after I'm done with my business here." Before Duan Lingtian left, he said goodbye to 2 familiar faces in the devil clans. They were Huang Qi-ling, a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Both of them were excited when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. This meant that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. In the end, that godlike man did not forget about them. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian brought Tang Xiaoxiao through the tear in space, they left the upper province and arrived at the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. To him, the devil clans had already left. The matter with the devil clans was finally resolved. Even if the celestial ascension force suddenly appeared and pulled him to a Devata realm, he no longer had to worry about the devil clans returning. After all, he had a backup plan. The 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan were his backup plan. After the 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials obtained the celestial supreme treasures from him, their strength was on par with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. If the 2 of them joined forces, they might be able to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. As for the 7 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans, he only needed 1 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Phoenix clan to deal with them. Cloud Continent. After bringing Tang Xiaoxiao back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land for long. Instead, he immediately headed south. It did not take long before he arrived at Cloud Continent, his hometown in this life. To Duan Lingtian, Cloud Continent was divided into the foreign lands and the 10 great dynasties. After all, he was from one of the 10 great dynasties on Cloud Continent. His family and friends were there as well. This time, he did not intend to disturb them. He just wanted to hide in the dark and watch them quietly without affecting their lives. At least, he would be able to resolve one of the things that had been bothering him before he left the sanctuary realm. He planned to return to Yanhuang realm and wait for the celestial ascension force to arrive in Yanhuang realm after he was done with his business in the Saint Province realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was most likely unaware that he was in a hurry to leave the Saint Province realm. He was in a hurry to leave the Saint Province realm because he was afraid he would miss Ku, and his family members if he continued to stay in the Saint Province realm. Whenever he thought of them, he would feel a stab of pain in his heart. At the same time, he hated himself for being so useless. I wonder what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon I'll be able to trigger on Cloud Continent with my current strength. Duan Lingtian still remembered that his hometown, Cloud Continent, was an extremely special place, and that was because when one revealed one's strength here, it would draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and condense the phenomenon of heaven and earth. It could be the silhouette of an ancient mammoth, ancient horned dragon, or, boom. Duan Lingtian was excited. With just a thought, the energy in his body surged out along the 99 saint veins like a wild horse. It seemed to have transformed into a vast flame that shrouded his entire body. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a series of noises above his head. He could not help but look up, curious about what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon he would be able to trigger. However, when Duan Lingtian looked up, he was dumbfounded. The heaven and earth energy above his head had gathered like dark clouds. The dark clouds seemed to cover the sky, but there was no sign of any heaven and earth phenomenon. Do I have to wait a little longer? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian stood still and waited for a while. However, there was still no sign of any change in the dark clouds in the sky. What are you doing? Tang Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, could not help but ask. She could not help but feel puzzled. She had no idea what Duan Lingtian was doing. After Duan Lingtian explained it to her, she tried to mobilize her own energy to trigger the heaven and earth energy. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon she triggered was no different from Duan Lingtian's. Dark clouds billowed, but there was no sign of any elephants or dragons. I think our strength is too high, so the heaven and earth energy in this area won't be able to trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon you mentioned. Tang Xiao guessed. That's the only explanation. Duan Lingtian nodded and gave up. Duan Lingtian was about to give up and return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with Tang Xiao when he suddenly came to a halt. It was as though he had encountered an unexpected situation. What's wrong? Tang Xiao stopped moving and looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on her face. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond to Tang Xiao's question. Instead, he raised his hand. A jade token that was shining with a mysterious light appeared in his hand. This jade token. Didn't that senior leave you this jade token? Tang Xiao recognized the jade token. It was given to Duan Lingtian by the powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land who called himself Wuxia Xianxia. At this moment, whoosh! When Duan Lingtian let go of his hand, the profound light on the jade token suddenly skyrocketed. Then, it flew toward the south at a rapid speed. It was as though it was leading the way. Chapter 25:58. What? What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the jade token flying toward the south and leaving behind a streak of dark green light. However, he was only stunned for a moment before he brought Tang Xiao along with him. Although the jade slip was not slow, it was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian's speed. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao had caught up with them. What's going on? Tang Xiao asked Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on her face. Don't ask me. In response to Tang Xiao's question, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he followed the jade token that was flying south. I don't know what's going on as well. Earlier, I discovered that it was lying in my spatial ring. When I took it out, it began to vibrate as though it wanted to break free from my restraints. Then, I let go of my hand, and that's it. Duan Lingtian looked at the dark green jade slip in front of him when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, the dark green jade slip shone brighter and brighter. Even Duan Lingtian could feel its emotions at this moment. That was the emotion of excitement. Although it was just an inanimate object, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited. I see. At the same time, Tang Xiao's eyes fell on the jade slip again. It seems like it's trying to take you somewhere? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, his heart was filled with confusion. He did not know why the jade slip was acting strangely. Moreover, where was it trying to take him? Swoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and something else appeared in his hand. It was a sword. This sword was different from ordinary swords. Most swords were 3 feet long. This was also the reason why swords were called 3 feet long. However, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was only 1 foot long. It looked like an elongated dagger. At first glance, this sword gave people the feeling that it was a jade product similar to a jade slip. However, when Duan Lingtian held the sword in his hand, he could feel that the material used to forge this sword might be jade, but it was definitely not ordinary jade. This sword, at this moment, Tang Xiao's eyes landed on the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. She remembered. This sword was left to Duan Lingtian by Xia Jie, a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land. Xia Jie had left two things for Duan Lingtian. One was a sword, and the other was a jade slip. The jade slip was leading the way while the sword was in Duan Lingtian's hand. Third uncle is a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land. The thing he left for me must be extraordinary. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the 1-foot short sword in his hand. When Xia Jie had given him these two things, he had put them away absent-mindedly before he rushed back. After returning, he had been so busy that he had forgotten about these two things. Earlier, the jade slip that was shrouded in a mysterious light had started to vibrate in his spatial ring. This had caught his attention. Otherwise, he would have left them hanging for a while longer. This sword, Duan Lingtian could not see anything special about the sword in his hand. It did not look like a celestial supreme treasure, but it did not look like a weapon from the mundane realms either. Buzz. 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 However, when Duan Lingtian tried to mobilize a trace of energy and send it into the foot-long short sword in his hand, the foot-long short sword began to vibrate at an exaggerated frequency. In the next moment, the changes that happened to the short sword caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck. After the short sword trembled violently, its body began to crack inch by inch, giving off a feeling that it was about to shatter. Crack. 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 After a short moment, a series of clear sounds resonated. It was the 1-inch short sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that directly shattered into pieces after cracks that resembled spider webs appeared on the body of the sword. It's destroyed just like that? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he saw this. Was this sword really left for him by a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though Xia Jie was toying with him. However, just as Duan Lingtian thought Xia Jie was toying with him, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Boy, the sword I left for you is called the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. It's a Devata artifact. Duan Lingtian could tell it was Xia Jie's voice. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out why Xia Jie's voice would appear at this moment. Xia Jie must have done something to the broken sword in his hand. 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword? A Devata artifact? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Xia Jie's words. The sword that he had accidentally destroyed in just a blink of an eye was a Devata artifact? However, just as Duan Lingtian's mouth was twitching, his eyes widened as though he had seen something shocking. He stared unwaveringly at the 1-foot-long short sword that was in tatters. A faint crimson light suddenly rose from the broken short sword. As soon as the crimson light appeared, it gradually transformed into the shape of a sword and a crimson sword chi. After the red sword gleam appeared, a faint orange light appeared in the broken dagger. After this orange light appeared, it quickly condensed into an orange sword gleam. After the orange sword chi, a yellow sword chi appeared. After the yellow sword chi, a green sword chi appeared. After the green sword chi, a green sword chi appeared. After the green sword chi, a blue sword chi appeared. After the blue sword chi, a purple sword chi appeared. A total of 7 sword rays appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in the form of a rainbow. While Duan Lingtian was in a daze, Tang Xiao, who was standing next to him, was also stunned. She did not know what was going on at all. Watch out! Tang Xiao cried out in surprise when she saw the broken pieces of the short sword flying toward Duan Lingtian's hand that was holding the broken pieces of the short sword. Unfortunately, Tang Xiao's warning was too late. In fact, even if Tang Xiao had warned Duan Lingtian earlier, Duan Lingtian would not have dodged the sudden attack. This was because Xia Jie's voice rang in his ears once again. As long as you infuse your energy into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, its illusory body will shatter. At the same time, it will absorb your blood and recognize you as its master. As soon as Xia Jie's words left his mouth, the shard cut Duan Lingtian's palm, leaving behind a cut that was neither deep nor shallow. Blood began to seep out of the cut. Huh! In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian saw that the 7 colored sword lights that were originally floating in front of him seemed to be attracted by something at this moment, and all of them whizzed out. Whoosh! 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 7 streaks of 7-colored sword light whizzed out, but they swept toward the wound on his palm that was bleeding. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to endure the pain, he realized something. When the 7 colored sword rays came into contact with the wound on his palm, they did not cause any harm to him. They only merged with the blood on the wound and into his palm, causing him to feel numb. What's going on? Even Tang Xiao could see what was going on during this process. After the blood that seeped out of the wound on Duan Ling Tian's palm merged with the 7 colored sword rays, it strangely entered Duan Ling Tian's wound. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian's wound also began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. A scar appeared on Duan Ling Tian's palm. This scar. Tang Xiao muttered. Both Tang Xiao and Duan Ling Tian were attracted by the scar on Duan Ling Tian's palm. If it was just an ordinary scar, they would not have paid attention to it. However, the problem was, this scar was in the shape of a sword. At the same time, Xia Jie's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears again. After the 7 orifices exquisite sword has acknowledged you as its master, it will appear with a thought. If you don't need it, it will disappear with a thought. Of course, it won't really disappear. It will just merge with your body. Upon hearing Xia Jie's words, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly looked into his body. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any trace of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body. According to third uncle's message, didn't he say the 7 orifices exquisite sword has merged with my body? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt something extra in his body. Moreover, it was not just a certain part of his body. Instead, it was his entire body, including his blood and bones. There seemed to be something extra in his body. Could it be that, the 7 orifices exquisite sword has fused into my body, appearing at random places and fusing into my body? Duan Ling Tian seemed to have an epiphany, but he was not certain. The 7 orifices exquisite sword. In the end, Duan Ling Tian relaxed his body. With just a thought, he looked at the sword-shaped scar on his right palm. He discovered something else. Almost as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a constantly changing sword light appeared in his right hand. The changing colors were the 7 colors of the rainbow. The sword light only changed for a moment before it quickly solidified and turned into a completely transparent sword. It was as though it was made of glass from Duan Ling Tian's previous life. At this moment, Xia Jie's voice rang again. This 7 orifices exquisite sword is a relic left behind by an old friend of mine. Although it's a Devata artifact, it has lost its sword soul. Chapter 2559. A top celestial weapon? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he heard Xia Jie's words. A top-notch immortal artifact referred to a top-notch immortal supreme treasure. He knew this. Previously, he had accidentally obtained the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. According to the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Elder Hua, it was a supreme celestial supreme treasure. However, it was damaged so it could not unleash its full power. A top celestial supreme treasure was extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Hua Lao had mentioned this before. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian had also heard Elder Hua mention the Devata artifact once. He knew the Devata divine weapons were rarer than top celestial supreme treasures. They were usually in the hands of heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Moreover, Devata divine weapons had souls. As for the details of the Devata artifact, Duan Ling Tian did not know much about it. Since Elder Hua did not elaborate, he did not ask. After all, he was too far away from a Devata artifact in the past. He did not expect he would be able to obtain a Devata artifact in the near future. According to third uncle's words, this Devata artifact, the seven orifices exquisite sword, has lost its soul. That's why it's only comparable to a top celestial weapon. After all, Xianxia had met Huolao in the past and learned about top celestial weapons and Devata artifacts from Huolao. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian was surprised that Xianxia had left a Devata artifact for him, he remained calm and did not lose his composure. After all, he was someone who had obtained a top celestial weapon in the past. Although the top celestial weapon was damaged, it was still a top celestial weapon. Moreover, there was a spirit in it who treated him like a teacher and a friend. However, compared to the celestial sword in my possession, this sword is on a completely different level. In fact, it's even more powerful than the Jasper celestial sword in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When Duan Ling Tian held the Seven Orifices Exquisite sword in his hand, he was certain of this after experimenting a few times. For a moment, even though he had come into contact with a top-notch immortal artifact like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in the past, he still could not help but feel excited. After all, the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda was only a damaged top-grade immortal artifact, while the Seven Orifices Jewel Sword was a perfect top-grade immortal artifact. To be more precise, it was originally a Devata artifact that was even more powerful than a top-tier celestial weapon. However, due to the loss of its soul, it was only comparable to a top-tier celestial weapon. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian did not use any technique at all. He merely infused his eminent celestial energy into the Seven Orifices Exquisite sword. Sword rays shot out from the tip of the sword and tore through space, leaving terrifying rifts in the void. After all, if it was an ordinary celestial sword, Duan Lingtian would not be able to tear through space. This sword seems extraordinary. Tang Xiao exclaimed in surprise when she saw the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand after Duan Lingtian put it away. Of course, it's extraordinary. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood after obtaining a divine weapon. When he heard Tang Xiao's words, he smiled faintly and said, "This sword of mine is considered one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms. Do you think it's ordinary?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Tang Xiao. However, Tang Xiao was still in a daze when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. This was because she was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Was it considered one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms? Was it not a top celestial supreme treasure? Tang Xiao was a member of the Tang sect, and the Tang sect had a long history in Yanhuang realm. Therefore, she knew a lot about top celestial supreme treasures. In the legends of Yanhuang realm, there were many top immortal supreme treasures, but they were all legendary existences. Tang Xiao had never seen or heard of any forces in Yanhuang realm possessing an immortal supreme treasure of such level. However, Duan Lingtian had just told her that it was a top celestial supreme treasure. The seemingly transparent 3 feet long blade in his hand was actually a legendary supreme treasure of immortals. Are you telling the truth? After a long while, Tang Xiao finally regained her senses and asked in shock. Why would I lie to you? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile. With just a thought, the Seven Orifices Exquisite sword in his hand melted into a puddle of water and disappeared into the sword-shaped scar on his palm. It was as though it had never been there. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the Seven Orifices Exquisite sword's presence. It was as though it had merged with his body. I forgot. Senior Xianxia left this sword for you. After calming down, Tang Xiao recalled the origin of the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Xianxia, a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land, had left it for Duan Lingtian before he left. In front of Senior Xianxia, even those who came from the Divine Offering Land like Senior Xianxia, who looked down on the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. With Senior Xianxia's means, it's not surprising that he left you a top celestial supreme treasure. A hint of envy could be seen in Tang Xiao's eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, it was a top celestial supreme treasure. Who would not want it? The Divine Offering Land. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Tang Xiao's words. The words "world of divine offering" were like a thorn in his heart that was difficult to remove. "I'm sorry." When Tang Xiaoxiao saw Duan Lingtian had fallen silent and his expression darkened, it was not difficult for her to guess that Duan Lingtian must have recalled something unpleasant. Therefore, she could not help but apologize. She had heard about Duan Lingtian's past from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, she knew Duan Lingtian had buried the pain in the depths of his heart. When she mentioned the divine offering land, she was undoubtedly rubbing salt into Duan Lingtian's wound. "It's fine." At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. His expression softened slightly as he shook his head. "There are some things that I can't help but think about even if no one says it. If I blame you, it would be akin to burying my head in the sand." Although Tang Xiaoxiao's emotions had fluctuated greatly earlier, she did not say anything. After all, it was his own fault. Duan Lingtian did not blame Tang Xiaoxiao. "I believe you'll be strong enough to gain the approval of your wife's father and reunite with her after 1,000 years. Tang Xiaoxiao said solemnly. "Thank you." Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude with a smile on his face. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically as though she had sensed something. "What's wrong?" Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he saw the change in Tang Xiaoxiao's expression. I'm afraid I'll have to leave the mundane realm before you do." Tang Xiaoxiao smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Then, his eyes brightened as though he had just recalled something. "Your celestial ascension force. Is it coming?" "I sensed it." Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and sighed. "I didn't expect the celestial ascension force to come in less than 10 years after I passed the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid I'll have to leave this time." "This is a good thing. Why do you sound like you're going to be tortured?" Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face. "Duan Lingtian, no matter when we meet again, I'll never forget that my life belongs to you." Tang Xiaoxiao said solemnly as she looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. "You don't have to say that again." However, when Duan Lingtian heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words, he immediately denied it. "Your life is yours, not mine. As for killing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion, I was merely helping my friend. I didn't intend to gain anything from it. I, Duan Lingtian, always do as I please. So you don't owe me anything." Duan Lingtian had a serious expression on his face when he finished speaking. Boom! Just as Tang Xiaoxiao was about to open her mouth to say something, a deafening sound that sounded like a bolt from the blue tore through the sky and swept across the land. "This is the celestial ascension force?" As soon as the thunderous sound rang in the air, Duan Lingtian vaguely sensed something. A seemingly invincible force went through him and enveloped Tang Xiaoxiao, making her fly. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a flash before his eyes. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao was shrouded by the ray of light, it seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Tang Xiaoxiao disappeared along with it. She ascended just like that? From the moment the celestial ascension force appeared and brought Tang Xiaoxiao away, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so quick that Duan Lingtian was unable to react in time. It was not that he was slow, but the celestial ascension force had appeared too quickly. "I hope you'll be fine in the Devata realm," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian only treated Tang Xiaoxiao as an ordinary friend, they had been together for quite some time. He could not help but feel a little sad that Tang Xiaoxiao was leaving so suddenly. All good things must come to an end. I hope we'll meet again in the Devata realm. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian suppressed the reluctance in his heart and continued to follow the jade token Xia Jia left behind. The Crimson Sky Kingdom. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. Chapter 2560. In general, Duan Lingtian's hometown in this life was the Saint Province realm. In general, it was the Debussy subterranean, the Cloud Continent, the 10 Great Dynasties, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had many memories in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Most of his friends and family on the Cloud Continent were in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time, he came back mainly because he wanted to see his old friends and family. He wanted to take a look at them from afar without disturbing them. However, he did not expect the dark green jade token that Xia Jie had left for him would bring him back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom before he could return. Its speed actually slowed down. What surprised Duan Ling Tian the most was that after the jade token brought him into the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, its speed actually slowed down, and it became slower and slower. Could it be that the place it's bringing me to is in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Ling Tian was confused. He remembered that after he triggered the message Xia Jie had left on the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, Xia Jie had told him about the Seven Orifices exquisite sword and the dark green jade token. According to Xia Jie, he had obtained the jade token by chance. This jade slip was something he'd obtained by chance. Moreover, when he'd just obtained this jade slip, there was a message left on the jade slip to remind him. It said, "Don't worry. Only those who possess 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secret in the jade token." Xia Jie had been trying to decipher the secret in the jade token for many years, but to no avail. However, there was one thing Xia Jie was certain of. The jade token was not simple. He was not the only one who could not destroy the jade token. Even his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, could not leave a mark on the jade token. I've only met people with 98 heavenly veins in my life, and I've met more than 1 or 2 people with 99 heavenly veins. However, I've never met anyone with 99 heavenly veins. I've never even heard of anyone with 99 heavenly veins. This was Xia Jie's message. When I first obtained the jade token, I didn't know who left a message on the jade token. It reminded me that only those who possess 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secret in the jade token. However, I didn't think much of it since I didn't think such a person existed. It was only when I met you that I learned there's someone with 99 heavenly veins in this world. I've never heard of anyone with 99 heavenly veins in the Devata realms, the Divine Offering Land, or realms similar to the Divine Offering Land. Take your time to uncover the secret in the jade token. Both my elder brother and I think this jade token is extraordinary. Xia Jie's message ended there. Although Xia Jie's message was Xia's end world, the jade token did not leave a message. The dark green jade slip leading the way was not an ordinary jade slip. There should be some kind of secret hidden in it, and it was not a small secret. Only someone with 99 heavenly veins can decipher the secrets? Why does it sound so far-fetched? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and gradually stopped thinking about it. His attention was completely focused on the jade token that was leading the way for him. Where does it want to take me? Duan Ling Tian followed the jade token all the way forward. The jade token's speed became slower and slower, and he slowed down as well, always following behind the jade token. Fresh Breeze Town is just up ahead. He followed the jade token into Swallow Mountain County, passed by Aurora City, and finally arrived at Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was the starting point for him in this life. It stopped. The jade token suddenly stopped when it was a few dozen miles away from Fresh Breeze Town. Duan Ling Tian did the same when he saw the jade token had stopped. All of a sudden, swoosh. The jade slip suddenly trembled and fell from the sky as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning. Swoosh. Duan Ling Tian followed like a shadow, and he followed the jade token to descend into a desolate mountain range. Although this mountain range was near Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Ling Tian had never been here before. He had never even heard of anyone coming here before. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew the reason why no one had come here. When he followed the jade slip and landed on the ground, he saw something else. The terrain around this barren mountain range was steep. With the strength of Fresh Breeze Town's cultivators, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to climb over the steep terrain. As for powerful cultivators, they wouldn't stay in the small Fresh Breeze Town. Just like Duan Ling Tian in the past. After he had a certain amount of strength, he left Fresh Breeze Town and went to Aurora City. Water flows downwards, and people walk upwards. This was an immutable truth. That is, soon after, Duan Ling Tian followed the jade token and arrived at one of the valleys in the desolate mountain range. At first glance, the valley was completely barren. However, the jade token was hovering above a black rock. Although the black rock's color was darker than the other rocks in the valley, Duan Ling Tian would not have thought there was anything special about it if it was not for the fact that the jade token was hovering above it. It brought me all the way here just to find this stupid rock. Duan Ling Tian was speechless. However, even though he was speechless, Duan Ling Tian still walked up to the black rock and casually picked it up. He wanted to see what was so special about it that made the jade token given to him by Xia Jia bring him all the way here. However, just as Duan Ling Tian picked up the black rock, a voice rang in his ears. When this voice entered his ears, it caused him to be dumbstruck again. After a long while, he had a strange expression on his face. The secret of this rock can only be deciphered by someone with 99 heavenly veins. That was the rough meaning of the voice. Third uncle said that when he obtained the jade token, a voice reminded him that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher the secret of this jade token. Duan Ling Tian looked at the jade token hovering in the air before he looked at the black rock in his hand. Now that I've picked up this rock, a voice reminded me that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher the secret of this rock. Duan Ling Tian looked at the black rock with his left eye and right eye, but he could not see anything special about the black rock in his hand. At the very least, there was a layer of mysterious light surrounding the jade token that hovered in the air. With just a glance, one could tell it was not an ordinary object. What was in the black rock in front of him? Just as Duan Ling Tian was looking at the black rock in his hand with a look of disdain, he was shocked to find that there was something strange about it. At the same time, a layer of profound light similar to the profound light on the jade slip broke out of the black stone's body. In the blink of an eye, the black rock was also surrounded by a layer of mysterious light. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as though someone had given him a tight slap. Isn't this slap a little too fast? Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Didn't they say that only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decipher their secret? I'm a person with 99 heavenly veins. Why can't I decipher their secret? As Duan Ling Tian spoke in bewilderment, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed the floating jade token. However, at the instant Duan Ling Tian grabbed the jade token in his hand, an unexpected event occurred. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. This was the first thought that popped into his mind. The moment he stretched out his other hand to grab the jade slip, a wave of power gushed out from both the jade slip and the black stone, surging into his left and right hands respectively. It made him feel as though he was being electrocuted. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the energy in the jade token was flowing out. The energy from the black rock in his left hand and the dark green jade token in his right hand were flowing directly into his saint veins. It was as though they wanted to flow through all the saint veins in his body. What happened next confirmed Duan Ling Tian's conjecture. The two energies quickly flowed through all 99 saint veins in his body. After that, the two completely different energies strangely merged together. They actually merged together? Throughout the entire process, even if Duan Ling Tian could control the energy in his body, he could not stop the energies from the black rock and the dark green jade token. Wherever they passed, the energy in Duan Ling Tian's body could not interfere at all. Even Duan Ling Tian was deeply aware of the gap between the energy in his body and the two mysterious energies at this moment. Just as Duan Ling Tian discovered that the two mysterious energies had merged together, he could not help but feel uneasy. He was afraid that something strange would happen. Then, he realized, the merged energy split into two and flowed into his left and right hands, respectively flowing into the jade token and the rock. It's finally gone. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that this fused power would run amok in his body. Who knew what it would do to him? Just as Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief, he was stunned to see, whether it was the black rock in his left hand or the dark green jade token in his right hand, they were both glowing brightly and extending a pushing force that pushed his clenched hands apart and spread them out. Then, they left his hands and rose into the air. What are they doing? The next moment, Duan Lingtian saw the black rock and the dark green jade token that had left his hands glowed brightly again, as though they had turned into two blazing suns. Chapter 2561. The black stone and the dark green jade slip suddenly collided. This scene caught Duan Lingtian by surprise. However, when the black stone and the dark green jade slip collided with each other, the scene of Mars colliding with Earth that Duan Lingtian expected did not appear. Not only did they not make any sound when they collided, it was even silent. This is, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, after the black stone and the dark green jade slip collided, they seemed to soften and intertwined with each other. In the end, they completely fused together in a very strange way, fusing into one. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was a little stunned. And just at the moment when Duan Lingtian was stunned, whoosh! The fused black stone and dark green jade slips suddenly burst out with a strong light that was even stronger than the scorching sun at noon. It was so dazzling that Duan Lingtian subconsciously closed his eyes. Before he could open his eyes, Duan Lingtian felt a majestic and heavy aura hit him in the face, directly and fiercely sending him flying. This aura was also mixed with waves of vicissitudes and an ancient aura. Once it hit Duan Lingtian's body, it seemed to imprison Duan Lingtian's strength. Now, Duan Lingtian wanted to mobilize the strength in his body to resist this aura, but he could not. At the same time that he was sent flying, Duan Lingtian only felt a monstrous force hit his chest like a heavy hammer, causing his internal organs to tremble, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After flying for a distance, Duan Lingtian found that he could barely mobilize the strength in his body and stabilize his body. The moment he stabilized his body and came back to his senses, Duan Lingtian subconsciously shouted angrily, thinking that someone was sneaking up on him. However, when he looked carefully, he found that, in front of his eyes, there was nothing but a metallic object that had appeared out of nowhere not far in front of him. What about the stone and the jade slip? Duan Lingtian wanted to find the stone and the jade slip, but he found that they were nowhere to be found. After the two merged with each other, it was as if they suddenly disappeared. That was until he vaguely sensed that a familiar yet unfamiliar aura was gradually fading away from the metallic object in front of him that had appeared at some point in time. Only then did he realize what was going on. This metal piece is the product of the fusion of the black stone and the dark green jade slip that sent me flying? Because the aura on the metal piece was exactly the same as the aura that blasted him away just now, it was not difficult for him to guess this point. After a while, Duan Lingtian found that the aura on the surface of the metal piece was completely converged. What the hell is going on? The jade slip that third uncle gave me, why did it fuse with that stone? Furthermore, they fused together into something that looks like a piece of metal. When the metal piece's aura was completely converged, and it was surrounded by an even deeper mysterious light, Duan Lingtian flew out and tentatively approached it. After finding that it had no intention of attacking him, he carefully reached out and held it in his hand. At this time, Duan Lingtian began to seriously look at the metal piece that was wrapped in mysterious light in his hand. This seems to be a broken piece of metal. Only one side of the metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand was flat, and the other three sides were bumpy. It wasn't hard to see that this iron-like thing seemed to have been forcefully broken off from something. It's quite thick. Weighing the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian could not help but murmur, also, I don't know where the words on it are from, but they're so obscure. Also, it's not just the words, even the pictures on it are difficult to tell what kind of pictures they are. Holding the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the ancient aura that was inadvertently emitted from it. This aura seemed to be telling him that it had existed for a very long time. What the hell is this? Looking at the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian frowned. He looked left and right, but he could not tell what this metal piece was. However, there's one thing I'm sure of, this thing is not simple. What a joke. If this thing was simple, it would not have been able to send him flying and injure him with just its aura. Most importantly, this was not the case. This incomplete piece of metal was the product of the fusion of the mysterious jade token Wuxia Xianxia from the divine offering land had given him and something else. Although Duan Lingtian did not know much about the other item, he could tell it was not an ordinary item. Nonsense. If it was an ordinary item, why would the mysterious jade slip given to him by Xia Jia bring him all the way here? Let's see, what the hell is this? With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness with the intention of merging it with the broken metal piece in his hand to investigate it. However, almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the broken metal piece, he was shocked to discover something. At this moment, the words and pictures on the broken metal piece seemed to have come to life. Moreover, they were emitting a strange and unfathomable energy. It was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how he tried to merge his divine consciousness with it, it was completely devoured. From the beginning until the end, although Duan Lingtian had continuously extended his divine consciousness and merged it with the broken metal piece, he did not discover anything useful. In fact, it could be said that he did not discover anything at all. This was because as soon as his divine consciousness got close to the broken metal piece, it would be devoured by the strange energy emitted by the words and pictures on the broken metal piece. What the hell is this thing? In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to stop merging his divine consciousness with the broken metal piece. He hastily withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the broken metal piece in his hand fearfully. It was as though he was looking at a scourge. Now that he was holding the broken metal piece in his hand, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was holding a hot potato. The divine consciousness originates from the soul. Since it can devour divine consciousness so easily, I wonder if it can devour soul attacks as easily. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's soul trembled. He immediately launched a soul attack at the broken metal piece. The scene from before replayed itself. The moment Duan Lingtian's soul attack came into contact with the broken metal piece, it was devoured by the strange energy emitted by the words and pictures on the broken metal piece. It was completely useless. As expected, it can devour soul attacks. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. His gaze when he looked at the broken metal piece had changed completely. There was no longer fear in his eyes, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. With this broken metal piece, I won't have to fear the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in this mundane realm. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. Although his soul was only at the level of an eminent celestial, the broken metal piece could easily devour the broken metal piece. However, since the defective metal piece could easily devour his soul attack, it would not feel any pressure even if it devoured the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. After all, one of the things that formed the broken metal piece was given to him by Xia Jia, a powerhouse from the divine offering land. Even Xia Jia felt that this thing was not simple. Therefore, it would not be difficult for the incomplete piece of iron, which was formed by the fusion of two other things, to devour the soul attack of a 9th tribulation loose immortal who had mastered the soul-gathering embodiment technique. For this reason, Duan Lingtian looked at the broken metal piece in his hand as though it was a treasure. This broken metal piece definitely has more than just the ability to devour divine consciousness and soul attacks. It must have many other secrets. However, with my current strength, I don't know what other secrets it has. Duan Lingtian could tell the broken metal piece in his hand was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from that, the appearance of this broken metal piece must have something to do with the 99 saint veins in my body as well, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he closed his eyes and recalled what had happened when he held the black stone and the dark green jade token in his hand. At that time, the black stone and the dark green jade token had each released a surge of energy that entered his body. After that, the two surges of energy traveled through the 99 saint veins in his body before they merged together. I remember when the two surges of energy traveled through the 98 saint veins in my body, they did not show any signs of merging until they had traveled through the 99 saint veins. It is precisely because they fused together that the black stone and the dark green jade slip fused together to form this incomplete piece of metal. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and looked at the defective metal piece in his hand. In other words, this was the broken metal piece. The broken metal piece was formed when the black stone and the dark green jade token merged together through the 99 saint veins in his body. Saint veins were known as heavenly veins in the Devata realms. Now that I've deciphered the secrets of the dark green jade token and the black stone, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, even though we've deciphered the secrets of the jade strip and the stone, we still have to deal with the secrets of the incomplete metal piece. I don't know where this incomplete piece of metal came from. But, one thing is for sure, the thing that left this incomplete piece of metal is definitely not ordinary. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. In any case, I've gained quite a lot this time. With this broken metal piece, even if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, I won't have to wait helplessly for my death. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought about this. Chapter 2562. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial attacked first, even if Duan Lingtian could kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would not be able to block the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial's soul attack. This was because one could not use one's own energy to block a soul attack. To a certain extent, the latter could only be considered as a material attack. It was completely different from a soul attack. There would never be any intersection between the two. But now, Duan Lingtian possessed that mysterious and unfathomable defective metal piece, and it was different. Even if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique tried to attack him, he could still take out the defective metal piece at lightning speed and block the soul attack. He would let the defective metal piece absorb the soul attack. In that case, his opponent's soul attack would not even be able to touch him. Third uncle. Thank you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and slowly regained his senses. He looked up at the sky and expressed his gratitude to Wuxia Xianxia, the powerhouse from the divine offering land. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was a divine weapon that Wuxia Xianxia had left for him. Although it no longer had the might of a Devata artifact, it was still comparable to a top celestial weapon. Although Wuxia Xianxia did not give him the defective metal piece directly, it was indirectly given to him by Wuxia Xianxia. If it was not for the dark green jade token, he would not have been able to find the black stone, let alone merge the two to form the defective metal piece. I wonder how they're doing now. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. When Duan Lingtian gradually regained his senses, a smile appeared on his face when he remembered he was near his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. He flew up and headed to Fresh Breeze Town as soon as possible. When he saw that the Leaf family in Fresh Breeze Town was thriving and that the old friends of the Leaf family were doing well, the smile on his face became even more radiant. After leaving Fresh Breeze Town, he went to Aurora City, Swallow Mountain County's County City, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. Seeing that his old friends were doing well, he didn't want to disturb their peaceful lives and left quietly. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City, Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the 7-Star Sword Sect. The 7-Star Sword Sect was the first sect he'd entered in this lifetime, and he had extremely deep feelings for it. This sect had even been exterminated in the past. But under his hard work, the 7-Star Sword Sect was finally rebuilt, and it developed very well to become the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Who would have thought, the inconspicuous purple-clad young man who had entered the 7-Star Sword Sect a few decades ago had become invincible in the entire Saint Province realm after a few decades. Looking back, several decades have already passed, several decades, the times have changed, the world has changed. As he stood in the sky above the 7-Star Sword Sect, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion before silently leaving. After leaving the 7-Star Sword Sect, Duan Lingtian left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After visiting a few old friends, he finally left the 10 Great Dynasties district in Cloud Continent and returned to the Debussy Subterranean. Rip. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian tore a hole in the void and disappeared from the Debussy Subterranean in just a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After arriving in the upper province, the first thing he did was to go to Sin City in the central province to meet his old friends. Huang Qiling, a disciple of the Human Devil clan's Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who had acknowledged him as his master. Brother Ling Tian, congratulations. When Huang Qi-ling saw Duan Ling Tian again, although he knew Duan Ling Tian would not dislike him just because of his current strength and status, he could not help but feel a little restrained. This was a subconscious feeling. After all, Duan Ling Tian was no longer the same person he used to be. Currently, no one would refute Duan Ling Tian's claim that he was the strongest person in the Saint Province realm. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile on his face. Then, he looked at Huang Qi-ling and asked, "How are you? Have you been well all these years?" Good. Huang Qi-ling was moved when he saw Duan Ling Tian still cared about him. That's good. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at Yuan Haochen, who was standing next to Huang Qi-ling, and greeted him with a faint smile on his face. Palace Master Yuan, it's been a long time since we last met. Master, you can just call me Little Chin. I don't dare to be called Palace Lord in front of you. I don't dare to be called that. Yuan Haochen was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees when he heard Duan Ling Tian calling him Yuan Haochen. Where's Huang Wenjing? She didn't come? Duan Ling Tian asked in surprise as he looked behind Yuan Haochen and Huang Qi-ling, Sister Wenjing. She's in closed-door cultivation recently, Huang Qi-ling said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Naturally, he could not tell Duan Ling Tian that Huang Wenjing did not come to Sin City because she did not want to see Duan Ling Tian with his wife. Duan Ling Tian, Huang Qi-ling, and Yuan Haochen caught up with each other for a while before he left Sin City. He gave each of them a keepsake so they could ask for help from the Phoenix clan. Then, he left Sin City and prepared to leave the Saint Province realm. The last time he went to the Phoenix clan, he gave them 2 celestial supreme treasures. The entire Phoenix clan also regarded him as a benefactor who had given them a new lease on life. Moreover, they gave him many feathers that were very precious to the members of the Phoenix clan as tokens. The Phoenix clan promised, in the future, if anyone brings a feather to the Phoenix clan will treat them like Duan Ling Tian and will help them without any hesitation. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had given Huang Qi-ling and Yuan Haochen 2 feathers that were extremely precious to the members of the Phoenix clan. The Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. Duan Ling Tian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he left the Saint Province realm and came to the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone again. Duan Ling Tian found someone from Yanhuang realm and asked him to show him the way back to Yanhuang realm. Brother Xian Yuanji and Su Li should have left the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone and returned to the Yellow the Arch Mansion, right? With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian took out the violet gold order token that Xian Yuanji had given him and asked it to show him the way to the Yellow the Arch Mansion. The Yellow the Arch Mansion was a very low-key force in Yanhuang realm. Most people would not know where the Yellow the Arch Mansion was even if they had heard of it. I've become a celebrity in Yanhuang realm? On his way to the Yellow the Arch Mansion, Duan Ling Tian heard many rumors about him. These rumors revolved around how he had killed the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people thought the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion had died unjustly. If the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion knew Duan Ling Tian was only an eminent celestial, he could have killed Duan Ling Tian with a soul attack. Duan Ling Tian only smiled indifferently and did not take it to heart. He knew the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion would not dare to use his divine consciousness to probe him. Therefore, he had waited patiently for the old ancestor to reveal himself. Otherwise, he would have killed the old ancestor before the old ancestor could react. Even if the old ancestor knew he was only an eminent celestial, it would be impossible for the old ancestor to use a soul attack on him. How much longer do I have to travel? A month later, Duan Ling Tian was still on his way. Since he did not know where the Yellow the Arch Mansion was, Duan Ling Tian could not use the interstellar transporting formations between galaxies. He could only use the token given to him by the Yellow the Arch Mansion to travel through space. Even after traveling at full speed for a month, he still had not arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion. With his current speed, he could travel from the remote Milky Way to the Coast Galaxy in a month's time. After traveling for another 2 months, Duan Ling Tian finally arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Although the Yellow the Arch Mansion was a reclusive force, as one of the top forces in Yanhuang realm, it still controlled a relatively large galaxy. Under the guidance of the Violet Gold Token, Duanling Tian arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion's home planet in the galaxy ruled by the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Swoosh. 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 As soon as Duanling Tian arrived at the Yellow the Arch Mansion's estate, a group of patrolling disciples from the Yellow the Arch Mansion blocked his path. Who are you? Why have you come to the Yellow the Arch Mansion's estate? The leader of the patrol asked as he stared at Duanling Tian coldly. What's the matter? I'm Duanling Tian. I'm here to look for old brother Xian Yuanji. May I know if old brother Xian Yuanji has returned from the Beyond Heaven's secret zone? Duanling Tian asked politely. After all, he was here to look for someone, not to cause trouble. Duanling Tian? As soon as Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, the patrolling disciples from the Yellow the Arch Mansion widened their eyes in unison. It was apparent they were shocked as well. The leader of the patrolling disciples was the first to react. He studied Duanling Tian from head to toe. Purple, young, and handsome. These were the characteristics of the legendary Duanling Tian. Is that a violet gold token? Soon after, the leader of the patrolling disciples saw the token in Duanling Tian's hand and confirmed Duanling Tian's identity. The coldness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with passion. He bowed respectfully at Duanling Tian. Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian. Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian. Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian. Chapter 2563. Lord Duanling Tian, our old ancestor said that if you came, we should immediately invite you in to see him. The captain of the Yellow the Arch Mansion's patrol team stood in front of Duanling Tian. After greeting Duanling Tian respectfully, he quickly made an inviting gesture to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded and followed the patrol leader into the inner mansion of the Xianyuan Mansion. Brother Ling Tian. Not long after Duanling Tian entered the inner mansion of the Yellow the Arch Mansion, he heard a familiar voice in front of him. Duanling Tian looked ahead and saw an old figure flying toward him. It was none other than Xian Yuanji, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, the old ancestor of Yellow the Arch Mansion whom he had met once in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Xian Yuanji flew over from afar. Beside him was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was tall and had a jade-like face. Between his brows, he exuded a dignified aura, and his body seemed to constantly emit waves of dignified aura. The mansion master of Xianyuan Mansion? With just a glance, Duanling Tian could vaguely guess the middle-aged man's identity. He should be the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion. Duanling Tian had heard about the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion from Jianghu. However, he only knew the mansion master was an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. In terms of strength, the mansion master was second only to the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in Yellow the Arch Mansion. Brother. Duanling Tian greeted Xian Yuanji with a smile when he saw Xian Yuanji appearing before him in just a blink of an eye. It was not difficult for him to realize that. At this moment, the way Xian Yuanji looked at him was completely different from the way he looked at him in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Furthermore, Xian Yuanji had changed the way he addressed him from little brother Ling Tian to brother Ling Tian. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, he was no longer the same person he was in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Most importantly, all the forces in Yanhuang realm were aware of what Duanling Tian had done in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. He had killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duanling Tian was now famous in Yanhuang realm. Therefore, under such circumstances, Xian Yuanji's attitude towards him had changed. In his opinion, it was a very normal thing. Greetings, old ancestor and mansion master. At this moment, the leader of the Yellow the Arch Mansion's patrol squad who led the way for Duanling Tian finally regained his senses. He hastily bowed respectfully at Xian Yuanji and the dignified middle-aged man who had just arrived. The way the patrol captain addressed Xian Yuanji and Xian Yuan Tian made Duanling Tian realize he was right. The middle-aged man was indeed the mansion. You may take your leave. Xian Yuanji nodded indifferently. The middle-aged man standing next to Xian Yuanji, the mansion master of the Arch Mansion, immediately said to the leader of the patrol team, "The old ancestor and I will entertain Lord Ling Tian here." Even the mansion master of the Arch Mansion, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, addressed Duan Ling Tian as Lord Duan Ling Tian. Based on this, it was obvious Duan Ling Tian was as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the eyes of the mansion master of the Arch Mansion. In fact, he was even stronger than most 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. After all, based on the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed in the Heavenly Wave Mansion, Duan Ling Tian would be able to easily defeat Duan Ling Tian. Unless a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique attacked Duan Ling Tian by surprise and killed Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for Duan Ling Tian, since Duan Ling Tian had mastered a peculiar technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. Yes. The Arch Mansion's patrol captain left respectfully. Before he turned around, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian's back. The respect in his eyes deepened. After all, even the mansion master of the Arch Mansion addressed Duan Ling Tian as Lord. "Greetings, Lord Duan Ling Tian. I'm mansion master of the Arch Mansion, Xianyuan Zheng." After the Arch Mansion's patrol captain left, he bowed respectfully at Duan Ling Tian. He did not regard Duan Ling Tian as an eminent celestial at all. He regarded Duan Ling Tian as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. He was not affected by the fact that the person who bowed to him was the mansion master of the Arch Mansion. After all, with his current strength, he was qualified to receive such treatment. "Brother Ling Tian, let's talk in the main hall." Xian Yuanji called out to Duan Ling Tian with a smile. Then, Mansion Master Xian Yuanjing personally led Duan Ling Tian and Xian Yuanji to the main hall in the inner mansion of the Arch Mansion. After entering the main hall, Xian Yuanzheng and Xian Yuanji led Duan Ling Tian to the main seat. If news of Duan Ling Tian killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion had not spread, he would not have received such treatment even if Xian Yuanji thought highly of him. After all, when they were in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, although Xian Yuanji thought Duan Ling Tian was strong, he did not think Duan Ling Tian was as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Xian Yuanji knew his own strength. If he really fought with Duan Ling Tian, the one who died in the end would definitely be him. Although he was confident he was stronger than the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion, he knew he was not much stronger. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was able to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with ease. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's position in Xian Yuanji's heart was much higher than before. "Brother Ling Tian, my elder brother is in closed-door cultivation recently, so he couldn't come with me to welcome you. I hope you won't blame him for this, Brother Ling Tian." Xian Yuanji said apologetically as soon as he sat next to Duan Ling Tian. His elder brother was Xian Yuan Rui, the old ancestor of Xian Yuan Mansion. He was also a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. "However, I really didn't expect Brother Ling Tian to have done such a shocking thing in Yanhuang realm while I was still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It has been a long time since a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial has died in Yanhuang realm." After apologizing, Xian Yuanji couldn't help but sigh. When he had first returned to Yanhuang realm, he had heard about Duan Ling Tian's feats and was shocked. "I was just lucky." Duan Ling Tian smiled modestly. "Brother Ling Tian, you're too humble." Xian Yuanji shook his head. The reason no 9 tribulation bodiless celestials have died in Yanhuang realm for a long time is not because there are few disputes between 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, but because none of them can do anything to each other. Take that 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion for example. If I were to fight him, I would only be able to defeat him after 100 moves. Brother Ling Tian, the fact that you're able to kill him means you're standing at the peak of the mundane realm. A hint of respect could be seen in Xian Yuanji's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. However, Duan Lingtian's strength was enough to earn the respect of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial like him. There's always someone better than you. Stand at the peak of the mundane realm? I don't dare to say that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Who knew if there were celestials stronger than great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms in the mundane realm? After all, celestials stronger than great overarching golden celestials could travel back to the mundane realm from the Devata realms. Following that, Duan Lingtian continued to chat with Xian Yuanji for a while. During this time, not only did Xian Yuanzheng, the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion, not interrupt, but he even stood quietly at the side and poured tea for Duan Lingtian and Xian Yuanji. Brother, is Su Li here? After chatting with Xian Yuanji for a while, Duan Lingtian remembered Su Li who had left with Xian Yuanji. At that time, Su Li had already become the interim elder of Yellow the Arch Mansion. In other words, he had come to the Yellow the Arch Mansion for Su Li. He wanted to see his good friend again before he ascended. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xian Yuanji's expression changed drastically. Even Xian Yuanzheng, the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion, who was standing at the side, dropped the teapot in his hand when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. What's wrong? Did something happen to Su Li? Duan Lingtian was not stupid. When he saw Xian Yuanji and Xian Yuanzheng's reaction, he realized something was amiss. His expression changed immediately. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian rose to his feet and stared at Xian Yuanji gloomily. Brother, what happened to Su Li? Brother Lingtian, I didn't take good care of Elder Su Li. Xian Yuanji smiled wryly with a guilty expression on his face. What happened? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. His eyes flashed coldly as he raised his voice. Lord Duan Lingtian, you can't blame the old ancestor for this. It's all because the 2 fellows from the Gongsun family coveted your technique that can snatch celestial supreme treasures. For this reason, as soon as Elder Su Li returned to the Yellow the Arch Mansion, they came to our mansion and injured the old ancestor before taking Elder Su Li away. They wanted to use Elder Su Li to threaten you and force you to hand over the technique. At this moment, Xian Yuanjing explained, since the other old ancestor of the Yellow the Arch Mansion is at a critical juncture in his closed-door cultivation, we didn't disturb him. Moreover, this closed-door cultivation is closely related to the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation that he's about to face. However, even if he made a move, he might not be able to stop the 2 old fellows from the Gongsun family. After all, one of the old fellows from the Gongsun family is so strong that he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. Xian Yuanzheng sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. The Gongsun family? Chapter 2564. This was not the first time that Duan Lingtian had heard of the Gongsun family. Previously, when he was traveling to the Milky Way with Tang Xiao from the Cost Galaxy, he had talked to her about the top forces in Yanhuang realm, including the Gongsun family. During that period of time, he had also learned from Tang Xiao. The Gongsun family was one of the first-tier forces in Yanhuang realm. They were as famous as the Yellow the Arch Mansion. In terms of strength, they were even stronger than top forces like Mount Huagua and the Celestial Master Sect. Like the Yellow the Arch Mansion, the Gongsun clan had 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials, no less than 5 8-tribulation bodiless celestials, and even more 7-tribulation bodiless celestials. More importantly, one of the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun clan was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. I heard that the Gongsun clan is a force left behind by the old ancestor of your Yellow the Arch Mansion, Gongsun Xinyuan. A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he asked, his lightning-like gaze landed on Xian Yuanji and Xian Yuanzheng, as if he wanted to get confirmation from them. Yes. Xian Yuanji nodded and continued, I don't know when it started, but the forces left behind by the ancestor split into 2. They became sworn enemies and fought endlessly. Those who were originally of the same lineage also became sworn enemies. In the end, they were divided into the Gongsun clan and the Xianyuan clan. One of them was surnamed Gongsun, while the other was surnamed Xianyuan. Moreover, it's not limited to the mundane realms. Even the Devata realms are divided into the Gongsun clan and the Yellow the Arch Mansion. It's said that the conflict between the Yellow the Arch Mansion and the Gongsun clan is even more intense in the Devata realms. There are people who are killed every day. However, those who emerge victorious, regardless of whether they're from the Gongsun clan or the Yellow the Arch Mansion, will be personally nurtured by the old ancestor. When Xian Yuanji mentioned Gongsun Xianyuan, the old ancestor of Yellow the Arch Mansion, a hint of respect could be heard in his voice. To a certain extent, Gongsun Xianyuan was the faith of everyone in the Xianyuan mansion and the Gongsun family. In that case, to a certain extent, the conflict between the Gongsun clan and the Xianyuan mansion was also tacitly approved by your common ancestor, Gongsun Xianyuan? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard Xian Yuanji's words. It wasn't difficult to guess this. You could say that. Xian Yuanji nodded. As expected of the Yellow Emperor, Gongsun Xianyuan. To think that he would use such a method to train the younger generation. How bold. Previously, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Wolao, the three-legged golden crow, had told him that the Yellow Emperor of Yanhuang planet, Gongsun Xianyuan, was not only a genius sword cultivator, but he had also become an overlord after ascending to a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian even suspected that the Gongsun clan and the Xianyuan mansion were the main culprits. It was highly likely that Gongsun Xianyuan was the one who had orchestrated the conflict between the Gongsun clan and the Xianyuan mansion. His purpose was to train the younger generation so that he could personally train the younger generation. After all, he had limited time and energy. It was impossible for him to personally train all the younger generation. It doesn't matter if the Gongsun clan is a force left behind by Gongsun Xianyuan or not. Since they dare to covet the sovereign heart sword that I possess and even captured my friend to threaten me, I'm afraid they won't be able to do anything to me. They'll have to pay the price for this. A terrible price. Duan Lingtian muttered inwardly as the coldness in his eyes rose again. It was so intense that the temperature in the surroundings seemed to have dropped by a few degrees in just an instant. Brother, where's the Gongsun clan? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Xian Yuanji. It seemed as though he was about to attack the Gongsun clan. In fact, Duan Lingtian was indeed prepared to kill his way to the Gongsun clan and rescue Su Li after finding out the location of the Gongsun clan. He wanted the Gongsun clan to pay a heavy price for their actions. Brother Lingtian. Xian Yuanji did not seem surprised by Duan Lingtian's reaction. After a moment of silence, he said, I know you're not weak. With your ability to steal celestial supreme treasures and kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, I'm sure you're strong. However, the Gongsun clan is not to be underestimated as well. Let's take the Gongsun clan's strongest person for example. Not only is he a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he's also a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. In other words, he's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who can cast soul attacks. Perhaps, before he took Elder Su Li away from the Yellow the Arch Mansion, he might not have taken any precautions against you. In fact, you might have killed him with a sneak attack before he could cast a soul attack on you. However, after he took Elder Su Li away, he'll definitely be wary of you. You won't have a chance to attack him before he casts a soul attack on you. Xian Yuanji advised Duan Lingtian patiently. At the same time, he told Duan Lingtian one thing. The Gongsun clan's strongest person in Yanhuang realm had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique and was capable of casting soul attacks. Thank you for your reminder, brother. However, I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Xian Yuanji's patient advice. He said nonchalantly, brother, if you have a star map that covers the galaxies where the Yellow the Arch Mansion and the Gongsun clan are located, please give me a copy. Brother Lingtian, are you serious? Xian Yuanji's eyes widened as he asked uncertainly. One of the old men from the Gongsun clan is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, so what? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, seemingly unconcerned about whether the old man was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. When Xian Yuanji saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression, it seemed as though he was not afraid of the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Xian Yuanji began to suspect something. Duan Lingtian must have something to rely on. However, Xian Yuanji did not know what Duan Lingtian's trump card was. Since you've made up your mind, brother Lingtian, I'll go with you. Xian Yuanji said, no matter what, Elder Suli was abducted by the two old men from the Gongsun clan right under my nose. Xian Yuanji's eyes flashed with a cold light as if he was going to devour someone. Since the Gongsun clan had a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, they were considered the strongest force in Yanhuang realm. The galaxy ruled by the Gongsun clan was called the Mystic Ancient Galaxy. It was much larger than any of the galaxies Duan Lingtian had been to in Yanhuang realm. It was at least twice as large as the galaxy ruled by the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Moreover, the heaven and earth spirit energy in this galaxy was much denser than the galaxy ruled by the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Brother Lingtian, this is the galaxy where the Gongsun clan is located, the Mystic Ancient Galaxy. At the edge of the mystical ancient galaxy, Xian Yuanji, who had just entered the mystical ancient galaxy with Duan Lingtian, explained the situation to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded as he looked at the galaxy before him. He had heard from Xian Yuanji that the Mystic Ancient Galaxy did not exist in the Mystic Ancient Galaxy. The Xian celestial system where the Gongsun family lived had no interstellar teleportation formation. Whether it was an outsider coming to the Xian celestial system or a member of the Gongsun family wanting to leave the Xian celestial system, they had to travel through space with their physical body to enter or leave the Xian celestial system. The reason the Gongsun clan did this was to make the Mystic Ancient Galaxy more independent and easier to manage. Who's there? Duan Lingtian and Xian Yuanji stopped at the edge of the mystical ancient galaxy. They were about to enter the mystical ancient galaxy and head to the planet where the Gongsun family's base was when a voice rang in the air. It was as though thunder had struck their ears. Swoosh! A figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Xian Yuanji like a ghost. Although the figure was like a ghost, it could not hide from Duan Lingtian and Xian Yuanji's eyes. Even before the figure appeared, they could tell it was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe. Xian Yuanji? His expression changed drastically when he saw Xian Yuanji standing next to Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he did not expect to see a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from Yellow the Arch Mansion, one of the two old ancestors of Yellow the Arch Mansion, here. He was a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan and held a high position in the clan. However, he was nothing in front of a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial like Xian Yuanji. Who are you? Do you know me? Xian Yuanji asked in surprise as he glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. I'm an elder from the Gongsun clan. I was fortunate enough to meet you once, senior. The middle-aged man lowered his head and said nervously. At the same time, he regretted his decision to show up. He had planned to leave the Mystic Ancient Galaxy and head to another galaxy. Just as he was about to leave the mystical ancient galaxy, he noticed two people sneaking around the periphery of the galaxy. For this reason, he instinctively showed himself to show off his superiority as an elder of the Gongsun family and a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial. Alas, he did not expect he would end up kicking a steel plate. If he had known one of the two people was one of the ancestors of the Yellow the Arch Mansion, he would not have come even if he was given 100 guts. You're from the Gongsun clan? Chapter 2565. Yes, yes, faced with Xian Yuanji's piercing gaze, the middle-aged man did not dare to be negligent. He quickly replied, Senior, my name is Gongsun Yun. I'm an elder of the Gongsun family. I heard that your Gongsun family moved to another planet 300 years ago. Now, take us there. Take me there, Xian Yuanji said indifferently as he looked at Gongsun Yun. Although Xian Yuanji's voice was indifferent, there was a hint of threat in his tone. Gongsun Yun's expression changed drastically, but he did not dare to refuse Xian Yuanji's order. If he refused, who knew if the old ancestor of the Yellow the Arch Mansion would kill him or not? Although he was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Gongsun family, if Xian Yuanji killed him, the Gongsun family would not be able to avenge him even if they wanted to. After all, even the strongest supreme elder in the Gongsun family would not be able to kill Xian Yuanji. Under Gongsun Yun's lead, Duan Lingtian and Xian Yuanji soon arrived at the planet where the Gongsun family's estate was located. It was a blue planet. With just a glance, one could tell the planet had a good environment. It was similar to Earth, but it was at least 10 times bigger than Earth. Senior, the Gongsun family's estate is on this planet. Gongsun Yun looked at Xian Yuanji anxiously and asked, "Can I leave now?" "Scram," Xian Yuanji said indifferently. Xian Yuanji said indifferently. Gongsun Yun also left as though he was running for his life. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian and Xian Yuanji's eyes. "I'm Duan Lingtian." Xian Yuanji was about to ask Duan Lingtian what he was going to do next when Duan Lingtian's voice rang in his ears. "Bring Su Li out in 15 minutes. If I don't see Su Li in 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian will annihilate the Gongsun family." As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air, not only did it enter Xian Yuanji's ears, but it also shocked him. Even the people on the planet ahead could hear Duan Lingtian's voice. The commotion broke out instantly. Whoosh! The entire planet was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian? Is he the Duan Lingtian who broke into the Heavenly Wave Mansion and killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Apart from that Duan Lingtian, who else would be so arrogant to the point of saying he's going to annihilate the Gongsun family? The Gongsun family is one of the strongest forces in Yanhuang realm. One of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family is widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. Isn't Duan Lingtian seeking death by coming to the Gongsun clan openly? I don't think so. After all, Duan Lingtian is capable of killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He even killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere on the planet where the Gongsun family was based. When they heard Duan Lingtian's voice, they could vaguely guess who he was. Duan Lingtian was most likely the person who had killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Whether it was the planet where the Gongsun family was based or the other planets in the mystic ancient galaxy, there were not only people from the Gongsun family, but there were also people from second-rate and third-rate forces in Yanhuang realm as well as some sectless cultivators. Those people were subordinates of the Gongsun family. While they occupied the cultivation resources of the mysterious ancient star system, they also had to pay a large number of saint stones to the Gongsun family every once in a while. It was similar to protection fees and rent. It's true that he killed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion, but don't forget that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion didn't use a soul attack on him. I've heard about this as well. It's said that Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. Although he's strong and has mastered the technique to steal celestial supreme treasures, his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. I can't believe he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Indeed. Duan Lingtian had a chance to kill Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he could have taken Duan Lingtian down with him. Many people knew that Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial and that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion was killed by Duan Lingtian without knowing that Duan Lingtian was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would have taken Duan Lingtian down with him. If I'm not mistaken, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family who's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm is also a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, right? You're right. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family is indeed a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family is much stronger than the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. Since he's also a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, he should be able to take Duan Ling Tian down with him if he's prepared. Moreover, as long as he strikes first, he might be able to kill Duan Ling Tian with his soul attack without being injured at all. If Duan Ling Tian strikes first and kills the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial before the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial can use his soul attack, Duan Ling Tian won't be harmed at all. That's true. Similar discussions began to spread on the planet where the Gongsun family's base was. At this moment, most people were unsure of who would win. If Duan Ling Tian fought the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, who would emerge victorious? The only thing they were certain of was that whoever made the first move would be undefeatable. Even if they were undefeatable, they would still be able to take their opponent down with them. That's awkward, I still think the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family will win. If Duan Ling Tian sneaked into the Gongsun family's base and attacked the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, he might have a chance of winning. However, now that he's here with such fanfare, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family must be prepared. It'll be difficult for him to strike first. I agree. I really don't know what Duan Ling Tian is thinking. How can he be so brainless as to barge in here? Did he forget that he's just an eminent celestial? Gradually, more and more people began to doubt Duan Ling Tian. They felt Duan Ling Tian was too rash and had alerted the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family. In outer space outside the blue planet. Brother Ling Tian, you're too rash, aren't you? Xian Yuanji was confused as well. He had thought of many possibilities regarding the beginning of today's matter, but he had never thought that it would be like this. Similarly, he felt Duan Ling Tian was too rash. Duan Ling Tian had shouted as though he was afraid the Gongsun family would not know he was here. Moreover, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family would definitely be alerted by Duan Ling Tian. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family. Rash? Upon hearing Xian Yuanji's words, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and shrugged indifferently. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as Duan Ling Tian shrugged, an old voice rang from the blue planet. Duan Ling Tian and Xian Yuanji were not the only ones who heard the voice. Everyone on the blue planet heard it as well. It's that old man, Gongsun Wen Tian. Xian Yuanji's eyes widened in anger. If the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family had made a move, he wouldn't have been able to take Su Li away under his watch. It was because this person had also made a move that he failed to protect Su Li. Even if Xian Yuanji's elder brother, Xian Yuanrui, was present, he would not have been able to stop Gongsun Wen Tian. After all, Gongsun Wen Tian was much stronger than him and his elder brother. Gongsun Wen Tian? Upon hearing Xian Yuanji's words, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. Gongsun Wen Tian. The strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Not only had Xian Yuanji mentioned this name to Duan Ling Tian, but Tang Xiao had also mentioned this name before. Duan Ling Tian knew Gongsun Wen Tian was a legend in Yanhuang realm and was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 gusts of wind blew as 2 figures appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Xian Yuanji. To be more precise, there were 3 figures. One of the figures was an old man in a blue robe, and the other figure was an old man in a green robe. In his hand was a young man whose face was pale, whose body was on the verge of collapse, and whose eyelids were slightly drooping. Su Li. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the young man's condition. He glared at the old man dressed in a green robe and said, "Old man, what did you do to Su Li?" Duan Lingtian. The old man dressed in a green robe said in a hoarse voice. The person in the green-robed old man's hand was none other than Duan Ling Tian's good friend, Su Li. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice, he struggled to open his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Go. Don't bother about me. Go." Gong Sun Wen Tian. Xian Yuanji's expression darkened as he glared at the old man dressed in a green robe. He said coldly, "You. How dare you torture Elder Su Li to this extent? Do you think the Arch mansion is a pushover? I didn't intend to torture him anyway." The old man dressed in a green robe, Gong Sun Wen Tian, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, said nonchalantly, "However, if I didn't seal the energy in his body and torture him, I'm afraid he would have committed suicide by now. This boy is very loyal. He'd rather die than be used by me to threaten his friend." Chapter 2566. You. Hearing Gong Sun Wentian's words, Xian Yuanji's expression changed greatly, and his gaze became even colder, as if it could freeze everything. As for Duan Ling Tian, who was standing beside Xian Yuanji, after hearing Gong Sun Wentian's words, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced with a calm expression. His gaze was still calmly staring at Gong Sun Wentian. 3. The fastest it was as if his emotions weren't affected by Gong Sun Wentian's words at all. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. He stared at Gong Sun Wentian calmly. It was as if Gong Sun Wentian was the only person left in his world. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Gong Sun Wentian, who seemed to have everything under control, couldn't help but change his expression slightly when he met Duan Lingtian's calm gaze. Today, before he appeared here, he was confident in his victory. He felt that he could definitely use Su Li to threaten Duan Ling Tian and force him to hand over the method that could seize celestial supreme treasures. However, at this moment, seeing that Duan Ling Tian could still remain calm after hearing his words, he faintly had a bad premonition in his heart. It was only because Duan Ling Tian was too calm, so calm that it was somewhat illogical. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If Duan Ling Tian was as flustered and exasperated as Xian Yuanji, and looked as if he wanted to tear him into pieces, he wouldn't feel anything. However, it just so happened that Duan Ling Tian was staring at him as if nothing had happened. His calm gaze was on Gong Sun Wentian. It was as if he did not take him seriously at all. He had never seen such a gaze ever since he had become a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Before he became a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he had seen similar gazes in the eyes of those who were stronger than him. That was the gaze of the strong looking down on the weak. When facing the weak, the strong would not be any less delighted. When he faced the weak, he would also involuntarily reveal such a gaze. Deliberately mystifying things. He must be deliberately mystifying things. Although Gong Sun Wentian had a bad feeling about this, he felt relieved when he saw Su Li in his hand. After all, he still had Su Li in his hand. Even if Duan Ling Tian attacked him at all costs, he could still use Su Li as a shield. Even if Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms, he was confident that he could kill Su Li would be able to kill Duan Ling Tian before Duan Ling Tian could kill him. With Duan Ling Tian's presence, Gong Sun Wentian's would have killed Duan Ling Tian's because Duan Ling Tian would definitely hesitate to attack unless he wanted Su Li to die. Swoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While Duan Ling Tian stared at Gong Sun Wentian with a calm expression on his face, time continued to pass. More and more figures began to appear in the surroundings. Initially, these people were from the Gong Sun family who had come to watch the show. Later on, many people from other forces under the Gong Sun family and sectless cultivators arrived as well. He's Duan Ling Tian? I've seen the mirror image talisman from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. This person is indeed Duan Ling Tian, who killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duan Ling Tian looks so young. Of course, he's young. He's not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? Are you kidding me? He's not kidding. Duan Ling Tian is indeed not even 100 years old. It's said that he's not from Yanhuang realm, but from another mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. The reason he's here is because he's using the Beyond Heaven secret zone as a transit point. The Beyond Heaven's secret zone? If that's the case, then he's indeed not even 100 years old. After all, apart from bodiless celestials, only people younger than 100 years old can enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. The people who came to join in the fun, whether they were from the Gongsun family or the others, were all looking at Duanling Tian. They began to whisper among themselves as they discussed Duanling Tian. Are these two the old ancestors of the Gongsun family who are 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? At the same time, many people's gazes landed on Gongsun Wentian, who was holding Su Li, and the old man beside him. They're the 2 old ancestors of the Gongsun family? Some disciples of the Gongsun family who had never seen the old ancestors of the Gongsun family before turned to look at Gongsun Wentian and the old man. The 2 old ancestors of the Gongsun family are called Gongsun Hong and Gongsun Wentian respectively. Which one of them is the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, Gongsun Wentian? It wasn't just those who weren't from the Gongsun family who were curious about this matter. Even the disciples of the Gongsun family who couldn't tell which of the 2 old ancestors of the Gongsun family was the most powerful being in Yanhuang realm were curious as well. That's old ancestor Wentian from the Gongsun family. At this time, many of the Gongsun family's disciples who had seen Gongsun Wentian before and recognized him whispered to those who couldn't recognize Gongsun Wentian. Those who did not recognize Gongsun Wentian immediately knew which of the 2 old men was the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, Gongsun Wentian. He was the old man who was holding a young man with drooping eyelids and a pale face. The young man's body was swaying unsteadily. Who's that young man in Senior Wentian's hand? Don't tell me it's Su Li whom Duanling Tian demanded the Gongsun clan to hand over? Based on Duanling Tian's words, it seems like he's asking the Gongsun family to hand over someone called Su Li. If he doesn't see Su Li in 15 minutes, he'll annihilate the Gongsun family. That's exactly what he said. Based on Duanling Tian's words, many people could guess that the young man in Gongsun Wentian's hand was Duanling Tian's target. Who knows what's going on? Who's this Su Li? Why is Duanling Tian looking for him? Based on the situation, I don't think Su Li is from the Gongsun family. Otherwise, the Gongsun family wouldn't have tortured him to this extent. More and more people were confused. They did not know why the Gongsun family's ancestor, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, was holding a young man in his hand. Moreover, it seemed like he was using the young man to threaten Duanling Tian. These confused people weren't just from the Gongsun family. Even the members of the Gongsun family were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. What's going on? That's right. What's going on? Who's this Su Li? Can someone tell me what's going on? The Gongsun family's disciples looked around in confusion, hoping to learn the truth from the other Gongsun family's disciples who knew what was going on. Soon, some of the members of the Gongsun family who were in the know spoke up, and the bewildered crowd finally understood what was going on. As it turns out, the Gongsun family is interested in Duanling Tian's technique that allows him to plunder celestial supreme treasures. That's why they captured Duanling Tian's friend, Su Li, and used him to threaten Duanling Tian to hand over the technique. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I thought Duanling Tian thought he was strong and wanted to challenge the Gongsun family to make a name for himself. I didn't expect he's only here to save his friend. It's inappropriate for the Gongsun family to do this, isn't it? Many people who were not from the Gongsun family could not help but whisper among themselves after learning the truth. However, they only dared to whisper to each other in a low voice, afraid that they would incur the displeasure of the Gongsun family if they spoke too loudly. Some of the more righteous disciples of the Gongsun family fell silent after learning the truth. Although they did not agree with the actions of the old ancestor of the Gongsun family, they knew their words carried little weight. Even if they voiced their objections, it would not change anything. Naturally, the disciples of the Gongsun family were more excited as they stared at Duanling Tian greedily. After all, if the Gongsun family obtained Duanling Tian's technique, they would have a chance to cultivate it in the future. When they thought about how they could easily plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures, they could not help but feel excited. The human heart was greedy to begin with. Otherwise, the two nine-tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family would not have captured Su Li to threaten Duan Lingtian to hand over the technique that allowed him to plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures. Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gongsun Wentian, who had been staring at Duan Lingtian for about 15 minutes, broke the silence between him and Duan Lingtian. He said in a deep voice, "I'm sure you've learned about my objective from Xian Yuanji today, as long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll teach the Gongsun family the technique that allows you to plunder other people's celestial supreme treasures and promise not to oppose the Gongsun family for the rest of your life, I won't kill you. In fact, I can even spare Su Li's life. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you before killing Su Li." Gongsun Wentian looked at Duan Lingtian murderously. "You should know that I'm a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment. I can kill you with a soul attack with just a thought. From the moment I appeared until now, I had many chances to kill you. I'm sure you know that as well." Gongsun Wentian continued to say, "Naturally, you can also attack me, but I can guarantee you that Su Li will die before I'm killed by you." Chapter 2567. Hearing Gongsun Wentian's words, those who weren't from the Gongsun clan couldn't help but gasp. Gongsun Wentian is so ruthless. At this moment, they only felt that Gongsun Wentian was too ruthless. With just a few words, he had completely blocked Duan Lingtian's path of retreat, leaving him with only two options. The first path was to follow his request and swear on the lightning penalty oath. The second option was to kill Duan Lingtian, even at the cost of his own life. The reason Gongsun Wentian did this was to obtain Duan Lingtian's divine ability or celestial method that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. Ancestor. When the members of the Gongsun clan heard Gongsun Wentian threatening Duan Lingtian, they couldn't help but be moved. In their opinion, the reason why the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan had taken such a huge risk to threaten Duan Lingtian to hand over the method that could rob immortal supreme treasures was definitely for the sake of the Gongsun clan. He wanted the Gongsun clan to obtain that method. At this moment, even those disciples of the Gongsun family who felt that Gongsun Wentian's threat to Duan Lingtian were touched. "Gongsun Wentian, you're widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. Don't you feel ashamed threatening a young man who's not even 100 years old?" When Xian Yuanji heard Gongsun Wentian's threat to Duan Lingtian, his face became even more gloomy. He couldn't help but say in exasperation. He had never thought that in order to obtain the technique that Duan Lingtian possessed that could seize immortal supreme treasures, Gongsun Wentian would risk his life and put his entire fortune on the line. However, no matter how exasperated Xian Yuanji was, Gongsun Wentian acted as though he did not hear Xian Yuanji's words at all. He continued to stare at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression. It was as though Duan Lingtian was completely under his control. Ha 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 ha, just as everyone's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian unexpectedly laughed out loud. At this moment, even Xian Yuanji was stunned. Is Brother Lingtian crazy? How could he still laugh at a time like this? What are you laughing at? Gongsun Wentian's originally calm expression instantly turned gloomy when Duan Lingtian suddenly let out bursts of laughter. The ominous premonition that he had suppressed with great difficulty rose up once again. "I'm laughing at your wishful thinking." At this time, Duan Lingtian's laughter also stopped. He casually glanced at Gongsun Wentian and said indifferently, "Su Li is my friend, I know his character. If you use him to threaten me like this, the current him will definitely wish he was dead." Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Su Li. A faint smile appeared on Su Li's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was as though he was trying to prove that Duan Lingtian was right. "You can kill Su Li today." Duan Lingtian stared at Gongsun Wentian with a cold glint in his eyes. "However, if Su Li dies, I, Duan Lingtian, will annihilate the entire Gongsun clan." Annihilate the entire Gongsun clan. A commotion broke out as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too arrogant? He still dares to say such arrogant words at a time like this. Why doesn't he think about it? With his soul that's only at the level of an eminent celestial, can he withstand the soul attack of the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan? That's right. Now that Gongsun Wentian is prepared, even if he can kill Gongsun Wentian, he'll still die under Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. A soul that's only at the level of an eminent celestial is like a newborn baby in front of an adult. If the adult wants to do something to the baby won't be able to resist at all. Does he really think Gongsun Wentian won't dare to touch him because he possesses a technique that can steal celestial supreme treasures? Those who were not from the Gongsun clan felt Duan Lingtian was boasting again. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to survive if Duan Lingtian and Gongsun Wentian fought to the death. Both of them would most likely die together. Even if one of them survived, it would most likely be Gongsun Wentian. How arrogant. He's too arrogant. Duan Lingtian dares to say he's going to annihilate the Gongsun clan in front of the old ancestor? I think he's tired of living. Does he really think he's invincible just because his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and he possesses a technique that can steal celestial supreme treasures? Don't forget his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial. He won't be able to withstand a single blow from the old ancestor's soul attack. Does he really intend to perish together with the old ancestor? Most of the members of the Gongsun clan present on the scene thought Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. Only a few of them who were calmer looked at Duan Lingtian, who was emitting a cold aura and killing intent. Do you really think I won't dare to touch him? At this moment, Gongsun Wentian, who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words, finally regained his senses. He tightened his grip on Su Li's hand, causing Su Li's face to turn even paler. It seemed as though he would suffocate at any moment. You can touch him, but I'll fulfill my promise. Once Su Li dies, I'll annihilate the Gongsun clan. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His tone turned colder when he spoke, making it difficult for people to doubt his words. So, you really don't intend to hand over the technique that can steal celestial supreme treasures? Gongsun Wentian's tone turned slightly impatient at this moment. When he brought Su Li along earlier, he felt that he could control everything in his hands, and even Duan Lingtian would be toyed with in the palm of his hand. However, when he revealed himself, he discovered that Duan Lingtian was not only toyed with by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was not toyed with by him. Instead, Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative, causing Gongsun Wentian to feel extremely passive. Don't you understand human language? Duan Lingtian said with a sneer. Good, very good. Since that's the case, I'll kill Su Li now. Gongsun Wentian's eyes flashed coldly as he made a move to kill Su Li. Of course, he didn't really want to kill Su Li, but only wanted to scare Duan Lingtian and see if Duan Lingtian was deliberately deceiving him. Whoosh. However, when Gongsun Wentian's palm landed on Su Li's forehead and was about to kill Su Li, he suddenly stopped. You really don't care about Su Li's life? Gongsun Wentian's eyes were filled with disbelief when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be serious and not bluffing. Based on his investigation, Su Li was Duan Lingtian's best friend. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to ignore Su Li's life. This Duan Lingtian is actually not deliberately mystifying things. Earlier, the old ancestor almost killed his friend. How could he not do anything about it? It seems like Duan Lingtian is really going to abandon his friend. However, does he really think he's capable of wiping out the Gongsun clan to avenge his friend? The people present on the scene, whether they were from the Gongsun family or the others, initially thought Duan Lingtian was just putting on a show. In fact, he still cared about his friend's life and death. It was only when Gongsun Wentian's probing failed that they realized Duan Lingtian was not putting on a show. I know you won't kill him for real. Faced with Gongsun Wentian's incredulous question, Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly, You're a cautious person. You won't dare to kill Su Li before you're certain you have the ability to kill me. This is because you're worried that after you kill Su Li, you won't be able to kill me. If that happens, the Gongsun clan will be wiped out. Duan Lingtian's wise eyes landed on Gongsun Wentian as though he could see through Gongsun Wentian's heart. You know me quite well. Gongsun Wentian's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He felt as though everything he had done was going according to Duan Lingtian's plan. This made him extremely displeased. His eyes gleamed coldly. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Gongsun Wentian realized that Duan Lingtian was determined not to compromise. Therefore, he no longer held back. With a thought, 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. They intertwined and shot toward Duan Lingtian like 2 dragons playing with a pearl. This was Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. Whoosh! Gongsun Wentian's soul attack was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Duan Lingtian. As long as it entered Duan Lingtian's body, it would immediately attack Duan Lingtian's soul and destroy Duan Lingtian's soul. However, in between the flashes of lightning, whoosh! Another voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and threw a defective metal piece at Gongsun Wentian with a profound hidden weapon technique. It was as though he had predicted Gongsun Wentian's soul attack would be coming at him. Gongsun Wentian's soul attack was blocked by the defective metal piece. Humph. Seeing this, Gongsun Wentian could not help but sneer. How can my soul attack be blocked by a mere material attack? You actually want to use material attacks to block Martial Uncle's soul attack. What a joke. Gongsun Hong, the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, could not help but laugh disdainfully. Chapter 2568. A material attack and a soul attack were 2 completely different types of attacks. A material attack would leave a mark on a person's body or an object. Moreover, the object could be used to defend against the attack. However, a soul attack was different. A soul attack would not leave a mark on a person's body. Even if it killed a person, it would only destroy the person's soul. There would not be any fatal wounds on the surface. Apart from that, a soul attack could ignore most objects. The only exception was if the object was protected by a formation or restriction that countered a soul attack. However, such a formation or restriction would not appear in mundane realms. Only Devata realms would have such a formation or restriction. For this reason, Duan Lingtian merely raised his hand and shot out a defective metal piece to block Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. In Gongsun Wentian's opinion, Duan Lingtian's action was completely unnecessary. This was because he felt his soul attack could easily penetrate the defective metal piece that contained a material attack. Not only would it be able to penetrate Duan Lingtian's body, but it would also be able to destroy Duan Lingtian's soul. Gongsun Wentian and Gongsun Hong, who were standing next to him, felt the same way. In fact, apart from the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family, even Xian Yuanji, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Arch Mansion who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, felt the same way. That's a soul attack. Brother Lingtian's action is destined to be futile. At this moment, even Xian Yuanji thought to himself, Duan Lingtian is doomed. There's no doubt Duan Lingtian will die. The old ancestor is using a soul attack. Humph. Duan Lingtian is seeking death. The old ancestor is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. His soul attack is comparable to the soul attack of a peak heavenly celestial in a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. There's no way he can withstand the old ancestor's soul attack. There's a path to heaven, but he refuses to take it, and there's no door to hell. Duan Lingtian is seeking death. The few 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family couldn't see the situation clearly, but they could vaguely guess what was going on. They sneered, not believing that Duan Lingtian could survive. This Duan Lingtian actually blocked Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. Not only will his efforts be in vain, he will also lose the opportunity to perish together with Gongsun Wentian. I really don't know what he's thinking. Could it be that he really thinks his material attack can withstand Gongsun Wentian's soul attack? There were 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among the sectless cultivators present on the scene. They couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that Duan Lingtian had gone mad. Instead of taking the opportunity to perish together with Gongsun Wentian, he had used a material attack to defend against Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. In their opinion, it was destined that material attacks and soul attacks would never come into contact with each other since they were on two completely different levels. However, just when the group of 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials thought Duan Lingtian's efforts were in vain, a sudden change occurred. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the eyes of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, the defective metal piece that Duan Lingtian had thrown out finally collided with Gongsun Wentian's soul attack that resembled 2 dragons playing with a pearl. They thought the defective metal piece that Duan Lingtian had thrown out would not even come into contact with Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. This was because the latter, to a certain extent, only existed in an illusory form and did not truly exist. However, when the defective metal piece that Duan Lingtian had thrown out collided with Gongsun Wentian's soul attack, they could not help but widen their eyes in shock and disbelief. This was because they saw Gongsun Wentian's soul attack that resembled 2 dragons playing with a pearl vanish without a trace when it collided with the defective metal piece. It seemed as though it had been devoured by the defective metal piece. Swoosh! Before the group of people could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian waved his hand casually. The defective metal piece that was flying toward Gongsun Wentian made a turn in the air and returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. The soul attack of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is this all there is to it? At the same time, Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he played with the defective metal piece in his hand. He glanced at Gongsun Wentian coldly. Gasp! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials finally regained their senses. All of them gasped as they looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of fear and dread in their eyes. This was especially true for Gongsun Wentian, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. He had not held back when he had cast his soul attack earlier. It had even damaged his soul to a certain extent. It would take at least 10 days to half a month for his soul to recover to its peak. However, Duan Lingtian was still able to block the soul attack that he had cast in such a manner. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had easily blocked his soul attack. What's that metal piece in his hand? Gongsun Wentian asked as he looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand. Naturally, he could tell Duan Lingtian was only able to block his soul attack due to the uniqueness of the defective metal piece. The 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could not help but look at the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand. At first glance, the defective metal piece seemed ordinary. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that there were faint traces of light surrounding it. There were strands of faint profound light lingering around the damaged piece of metal. When they subconsciously extended their consciousness and touched the profound light, they felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss and were unable to extricate themselves. There was simply no way to pry into the details of this defective metal piece. No wonder it was able to block Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. Brother Lingtian's defective metal piece is extraordinary. Xian Yuanji, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Arch Mansion, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, sighed inwardly as he looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand. No wonder Brother Lingtian was so calm from the beginning until the end. It seems like Brother Lingtian already knew what was going on. Xian Yuanji could not help but smile wryly when he thought about this. If this Brother Lingtian of his could remind him of all this earlier, he wouldn't have to stand at the side in fear. What's that metal piece in your hand? Gongsun Wentian's eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. At the same time, he realized the ominous feeling he had earlier was right. Duan Lingtian was not deliberately mystifying himself. Duan Lingtian was truly not afraid of Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. Gongsun Wentian could see this as well. As long as Duan Lingtian still had that thing in his hand, no matter how many soul attacks he launched, he would not be able to hurt Duan Lingtian at all. Gongsun Wentian could not help but feel regretful. He should not have coveted Duan Lingtian's technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into such a passive situation. What's going on? The old ancestor used a soul attack. But how could this Duanling Tian be fine? Can someone tell me what's going on? Those from the Gongsun clan and those who weren't from the Gongsun clan weren't able to see what had just happened due to their weaker cultivation, so they had no idea what was going on. However, they could vaguely see something. Duanling Tian had gained the upper hand. When Gongsun Wentian looked at Duanling Tian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. It was as though Duanling Tian was a ferocious beast. It's not just Gongsun Wentian. Even the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan seems to be afraid of Duanling Tian as well. Soon after, someone else noticed this as well. An uproar broke out among the crowd. What's going on? Just as the group of people were feeling extremely puzzled by the situation before them, Duanling Tian, Gongsun Wentian, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, looked at Su Li in his hand as though he was grasping at straws. He threatened Duanling Tian. Swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll never make an enemy of the Gongsun clan. Otherwise, I'll kill Su Li right now. Gongsun Wentian glared at Duanling Tian with bloodshot eyes. He looked like a trapped beast who was desperately trying to break free. However, Duanling Tian remained calm in the face of Gongsun Wentian's threat. It was as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Those who did not know better would think he did not care about Su Li's life at all. You can kill Su Li under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian said calmly. However, if Su Li dies, I'll annihilate the Gongsun clan and kill everyone in the Gongsun clan to accompany him in death. Su Li, you won't blame me, right? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Su Li who was still in Gongsun Wentian's hand. Cough cough. Su Li coughed. Su Li coughed twice. After he caught his breath, an indescribable smile appeared on his face. I don't even have the time to thank you, why would I blame you? With a top-tier force like the Gongsun clan in Yanhuang realm dying with me, I, Su Li, have no regrets. I'm relieved to hear that. Duanling Tian nodded. Swoosh. However, as soon as Su Li finished speaking, Gongsun Wentian's expression changed drastically. End of this chapter. Chapter 2569. When Gongsun Wentian discovered Duanling Tian was not afraid of his soul attack, he knew there was nothing he could do to Duanling Tian. In fact, he was certain Duanling Tian would seek revenge on him for holding Su Li hostage. At this time, he could only use Su Li as a shield. However, based on the current situation, it was clear he was naive. Duanling Tian had threatened him with the lives of the Gongsun family and threatened to annihilate the Gongsun family if he dared to kill Su Li. If he had known Duanling Tian was not afraid of his soul attack, he would have thought Duanling Tian was boasting. However, he was certain Duanling Tian was not lying. Duanling Tian was definitely capable of doing so. Duanling Tian, the ancestor of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Xianxia, is a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. He has many powerhouses under his command. If you dare to annihilate the Gongsun family, he won't spare you. Gongsun Wentian glared at Duanling Tian, intending to use Gongsun Xianxia, the ancestor of the Gongsun family, to threaten Duanling Tian. He knew there was no way he could threaten Duanling Tian with Su Li. After all, Duanling Tian had tied the lives of the Gongsun family to Su Li. For this reason, he had no choice but to look for another way. Gongsun Xianxia? Duanling Tian laughed disdainfully when he heard Gongsun Wentian's words. He said disdainfully, as far as I know, although senior Gongsun Xianxia came from Yanhuang realm, after he went to the Devata realm, he spread his legacy in many mundane realms. This was what the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Hua Lao, had told him. Let alone the fact that senior Gongsun Xuanyuan's legacy in Yanhuang realm, even if the Gongsun clan is the only legacy in Yanhuang realm, he might not care about the fate of the Gongsun clan. So what if he really cares? To have your Gongsun clan die with me. I think it's worth it. Besides, I may not necessarily die with the Gongsun family. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he did not seem to mind Gongsun Wentian's threat at all. Whoosh! Seeing that Duan Lingtian had ignored his threat again, Gongsun Wentian's expression changed again. At this moment, the faces of those from the Gongsun clan also darkened. At this moment, even the weaker members of the Gongsun family who did not know what was going on realized Gongsun Wentian, the old ancestor of the Gongsun family and the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, could not do anything to Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, why would he use Su Li and the ancestor of the Gongsun clan to threaten Duan Lingtian? Only the weak would need to rely on something to threaten the strong. When the strong dealt with the weak, they could rely on their own strength to directly crush them. Why is Gongsun Wentian acting like this in front of Duan Lingtian? It seems like Duan Lingtian isn't afraid of his soul attack at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. If Duan Lingtian isn't afraid of his soul attack, he wouldn't be able to threaten Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's reaction, it's obvious Duan Lingtian was unaffected by Gongsun Wentian's threat. It doesn't matter if Gongsun Wentian threatened Duan Lingtian with his friends or Gongsun Xianyuan. At this moment, those who were not from the Gongsun clan also realized something. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel shocked. No matter what, Gongsun Wentian was the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. However, he was acting like this in front of an eminent celestial who was not even 100 years old. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed this was real. Earlier, you said that if Su Li dies, you'll annihilate the Gongsun clan and kill everyone in the Gongsun clan to accompany him. Gongsun Wentian looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Does this mean that if I let him go, you'll let the Gongsun clan go?" When he said this, Gongsun Wentian only felt his heart suffocating. However, he had no choice but to say it. You can interpret it that way. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. He did not seem surprised at all when he heard Gongsun Wentian's words. Including me? Gongsun Wentian asked tentatively. Although he did not think it was possible, he could not help but ask. He wanted to know if Duan Lingtian would let him go if he let Su Li go. You? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Gongsun Wentian's words. Then, he laughed. Gongsun Wentian, you've lived for 10,000 years. Do you think I'll let you go today? If you were me, would you let you go? Gongsun Wentian's expression turned ashen when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he had already guessed that this would be the outcome, he still found it hard to accept when he actually faced it with his own eyes. He was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial now. In another 100 years or so, he would have to face the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation. He was 100% confident he would be able to pass the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation and ascend to the Devata realm to become a golden celestial. However, he had lost his chance to ascend to the Devata realm. After cultivating and living for 10,000 years, he cherished his life more than anyone else. He did not expect such a calamity would befall him before he could ascend to the Devata realm. He hated himself. However, he could only hate himself. If he did not covet Duan Lingtian's technique that could steal celestial supreme treasures, none of this would have happened. Are you and him going to do it yourselves? Or do you want me to do it for you? Duan Lingtian looked at Gongsun Wentian and Gongsun Hong, the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan, who was standing next to Gongsun Wentian, and asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Apart from Gongsun Wentian and Gongsun Hong, the other members of the Gongsun family were shocked as well. Previously, they thought Duan Lingtian only wanted Gongsun Wentian's life and would not pursue the matter any further. At the same time, he would also let the other members of the Gongsun family go. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would not only want Gongsun Wentian's life, but he also wanted Gongsun Hong's life. After all, the Gongsun family only had 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. If both of them died, even if the Gongsun family was not reduced to a second-tier force in Yanhuang realm, they would fall from a first-tier force to a second-tier force in Yanhuang realm. Just like the Tang sect. Duan Ling Tian, I'm the one who caused this. My junior nephew, Gongsun Hong, has nothing to do with this. Gongsun Wentian looked at Duan Ling Tian agitatedly as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would implicate Gongsun Hong. But I heard that there were 2 people who went to the Yellow the Arch mansion to kidnap Su Li. Duan Ling Tian looked at Gongsun Wentian meaningfully. Gongsun Wentian was about to say something when Duan Ling Tian said coldly, I'll give both of you 3 breaths. If both of you are still alive after 3 breaths, I'll give both of you a chance. If you're still alive, I'll annihilate the Gongsun family. Duan Ling Tian said he would annihilate the Gongsun family. However, Duan Ling Tian's words were different from when he first arrived. Previously, not many people believed he was capable of such a feat. Now, not many people believed he was capable of such a feat. Swoosh. Swoosh. Gongsun Wentian and Gongsun Hong's expressions changed again. In the end, Gongsun Wentian was the first to react. After untying Su Li, his body trembled violently. Whoosh. A violent energy surged out of his body and devoured him. After a few moments, Gongsun Wentian's aura disappeared completely. From the beginning until the end, Gongsun Wentian did not ask Duan Ling Tian to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he would not harm anyone else in the Gongsun family after he and Gongsun Hong's deaths. He knew he was not qualified to ask Duan Ling Tian to swear on the lightning penalty oath. He had no other choice. Ancestor. As Gongsun Wentian killed himself on the spot, the members of the Gongsun family could not help but cry out in grief. No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. When Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on Gongsun Hong, Gongsun Hong's body moved as though he was trying to flee. Humph. However, as soon as Gongsun Hong made his move, Duan Ling Tian let out a cold snort. The cold snort entered everyone's ears. Whoosh. 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 The ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air rang in everyone's ears. In the next moment, everyone could clearly sense that Gongsun Hong was trying to flee. As soon as Gongsun Hong shouted and tried to flee, the powerful aura that rose from his body was completely destroyed by the sound of swords whistling in the air. It was as though he had never appeared. At this moment, everyone realized something. Gongsun Hong was dead. The Gongsun clan, a first-rate force in Yanhuang realm, had lost 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials they relied on. If the Gongsun family was described as a tiger in the past, then the current Gongsun family was a toothless tiger. Let's go. After killing Gongsun Hong, Duan Ling Tian flew to Su Li's side. Su Li's body was weak, but he had barely recovered some of his strength. Duan Ling Tian brought Su Li to Xian Yuanji's side. After bidding farewell to Xian Yuanji, they prepared to leave. Ah. Good, good. Xian Yuanji was still in shock from the death of the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family. He only regained his senses when Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of him. When he regained his senses, a hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. This was a respect that came from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 2570. Although Xian Yuanji had heard that Duan Ling Tian had killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion, he did not witness it with his own eyes. Although he had seen the mirror image talisman, it was not as shocking as witnessing it in person. Earlier, he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing Gongsun Wen Tian, the old ancestor of the Gongsun family and the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, and the other 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, Gongsun Hong. Xian Yuanji was also greatly shocked by what he saw. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was a powerhouse who was superior to 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the mundane realms. Prior to this, he had thought Duan Ling Tian had a weak soul and would be at a disadvantage if he encountered a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. However, he now knew that even a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique would not be able to harm Duan Lingtian at all. In fact, the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial would not even be able to get close to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, why didn't you tell me earlier that you're not afraid of Gongsun when Tian's soul attack? Do you know how worried I was at first? I was worried you wouldn't be able to withstand Gongsun when Tian's soul attack. Xian Yuanji smiled wryly as he spoke to Duan Lingtian after leaving the mystical ancient galaxy with Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Old brother Ji, don't you trust me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I find it hard to imagine an eminent celestial like you would not be afraid of the soul attack of a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Is the broken metal piece you used to block Gongsun when Tian's soul attack a soul defense celestial supreme treasure? Xian Yuanji could not help but ask curiously. A soul defense celestial supreme treasure? What kind of celestial supreme treasure is that? Duan Lingtian was confused. You don't know? Does that mean, the broken metal piece in your hand is not a soul-defending immortal supreme treasure? Seeing the blank expression on Duan Lingtian's face, Xian Yuanji was also stunned. I obtained this by chance, but it shouldn't be an immortal supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian took out the incomplete metal piece that was surrounded by a mysterious light and gave it a few glances. In the end, he did not sense any aura of an immortal supreme treasure from it. It did not seem like an immortal supreme treasure at all. Even though it's not an immortal supreme treasure, it can still block the soul attack of a nine-tribulation loose celestial. This thing is not simple. Xian Yuanji could not help but sigh. At the same time, Xian Yuanji seemed to have recalled something as he said, however, I really didn't expect Gongsun Wendian would be so cooperative and choose to commit suicide. He didn't even test your strength to see if you're as strong as the rumors say. He's a smart man. Duan Lingtian said, moreover, the scene of me killing the nine-tribulation loose celestial from the heavenly wave mansion was recorded in a mirror image talisman. The mirror image talisman can be duplicated. For this reason, Gongsun Wendian must have seen the scene of me killing the nine-tribulation loose celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so cooperative. However, compared to Gongsun Hong who tried to escape, Gongsun Wendian is more respectable. At the very least, he's willing to die for the Gongsun clan. A hint of respect flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. It did not matter how much Gongsun Wendian had crossed the line and how much he deserved to die. Just the fact that Gongsun Wendian, the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan, was willing to die for the Gongsun clan was enough to earn Duan Lingtian's respect. After all, not everyone was capable of such a feat. Even Gongsun Hong, the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan, was not capable of such a feat. I forgot about this. Even I have seen the scene of you killing the nine-tribulation loose celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. How could he not have seen it? Xian Yuanji nodded. Elder Su Li, are you all right? At the same time, Xian Yuanji found that Su Li, who was recovering by himself, just opened his eyes. He couldn't help but ask with concern. I'm fine. Su Li shook his head lightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He smiled faintly but did not say any words of gratitude. After all, there was no need for words between him and Duan Lingtian. There was no need for words to express their feelings. Duan Lingtian brought Su Li and Xian Yuanji back to the Yellow the Arch mansion and stayed there for the time being. As time passed, news of Duan Lingtian's actions in the mystical ancient galaxy began to spread like wildfire. In fact, news of Duan Lingtian killing the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion spread faster than news of Duan Lingtian killing the old ancestor of the Nine Tribulation Loose Celestial. This was because Gongsun Wendian, the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan and the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, was involved in this matter. Have you heard? After killing the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, a Nine Tribulation bodiless celestial, Duan Lingtian from the Saint Province realm is stirring up trouble in our Yanhuang realm. Moreover, he's stirring up trouble in the mystical ancient galaxy ruled by the Gongsun family. The Gongsun clan is much stronger than the Heavenly Wave Mansion. One of the two Nine Tribulation Lu Celestials from the Gongsun clan is the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Isn't Duan Lingtian seeking death by stirring up trouble in the mystical ancient galaxy? That's right. As far as I know, the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, Gongsun Wendian, the Nine Tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun clan, is also a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. In terms of physical attacks, Duan Lingtian is stronger than any Nine Tribulation bodiless celestial in Yanhuang realm. However, he's no match for soul attacks. It's not just his soul attack that's lacking, even his soul defense is unable to withstand a single blow from Gongsun Wendian's soul attack. When news of Duan Lingtian's actions began to spread, those who were unaware of what had happened thought he would be courting death if he offended Gongsun Wendian, the old ancestor of the Gongsun clan, who was a Nine Tribulation bodiless celestial, had gone to the mystical ancient galaxy to stir up trouble. When the news kept coming in and they understood the ins and outs of the matter, they were all completely dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian isn't afraid of Gongsun Wendian's soul attack at all? He's just an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old, but he easily blocked Gongsun Wendian's soul attack. What exactly was that piece of metal that he threw out at that time? Could it be a soul defense celestial supreme treasure? Only a soul defense celestial supreme treasure would be able to help him block Gongsun Wendian's soul attack. I didn't expect him to have a soul defense celestial supreme treasure as well. What's even more surprising is that Duan Lingtian didn't go to the mystical ancient galaxy to stir up trouble, but the two Nine Tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun clan coveted Duan Lingtian's technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures. That's why they provoked Duan Lingtian first. I'm afraid they didn't expect that they would lose their lives over a technique that they might not even be able to master. Wherever the news spread, there was an uproar everywhere. The strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, Gongsun Wendian, had died just like that. Moreover, he had died in the hands of an eminent celestial who was not even 100 years old. What shocked them even more was that Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian, an eminent celestial who was not even 100 years old, was not afraid of a bodiless celestial's soul attack. Moreover, he could easily kill a Nine Tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian. His name is destined to be recorded in the history of Yanhuang realm. Of course. He's the shining star of an era in Yanhuang realm. With his cultivation base, he killed 3 Nine Tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm. Moreover, one of the Nine Tribulation bodiless celestials had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. He was the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Similar rumors spread all over Yanhuang realm, and they were out of control. The Yellow the Arch mansion was located in a remote area, so news about it was not as spread as other forces. However, Duan Lingtian only heard about it after some time had passed. However, he wasn't surprised by this. He only felt that it was within his expectations. After all, Gongsun Wendian was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. It was only natural for Yanhuang realm to be shocked by his death. As the person who had forced Gongsun Wendian to his death, it was only natural that news about him would spread like wildfire. Today, Duan Lingtian was staying in his room. Just like usual, he was looking at the defective metal piece that was surrounded by a profound light out of boredom. However, he was unable to discover the profundity within it. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened as though he had sensed something. At that moment, he could clearly sense a mysterious power coming from all directions, enveloping his body. It gave him a very strange feeling, as if it wanted to take him somewhere. Moreover, the mysterious energy contained an aura similar to celestial origin energy. Celestial ascension force? This was the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Apart from that, he could not explain what was happening to him. Duan Lingtian instinctively mobilized the energy in his body to resist the energy that came from all directions. However, he discovered the energy was not only growing stronger, but it was also completely ignoring his energy. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt his body going numb from the energy. It felt as though he was about to lose consciousness. It seems like it's really the celestial ascension force. Am I going to ascend? When Duan Lingtian recalled the time when Tang Xiaoxiao was pulled into the Celestial Ascension Force, he was certain this energy was the Celestial Ascension Force. Chapter 2571. Duan Lingtian had long prepared himself for the possibility of ascension. This was especially true when Yunqing Yan had appeared and imprisoned his family and friends, forcing Ku-er to leave him. He could not wait to ascend to the Devata realm. Because that was the only way he could hope to save Ku-er, his family and friends. Otherwise, how could he rescue them if he could not even ascend to the Devata realm? Naturally, he knew that even if he ascended to the Devata realm, it did not mean he would be able to rescue Kur and the others. However, at the very least, he would be able to break through the shackles of an eminent celestial and become a true celestial in the Devata realm. In the mundane realm, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had reached its limit when he became an eminent celestial. If he wanted to raise his cultivation base, he would have to ascend to the Devata realm. The Celestial Ascension Force is finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Duan Ling Tian was excited when he realized the force that enveloped him was the Celestial Ascension Force that would help him ascend to the Devata realm. It seems like the Celestial Ascension Force will help me ascend to the Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he recalled the scene of Tang Xiaoxiao ascending to the Devata realm. I'll have to inform Su Li and old brother Ji before I ascend. Otherwise, they might think I've gone missing. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and took out 2 communication jade tokens. After leaving a message on them, he channeled his energy into them, causing them to transform into 2 streaks of light that shot out of his room. Duan Ling Tian felt the Celestial Ascension Force that enveloped him was getting denser and denser. I'm about to ascend. It was not difficult for him to realize he was about to ascend to the Devata realm. At this moment, he could feel the Celestial Ascension Force tugging at him. The Immortal Ascension Force that enveloped him was pulling at him, as if it wanted to take him somewhere. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when the Celestial Ascension Force tugged at him. This was because he realized that after his Celestial Ascension Force grew stronger, it suddenly became very, very weak. At the same time, the Celestial Ascension Force that enveloped him had also weakened. As for the Celestial Ascension Force that was trying to bring him somewhere, it had completely disappeared. What's going on? Is this not the Celestial Ascension Force? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he had been made a fool of. He even thought he had made a huge mistake. However, in the next moment, he denied his own thoughts. It's devouring the Celestial Ascension Force? When Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses, he was shocked to discover that Duan Ling Tian's aura was extremely strong. The defective metal piece in his hand had suddenly emitted a devouring energy. It was like a gluttonous child that was constantly devouring the Celestial Ascension Force that enveloped him. It was as though the Celestial Ascension Force was a delicacy to it. The Celestial Ascension Force continued to envelop Duan Ling Tian, trying to bring Duan Ling Tian out of the mundane realm and into the Devata realm. However, before it could bring Duan Ling Tian out of the mundane realm, the defective metal piece in Duan Ling Tian's hand continued to devour the Celestial Ascension Force, preventing it from bringing Duan Ling Tian away. In just a blink of an eye, a dozen breaths had passed. It's not done yet? Duan Ling Tian could feel the Celestial Ascension Force had never stopped enveloping him. However, even if the Celestial Ascension Force did not stop, it still could not help him leave the mundane realm and ascend to the Devata realm. This was because the defective metal piece in his hand would mercilessly devour the Celestial Ascension Force whenever it was about to bring him out of the mundane realm. Duan Ling Tian was thoroughly frightened by the defective metal piece's appetite. This is a bottomless pit. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. After a while, a thought appeared in his mind. He tried to put the defective metal piece into his spatial ring. However, he discovered the Celestial Ascension Force was not working at all. It was as though the spatial ring did not exist when the defective metal piece devoured the Celestial Ascension Force. Brother Ling Tian, are you going to ascend? At this moment, Xian Yuanji, the old ancestor of the Gongsun family, said anxiously, I'm sorry, Duan Ling Tian, but I'm sorry. Old brother Ji. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he walked out of the room. He flew to Xian Yuanji's side with a wry smile on his face. This is the celestial ascension force? When Duan Lingtian came out of the room, Xian Yuanji's attention was attracted by the almost transparent energy that shrouded Duan Lingtian. He could sense it. This energy did not belong to the mundane realm. Even a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial like him did not possess such pure celestial origin energy. Therefore, there was only one possibility left. This was the celestial ascension force that would bring Duan Lingtian out of the mundane realm to the Devata realm. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I thought you'd been taken away by the celestial ascension force. I didn't expect you to still be here. As Xian Yuanji spoke, he couldn't help but frown. However, as far as I know, the celestial ascension force will bring an eminent celestial out of the mundane realm to the Devata realm in just a blink of an eye. Did you sense the arrival of the celestial ascension force in advance? Didn't it just arrive? Xian Yuanji looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Then, he raised his hand and took the defective metal piece out of his spatial ring. It's because this thing has been devouring the celestial ascension force. Otherwise, I would have been brought to the Devata realm by the celestial ascension force. What's this thing? Xian Yuanji looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand again in shock. He had never heard of anything in the mundane realm that could devour the celestial ascension force and delay an eminent celestial from ascending to the Devata realm. If I want to leave the mundane realm and ascend to the Devata realm, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until it's full. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Based on the current situation, that's indeed the case. Xian Yuanji nodded. He also felt that Duan Lingtian could only wait. At the same time, he could not help but feel relieved for Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, the celestial ascension force appears continuously. If only a certain amount appears and is devoured by it, how are you going to ascend? Brother Ji, now that you mention it, it's indeed worth rejoicing. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Xian Yuanji's words. If only a certain amount of the celestial ascension force appeared and led him to leave the mundane realm and ascend to the Devata realm, if the defective metal piece devoured the celestial ascension force, he would not be able to leave the mundane realm and ascend to the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian. Are you going to ascend to the Devata realm? Su Li's voice rang from afar. Similar to Xian Yuanji, he had rushed over as soon as he received Duan Lingtian's message. However, since he was slow, he only arrived now. Yes, I'm going to ascend to the Devata realm. After Su Li arrived, Duan Lingtian looked at the defective metal piece in his hand with a bitter smile on his face. He thought he would not be able to see his good friend before he left the mundane realm and ascended to the Devata realm. He did not expect the defective metal piece in his hand would be so considerate and give him this opportunity. What's going on? At this moment, Su Li also noticed that something was amiss. When he learned about what had happened, he looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Lingtian's hand and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, the metal piece in your hand has been devouring the celestial ascension force for about 15 minutes. The fact that it's able to do this means it's not simple. In fact, the longer it lasts now, the more complicated it is. Therefore, you don't have to worry. You can even hope that it'll last longer. Naturally, Su Li's words were meant to comfort Duan Lingtian. Although Su Li's words were meant to comfort Duan Lingtian, he did have a point. You're right, Duan Lingtian said with a sigh. As the saying went, you're in the middle of a situation but you're unaware of it. This was exactly what Duan Lingtian was feeling earlier. However, now that Su Li had reminded him, he was no longer in a hurry. The bitter smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a calm expression. Duan Lingtian, now that you've ascended to the Devata realm, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other again. Su Li sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A hint of reluctance could be seen in his eyes. Don't worry, as long as we're fated, we'll meet again. Even if we're not fated, when one of us is strong enough to become famous in the Devata realm, the other person will naturally learn of our whereabouts. At that time, we'll be able to meet again. Duan Lingtian smiled. Then, I'll wait for you to become famous in the Devata realm. I hope that by the time I ascend to the Devata realm, you'll have already made a name for yourself. If that's the case, we'll be able to meet again as soon as I ascend to the Devata realm. Su Li smiled. It won't take more than a few years for you to ascend to the Devata realm. It won't be easy for you to make a name for yourself in the Devata realm in just a few years. Duan Lingtian glared angrily at Su Li. For others, it's just wishful thinking. However, that might not be the case for you, Duan Lingtian. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian deeply before he said confidently, Duan Lingtian. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian, you're someone who's good at creating miracles. End of chapter. Chapter 2572. In the Heavenly Wave Mansion in the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. Ever since they learned that the purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, who had killed their old ancestor, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, was only an eminent celestial, everyone in the Heavenly Wave Mansion was frustrated and aggrieved. They felt that their old ancestor, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, had died unjustly. If their old ancestor had known that Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial, he would have been able to kill Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. Even if Duan Lingtian had made a move in time, their old ancestor would have perished together with Duan Lingtian. They would not have ended up in this situation where their old ancestor had been killed while Duan Lingtian was still alive and well. This matter was like a thorn in the hearts of the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. They would often feel frustrated and aggrieved whenever they thought about it. It wasn't until the news that shook the entire Yanhuang realm that the thorn in their hearts finally disappeared. Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial, but he managed to block the soul attack of Gongsun Wen Tian, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, and he even forced Gongsun Wen Tian to commit suicide? Isn't Gongsun Wen Tian, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm? It's him. Heavens! Even the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique and is even stronger than our old ancestor couldn't kill Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but he was even forced to commit suicide? Does this mean our old ancestor didn't die in vain? That seems to be the case. Rumor has it that the old ancestor from the Gongsun family heard that Duan Lingtian had killed our old ancestor. That's why he wanted to snatch celestial supreme treasures from Duan Lingtian. That's why he kidnapped Duan Lingtian's friends and tried to use Duan Lingtian's weak soul to force him to submit. However, he didn't expect that the soul attack he thought would kill Duan Lingtian would fail to harm Duan Lingtian at all. What a pity. What a pity. At this moment, the group of people from Heavenly Wave Prefecture no longer felt that their old ancestor's death was unjust and unjust. After all, even Gongsun Wendian, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family who was stronger than their old ancestor and the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm, was forced to commit suicide by Duan Lingtian even though he was fully prepared. Based on this, one could easily imagine how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. What kind of monster is Duan Lingtian? He managed to defeat the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm with just his cultivation base. Is there anyone in the mundane realm who's a match for him? The people from Heavenly Wave Mansion who no longer felt wronged shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying strength. Tang's sect in the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy. News of Duan Lingtian killing Gongsun Wendian, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, and Gongsun Hong, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, in the mystical ancient galaxy spread to the Tang sect as time passed. It's been many years since a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was killed in Yanhuang realm. Who knew Duan Lingtian, an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm, would kill 3 nine-tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm in just a few years? One of them is the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm. Who's Duan Lingtian? How can he be so freakish? I heard Duan Lingtian has appeared in Tang's sect before. Moreover, he's a friend of Tang Xiao, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Tang's sect. Is that true? I think it's true. I think I've heard someone mention it before. Everyone in Tang's sect was shocked as well. That Duanling Tian, actually has such strength? When Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang's sect, received the news, he was stunned for a long time before he regained his senses. After regaining his senses, an indescribable expression of shock appeared on his face as expected. When he heard Duanling Tian had killed the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion, a 9 bodiless celestial, he was already shocked. However, at the same time, he felt Duanling Tian must have been lucky to be able to kill the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion. After all, Duanling Tian was a 9 bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Now that he heard the news from the mystical ancient galaxy, he realized Duanling Tian was not weak at all. In fact, Duanling Tian was not afraid of the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion's soul attack at all. After all, he could easily withstand the soul attack of the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm and had even forced the old ancestor to commit suicide. Is Xiao Zhao's friend the reincarnation of a celestial god? Otherwise, how could he possess such terrifying strength when he's just an eminent celestial? Tang Chong could not calm down for a long time. On planet Satel in the Kost Galaxy. This was the transit station of the last interstellar transportation formation that Duanling Tian had used when he was returning to Earth. It was considered a relatively remote galaxy in Yanhuang realm. This projection was brought back by a friend of mine from an interstellar merchant. It was recorded by a cultivator using a mirror image talisman. Look, doesn't the person in the projection look familiar? Soon enough, a person from the Kost Galaxy sent the projection to 10 people, 100 people, and 1,000 people. Soon enough, the entire Kost Galaxy was shocked. Heavens! Isn't this purple-clad young man the cultivator who destroyed the disaster-level battleship and killed the patriarch of the Garnier clan? It said that the old man he killed was the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion, one of the top forces in Yanhuang realm. He was a powerful 9 bodiless celestial. A 9 bodiless celestial? The kind of person who stands at the peak of Yanhuang realm and can destroy an apocalypse-level battleship with just a flick of his finger? How could he kill such a person? A 9 bodiless celestial alone is enough to destroy an SSS-grade technological civilization. However, this purple-clad cultivator is capable of killing a 9 bodiless celestial? Fortunately, he didn't vent his anger on the Garnier clan and the people of the Kost Galaxy. Otherwise, he would have been able to destroy the entire Kost Galaxy. The people in the Kost Galaxy had only received news that Duanling Tian had killed the old ancestor of Skywave Mansion. However, they were still unaware of this. After a while, the news of the purple-clad cultivator killing the strongest powerhouse in Yanhuang realm would spread like wildfire. At that time, the Kost Galaxy would be shaken again. In the galaxy where the Yellow the Arch Mansion was located. In the Yellow the Arch Mansion. It's finally full. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, Duanling Tian discovered the speed at which the defective metal piece was devouring the celestial ascension force had slowed down. What's this defective metal piece? At this moment, Duanling Tian could feel that the defective metal piece in his hand was not simple. What a joke! How could something that could devour the celestial ascension force for 3 days and 3 nights and delay his ascension to the Devata realm be simple? Brother Ling Tian. Duanling Tian. Xian Yuanji and Su Li rushed over after receiving Duanling Tian's message. Based on the fact that the speed at which it's devouring the celestial ascension force is slowing down, it'll stop devouring the celestial ascension force in a dozen breaths at most. At that time, I'll have to ascend. When Duanling Tian saw Xian Yuanji and Su Li, he smiled faintly and said, "Old brother Ji, Su Li, I'll wait for both of you in the Devata realm." Brother Ling Tian. Xian Yuanji said solemnly, "The Devata realm is different from the mundane realms. You might be at the peak in the mundane realms. However, in the Devata realms, even with your strength, you'll only be barely passable. In the Devata realms, there are many golden celestials who are stronger than you, great overarching golden celestials, and even stronger beings than great overarching golden celestials. For this reason, you have to be careful in the Devata realm." As a member of the Yellow the Arch Mansion, Xianxia had read many ancient manuals passed down from generation to generation in the Yellow the Arch Mansion. For this reason, he had a certain understanding of the Devata realm. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was mentally prepared for this. In the mundane realms, Duan Lingtian might be considered one of the strongest in the mundane realms, but in the Devata realms, his strength was nothing. Duan Lingtian, take care. Su Li was a man of few words, but the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was enough to show his reluctance to part with him. He and Duan Lingtian had known each other since they were young, and he knew very well how rare it was for them to be able to be together after so long. For this reason, he treasured their friendship. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. His feelings were similar to Su Li's. A dozen breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. It's finally eaten its fill. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, the defective metal piece in his hand stopped devouring the celestial ascension force after a dozen breaths. Whoosh! The celestial ascension force that shrouded him grew denser and denser. In the end, he lost consciousness under the influence of the celestial ascension force. Only his eyes and his consciousness were clear. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's vision blurred, and Xian Yuanji and Su Li's figures blurred. After a few moments, both of their figures disappeared, replaced by darkness. It was as though day had turned into night in just a blink of an eye. All of this happened without warning. Gradually, Duan Lingtian discovered that his consciousness was beginning to blur as well. Until Chapter 2573. The Devata realms were just a general term. In the colossal world, there were 81 Devata realms. At the same time, in the colossal world, countless mundane realms surrounded the 81 Devata realms like stars surrounding the moon. It was as though the 81 Devata realms were the supreme emperors. Generally speaking, people from the mundane realms, whether they were eminent celestials or 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, would ascend to the Devata realms nearby. For example, since the mundane realm, Yanhuang realm, was adjacent to the Jade Emperor Heaven, the eminent celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from Yanhuang realm would usually ascend to the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, nothing was absolute. Once there was an upheaval in the colossal world, the space between the mundane realms and the Devata realms would be distorted as well. At that time, it was impossible for people who ascended from the mundane realms to ascend to the Devata realms adjacent to their mundane realms. Naturally, the colossal world would not always experience upheavals. There would only be upheavals once every 10,000 years, and they would last for 1,000 years. In other words, the chances were very slim. There was only a 1 in 10 chance of encountering an upheaval in the colossal world. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's luck was pretty good. The upheaval that would last for 1,000 years would only occur once every 10,000 years in the Great Thousand World. It had started less than a year ago and would continue for another 1,000 years. For this reason, the chances of Duan Lingtian ascending to the Jade Emperor Heaven were extremely slim. When Duan Lingtian was shrouded by the celestial ascension force and was pulled out of the mundane realm to ascend to the Devata realms, his consciousness had disappeared. He had no idea what had happened in between. When he regained consciousness, he discovered he was in a pool shrouded in white mist. As soon as Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he began to look around and discovered he was in a pool as big as a football field on Earth. Not far from him, more and more figures appeared one after another. After these figures appeared, their eyes were tightly closed, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also noticed that many people in the surroundings had opened their eyes as well. It was apparent that some of them had opened their eyes before he did. This is the Devata realm? I've ascended. I've finally ascended. So this is the heavenly celestial stage. Indeed, it's different from before. The celestial origin energy in my body has completely transformed into celestial origin energy. It seems like it's all thanks to the celestial ascension pool. I've long heard that once eminent celestials ascend to the Devata realms, they'll enter the celestial ascension pool in the Devata realms. They'll only regain their consciousness after becoming heavenly celestials. I don't even know when I became a celestial. Celestial immortal, this is a celestial immortal? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian perked up his ears and heard a commotion in his surroundings. It seemed like those who had regained their consciousness were talking. Heavenly celestial? Upon hearing these people's words, Duan Lingtian instinctively looked into his body. Indeed, he discovered the celestial origin energy in his body had completely transformed into celestial origin energy. His cultivation base had also become a heavenly celestial without him realizing it. Also, I don't have any clothes on me. Duan Lingtian discovered he was completely naked. Fortunately, the white mist in the celestial ascension pool had covered most of his body, so he was not exposed. Why do they have clothes on them? At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered the people around him were all wearing clothes. However, upon closer inspection, Duan Lingtian discovered something was amiss. The clothes on these people's bodies were all condensed from celestial origin energy. They were not clothes made of cloth. As for them, their clothes are made of celestial origin energy mixed with saint origin energy, Duan Lingtian said. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something else. The people around him who had their eyes closed and hadn't regained consciousness were also wearing clothes. They weren't naked like him. Moreover, the celestial origin energy and saint origin energy they're wearing seems to be constantly changing. The saint origin energy is constantly being assimilated by the celestial origin energy. I'm afraid it won't be long before their clothes that are made of celestial origin energy and saint origin energy turn into clothes that are made of celestial origin energy. It seems like they were prepared before they ascended. However, I didn't know about this. Duan Lingtian was not stupid, so it was not difficult for him to figure this out. Brother Ji. I can't believe he didn't warn me. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he circulated the celestial origin energy in his body and transformed it into a purple robe that he wore. He knew very well. As an old man in the Yellow Arch mansion, Xian Yuanji must have known that when one ascended, one would not be able to bring anything from the mundane realms, including clothes from the mundane realms. One would have to use one's celestial origin energy to form clothes to protect oneself from being exposed in the celestial ascension pool in the Devata realms. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Xian Yuanji had told him not to. In his opinion, this was common knowledge for those who were about to leave the mundane realms to ascend to the Devata realms. Therefore, there was no need for him to remind Duan Lingtian. These people must be like me. They must have just ascended to the Devata realms. At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Previously, he had heard from Huolao, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, that those who ascended to the Devata realms would appear in the Celestial Ascension Pool. The Celestial Ascension Pool was used to help those who ascended to the Devata realms become celestials. Apart from that, once one left the Celestial Ascension Pool, one would not be able to enter it again. This was because the Celestial Ascension Pool was only accessible to eminent celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who had just ascended to a Devata realm and whose energy had not completely transformed into celestial origin energy. There's not a single woman among these people who have just ascended. Duan Lingtian studied his surroundings and discovered that there was not a single woman among the group of ascended to the Devata realms. Surprisingly, there was not a single woman among the group of ascenders around him. They were all men like him, and their appearances were all different. Some were dressed sloppily, some were dressed plainly, and some were dressed smartly. Some were tall, some were short, some were fat, and some were skinny. There were young men, middle-aged men, and old men who seemed to be in their 70s. It seems like there aren't many female cultivators in the mundane realms who can ascend to the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He could understand why this was the case. After all, most women were not as talented as men when it came to cultivation. Naturally, this was only limited to women. There were a small number of women who were much more talented than men. When Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses, he was delighted that he had become a heavenly celestial. What's all this noise? Shut up, all of you. All of a sudden, an impatient voice rang from the edge of the celestial ascension pool. The voice seemed to contain magic as it drowned out the commotion in the celestial ascension pool. When the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, heard the voice, they turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw a silver-clad figure standing in front of them. They saw a young man dressed in silver armor standing next to the celestial ascension pool. The young man had an ordinary appearance, but he had a sturdy build. His eyes were as large as copper gongs as he looked at the group of people who had just regained consciousness after becoming heavenly celestials in the celestial ascension pool, including Duan Lingtian. After a moment of silence, one of the young men dressed in embroidered robes standing in the celestial ascension pool sneered. "Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself father in front of me? It's none of your business what we're talking about." Many people in the celestial ascension pool nodded in agreement when they heard the young man's words. At the same time, they looked at the sturdy young man dressed in silver armor standing next to the celestial ascension pool with a mocking smile on their faces. Among the people standing in the celestial ascension pool, which one of them was not a prodigy in their respective mundane realms? The fact that they were able to pass the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the Devata realms was enough to prove their innate talent and strength. For this reason, all of them had their own pride. How could they allow someone to shout at them? Ha ha ha. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a burst of unbridled laughter rang from outside the celestial ascension pool. A moment later, another young man in silver armor appeared before everyone's eyes like a ghost. Unlike the sturdy young man dressed in silver armor, this young man dressed in silver armor had a medium build and a handsome face. As soon as he appeared, he looked at the sturdy young man dressed in silver armor and said mockingly, "Wang Wei, it seems like you're regressing as you age. Even an ascender dares to shout at you now?" Feng Qing. The sturdy young man dressed in silver armor, Wang Wei's expression darkened even more when he heard Feng Qing's words. He glared at Feng Qing before he looked at the young man dressed in embroidered robes. His eyes were burning with anger as he said, "Brat, if you have the guts, stay in the celestial ascension pool for the rest of your life. If you dare to come out, I'll..." "What can you do if I come out?" The young man dressed in embroidered robes interrupted Wang Wei and flew out of the celestial ascension pool. It was as though he was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. "This fellow is in trouble."